Hello, hello. This is going to be day 3 of the EOS Con, checking out the ships, seeing what is new. As per the previous day, I'm going to be checking who is available to be interviewed, see who I can visit, who is going to be presenting ships. So I'm already seeing a few people that I can maybe interview. This looks like one of my designs. Ideally, I can use my own taxi to move myself around. Just a second. Oh, there it is. And that is indeed one of my designs. Slightly edited. Anyway, so I'm currently in the Starbase EOS Con Discord. There are no other people. A second. Currently in the Starbase EOS Con where there are no other people, so what I'm going to do is see if available in the so I've got NTPS and that I can try to interview. So, perfect, I still have it. These are, whoops, yellow was visited, this is not helpful. It's amazing, like you have 200% or 100%. Give me a second, I'm battling here. I would like to have a zoom. Perfect. Unreadable. Okay, whatever. I'm going to have to deal with that. Orange was visited... Okay, there's something going on at Aha's plot I need to visit. Sorry for the many interruptions. Yellow was visited 2 days ago. Orange was visited yesterday. And today I'm going to be trying to visit as many plots as possible. On I maybe am going to be doing a small stream on Monday to attempt to visit as many people as possible, but it's not certain. So it's really going to be today. I'm really going to try and visit as many plots as I can. Angelwing is all at the end. Nice and easy. Now, what is that camera stuff? Some people have got an insane amount of skill if this is a camera. What? Hello, NTPS.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm amazed to see what is effectively the first Starbase camera.
I know it's amazing, right? There's a video that Xenocow put up on YouTube about it. I saw that video before the event, but seeing it in person is another thing entirely.
This is my very first time discovering. I figured I wasn't the first person to think of this idea, says Xenocow. I very much think he is. This is insane. How do you even get these ideas? What I love to say for these instances is that Starbase is supposed to be a game, not a second life. It's like...
He said he might do a follow-up video with more details on how it works. He said that he wrote some Python scripts to generate YOLO code for this one, because obviously...
Yeah, I did a little bit of that too, and I absolutely lost my mind on the topic. It was so unpleasant.
Good day, gentlemen.
Hello, Oh, by the way, NTPS, could you please respond to my Discord messages? I'm streaming right now, so I can't be more explicit about it.
Where are these messages? Oh, no, I'm not seeing any.
I sent you a private message. Oh, Lingon just sent me the link to the video.
Like a Discord DM?
Yep.
I'm not seeing anything. That's weird.
Did I send it to the wrong person? Just sent
My
you
Discord
another.
name is just NTPS.
Yeah, I just sent you another one right now.
Hi everyone, thank you for showing your ships.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh, that camera was amazing. And that luxury car. Oh, damn, the details of it.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah, you put up a lot of attention to this. Like, it's got to be a lot of things that you can't even see, but those small tiny angles.
Oh yeah, it took an infinite amount of time.
Yeah,
This
I
is
trust
insane.
It has some cool features. I mean, it's
Yeah,
supposed to
I'm
have.
gonna restart my Discord.
Coding is still going on. But like brake lights, I can show you if you go to the back.
you. Ooh, all right. It's beautiful.
It also has reverse lights and of course indicators, but I'm not sure. I can show you maybe.
Wow. So how does the indicator work? Do you have to turn them on, or do they auto turn on when you turn? Wow.
Oh, I think there it is. Yeah, reverse lights.
Oh, this Angelwing plates in the middle of the thrusters. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that detail. And it hides the join of the two thrusters as well. That's really polished.
Yeah, it's to make an illusion, create an illusion that it's one big thruster.
Yeah, I love
But then,
it.
of course, if you like go and look at an angle, you find that there's written something on there.
Under Angelwing, the Angel thing?
Oh no, the Angelwing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's so pretty. Man, ships like this they're so hard to make pretty. The cursed angles are so punishing. Oh, you must have spent so much time getting it to fit together like this. I bet it didn't work at the first try with the first ideas.
Oh, okay, this picture is way better.
Thank you so much for making your content, by the way, Happy Trigger.
You're welcome.
I love passing by a YouTube channel every now and then.
I really love Starbase in general. I really want to be able to like record the content going on and the streams, especially for the EOS Cons and on the other YouTube channel, because I've got to being able to help players.
Mm.
Alright, let me plug this back. And, well, happy to go. I was thinking that you could just go through the lot yourself, because I have signs. And of course, if you have a question, then I can answer anything. But basically, just discover yourself, because I made signs for every ship.
If you want to, what I'm particularly interested during these interview of sorts is to see the point of view of the ship designer. To see the intricacies, the small detail, what... Xeno, to give you the picture.
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me just park this.
Okay.
So what I particularly want to do during all of these interviews is to be able to have the interactions with the ship designers, to have the detail of why the outcome looks the way it is. Because obviously I can visit like the plots, and honestly I'd probably be done with the EOS Con if I was doing that. But it's like to have the interactions with the designers that is precious.
Oh, that's so true.
which is why I spent over 2.5 hours with Arkhonus, followed by 2.5 more hours with NTPS Industries.
Oh, that's so beautiful. This is a huge rig. Did you make this in a capital ship designer? To get it this big?
Yeah, well, fire away.
So you got a sold out luxury car. Oh, that's so beautiful.
All right, I'm ready. Are you happy?
I am right next to the plot. I'm coming, so I can do a little chill visit on my own if you prefer me to do so, or I can have you do a tour and give me anecdotes or reasons to do all of this. As a matter of fact, I've got one question. I'd like to know, is Angelwing a second account of yours, or is it someone else entirely?
Yes.
Okay.
It's mine. It's mine.
Since this is like Angelwing Industries, why is Angelwing not your main account?
Well, because I started the game as and I just made the company inside Angelwing Empire, from where the Angelwing Industries was born. So that's the reason. But now I plan Angelwing to be the face of Angelwing Industries.
Beware, because when that happens, I've got 2 accounts too. That's when you start speaking of yourself at the third person. And in Colt's case, for example, he's got 4 accounts, and when he talks about himself, it becomes so confusing. 'Cause it's this account did that, and then he did that, and I'm like, yes, but that's all you. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Angelwing is the better me.
It already started. Aha, beware.
It's nice to have a shitposting pirate account. I feel you. Good call.
I always felt wrong having these personalities inside me conflicting, but since I embraced it, I feel much happier.
Good to hear.
Okay, would you like me to start? An alternate identity to your alternate identity, Skip.
Yeah, well, as I said, I think since I have these signs, I think it's better that you just start, you discover them yourself, and give your thoughts and ask me questions.
Okay, if you think that I've not seen, not loaded, forgotten something, please do tell me.
Yeah, sure.
As a matter of fact, since on your sign it says there's way more engineering went in than one would think, how much time did you put into this little scooter?
Ooh, it's a good question. I think a short month. Yeah, I think like at least 3 weeks.
Full time?
No, not really, but yeah.
I don't
Half.
do small ships because of how difficult they are. Everything needs to fit absolutely perfectly or it doesn't work at all.
Right. Yeah, well, what I mean with it that took way more engineering is because I had this dilemma. I either have cooling cells or enhancer because I had no space. And now the ship already needs to be pre-warmed, but without the enhancer, it needed even more pre-warm. And I wasn't satisfied with it. For a luxury bike, I'm selling for 5 million credits. The customer shouldn't wait that long until he can fly the ship. But then I couldn't make it fast enough, because if I have an enhancer and no cooling cells, then all the tier 3 maneuvering thrusters require too much power, requiring the generator to run higher, making more heat. And then the heat-sinkless ship with just a radiator doesn't dissipate enough heat for that. So that was a huge dilemma for me. Eventually, I shuffled things inside. I made a lot of weld blob magic. For example, if you look, yeah, right where I am, up there, at the beams, you notice that the weld blob is just touching the corner, connecting the 2 beams.
Yeah, I get that effect.
So there's more of that, and this kind of engineering enabled me to have more space, and I managed to have both the enhancer and the cooling cells. So it's a huge success.
Nice.
It has a crosshair as well, of course, because the tilted seat, kinda ruins your point where you're flying. But the crosshair helps that. Of course, parks itself down to a surface and has some little more features.
Nice.
this one is number 35. Fun fact, I gave away my number 1 to Commander Dogo as the prize for the 3rd place in the raceway event.
Which was a really fun race to partake in.
Hello.
This is the
Hey,
power
Adrian.
light.
Hello.
6 kilometers. So it can do 26 kilometers on batteries alone.
Yep.
Does it go 150?
No, of course not. It was designed specifically for EOS Con. 150 would be too fast to go around here.
Fair.
Aha gave me one. Yes. Aha gave me one yesterday, and the first thing I did was fly all the way back to Origin 2 using it.
Yeah, I know.
Immediately using it for what it wasn't designed for.
Yeah, I know.
If you have full sun charge, it will go infinitely until you run out of propellant. Which
How
is very
fast does it go if you try to go max?
cool. It goes 59 meters per second.
Yeah, you must have taken quite some time to go 59 meters per second to do 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers. Yeah, that must have taken you some time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was going even slower than that because I got a bunch of ghost inventory stuff. So, yeah, it was a bit of an awkward moment when someone asked, "Hey, can I have a EOS Con card?" And I was halfway between the gate and Origin.
Wow, I did fly one from Origin to here, by the way, just to prove a point. So it was easy. I had, of course, sun charge.
I was just breaking it in, you know. Gotta give it some.
The heaviest I ever saw an Endo 2B was 1,000 stacks of Kerodium that had somehow merged into one. And that was quite the sight to behold.
So I'm claiming it's being like super smart. I almost like this ship more than all my luxury stuff. It aligns to the sun if you press the find sun. And we have no sun now, but that's good because I show you a safety feature of it. Because if there is no sun to be found, notice that after each rotation, it takes more and more time to do the next rotation. That is to prevent it to deplete the battery trying to find the sun when there is no sun.
Sadly, my solar ship is not allowed due to self-imposed reasons to come to the EOS Con. Because it's got so much propellant, it freezes anyone that loads the ship. You get 30 seconds freeze, not negotiable. The only EOS Con where it was displayed was the EOS Con 1, and it froze all of the YouTubers, all of the streamers. And if they dared to stay on our plot for too long, the ship would unload, reload, and it would be 30 more seconds of freezing. I almost got it out for this EOS Con, but it was to try to grief the griefers.
Oh my god, that stuff can be weaponized.
That's the one should be called deal with it, I guess.
Yeah, but it's not my worst. It's not the worst one. I've got one that's even worse than that. But let's be very clear: they are not weapons. They are exploration ships. The first one does over 120,000 kilometers, and the second one does 180,000 kilometers, both at 145 meters per second. So it's like really long-range exploration stuff. It's just that you need a crap ton of propellant, and that's the consequence.
All
Alright, I want 20 of those and park them outside of my biggest competitor's space station, moon station.
That better be in the safe zone, because he shoots at it once and it's a massive fireball.
And of course, with the hand.
So the next thing about it, it has a safety feature. If you are running out of power, first it starts alarming, and then when you are too low, it takes the control away from you and forces the sun charge. And then after it recharged a little bit, then it gives you back the control of the ship. There's an override button for that, of course, and an override button for the alarm as well. And then there are two hidden buttons just behind the Angel. Those permanently disable both the alarm and the safety feature if you don't want them at all. However, the override buttons do unpress themselves when the battery is at 10k. I mean, like all of them all together. You can U-tool any of the buttons. I use the field names to describe what does what. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
The orange lever, for example, is an interesting thing to check.
Smart approach.
The ship uses 2 MFC and 3 FCUs. One FCU is, well, for just flying, of course. The other one is to, well, there are 2 to fly. One is for only the main thrusters, so it is to force the ship to use only the 2 maneuvering thrusters on its back when you go forward. This is why it has 26 kilometer range without sun charge. Previously it was like 4 kilometer. It's a huge upgrade. And the third one is very interesting because the earlier models, if you were going forward, like using FCU forward, then it cancelled the searching for the sun, but only if you went forward. And I wanted to make it that if you do any movement, it cancels the searching and the rotating. However, for that I needed again an FCU, because if I made it that any movement cancels it, then it itself, searching and rotating for finding the sun, is a movement itself, so it will cancel itself. And so when it's rotating to find sun, it uses a separate FCU.
Lots of engineering. Nice.
Yeah, you can see the previous versions. Notice on the side it says EOS Con 5 and EOS Con 3, and in this newest one, EOS Con 6.
Is there any other difference than the decals in the painting?
Oh yeah, a lot. The newest one have more thrusters. And yeah, they don't have many of the cool features. You know, they have just one MFC and FCU, so everything that comes with that isn't there. The range is terrible. They are terrible. It is this newest one what I truly imagined it to be. So I'm really happy that I managed to make it this advanced. Because now you can use it. Before, you know, you could just fly a little bit, but you run out of power. You know, it wasn't really good browsing EOS Con, and I designed it to browse EOS Con. However, this one is perfectly fine. You won't run out of power. And even if you will do, I provide a recharge service with the reconstruction machine platform.
Nice.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's free. If you want one, come get one. They are still numbered. This one is number 44. The EOS Con 3 one is number 1, and the EOS Con 5 one is number 29.
Can you please give me the Discord link that I may share it on the stream and then on the YouTube?
I don't really have. I was too lazy to set up a specific page.
So no, for the whole Discord itself, where they can contact you to buy ships, not necessarily for this one specifically, but for all of Angelwing Industries.
Yeah, just 585. That's me on Discord. Should I give or you could join the Angelwing Empire server?
How about giving me the link to the Angelwing Empire server?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so is this how it all began? Like building a very tiny, compact fighter?
Yeah, the Thunder. This was my first ship design. It's actually a rebuild of a ship my friend designed. We started to play Starbase together. He made these wings, by the way, and I fell immediately in love with it, and I took it, and so that's now the signature of the Angelwing ships.
The very first one, then.
Oh, the original Angelwing wing.
Yeah, this isn't the first iteration of the Thunder. You can see all my ships are numbered. This is 76. You can see it's on its right side. I printed 120 or something so far of it. You know, I designed this before heat update, and when the heat update came, I was devastated because, you know, it's so small ship. How could I update it? So I just gave in that, you know, the Thunder is no more. But eventually, I managed to install not one, but 2 heatsinks. And instead of ruining the looks, I actually made it look better. So it was a huge win.
Nice.
Of course, it's a very bad combat ship, you know, exposed magazines, and the armor also isn't something efficient, but, you know, I wasn't aware really how things are back then.
I bet you learned a lot by making it. It's really compact, and you built in some guns. It's yeah, I like it. You must have learned a lot by making it.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, it has 3 generators and even an enhancer. But yeah, so that was the first. And that's about it, really.
Nice. The Sphinx is a ship that we...
Let's check this next one first. The Skymite.
Ah, okay.
I think you lost something. The hinge that we are playing with right now.
Who lost what?
I lost a hinge that we are playing right now. Like, part of a hinge flying in here that we are playing with Kenobi.
That's fine. That will be 1 million crits.
For the hinge? Oh,
It's enjoying.
I can do. Wait, you can pick it up. What the hell?
Yeah, so this is the Skymite. This was my second fighter design. A lot more capable. It actually performed very well, as you could just read the sign. It really did cause disbelief to its opponents. It has turrets. The idea first was with the turrets to have some aiming helper system. As I understood, the duels are basically jousting, and so you notice it has some rangefinders. And so basically, when you can have a clear shot at your target, it would help aim the turrets a little bit. So it's not like auto turret, but it just helps you a little bit. It did not work out, but that was the idea.
And
When you make the
just wait
ship
for that.
Oh, I don't know, a long time ago.
Yeah, I like the thruster setup. Using it's 25% more efficient than just normal triangle thrusters. I see. I mean, you must have done this before the Ghidorah Mark II came out with its configuration of a similar thruster setup.
Oh, of course, definitely. I think I think not even Ghidorah 1 came out, or maybe just came out.
You were really early with efficient thruster setups. Nice job, mate.
Thank you. And so the next one is the Sphinx.
Sphinx, we had a few bouts with it on the PTU.
Oh, yeah. You could maybe read out, the signs, whatever.
Yep, I'm displaying them on the stream.
Okay.
2022 design. I remember you did not no, did you sell the blueprint to one of my corporation members? Or did you just give a few ships on the PTU?
What do you mean?
Tib, I remember bought this ship from you, but I don't recall if you sold the blueprint or just a few ships.
I sold few ships. I don't sell blueprints at all. I did sell a few of these. Yeah, so this is the complete rebuild of the SkyMat, replacing lasers with the plasma and autocannon. As the sign says, it's still tanky, surprisingly tanky. It was designed to be tanky. But of course, also updated. Maneuverability gets worse and worse very quickly. Basically disabling the ship. But it doesn't blow up. It just doesn't blow up. Any questions?
No, just a very enjoyable ship to look at.
Yeah, actually, I have one question. Are these decorative little plates? I've never seen anti-rail armor that's made of little floor mats like this and have that work.
Yeah, they don't, but I thought they would.
Yeah, well, we've got to experiment somehow.
I believe it's still good against plasma, though.
Yeah, I'd believe that. I've seen plasma. It's like basically just beacon rail, so that makes sense, definitely.
Yeah, originally these weren't on. These are like, facelift. It wasn't designed originally with them.
Plasma sadly have fallen out of use almost entirely because of how difficult it is to use them in combat.
I mean, if you can use them, they're pretty good.
They really are good, but the problem is that when you face someone with lasers, you're at an immediate disadvantage, because when he's going to be shooting 4 times, you're only going to be shooting once. Whereas all of his shots are going to be parallel, yours are going to scatter a little bit. And where his shots are going to be super fast, yours are going to fly at barely more than half of his velocity.
Yeah, and every ship has like anti-rail armor, which also doubles as anti-plasma armor these days, so
yep,
it's kind of a bit... I hope they rework that mechanic. I honestly think it looks a bit ridiculous having a bunch of tiny spike rails sticking out the front of your ship. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, the good news for you is that railing armor is very directional. You've got very specifically an 8-degree cone in front of it for which it works. So the prevalence of railing armor is mostly due to few players fighting one another. Railing armor is a very efficient duelist armor, but it is not a good brawling armor. So when we're going to start seeing some 2v2s, 3v3s and whatnot, railing armor is most likely going to be replaced with ablative armor, or sacrificial armor, depending on what you want to call it. So it's like railings, but it's blocks that are placed all around the ship.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ablative sounds cool, so I'll just go with that.
Nice. I suppose we go to one of the next platforms.
Yeah, sure.
F1 is either not there or very shy.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Okay, it's
Let me see
super
if
shy.
It's active.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Even the other one is gone now. Okay, I guess we can come back to it later.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it earlier though. That's all.
Yeah, the Inspire appeared though.
We possibly have a little bit of Shadow Realm going on, and if someone with which you have no connection is hosting the ship also gets Shadow Realmed.
Oh, I see it. I'm posting it. I don't know if I'm hosting it, but I saw it flash in and out of existence. It loaded. Oh, there we go.
And I think I'm Shadow Realmed with you. Yep. Oh no,
I'm
I'm
behind
not.
you.
Oh no. Oh no, okay, all good. Oh, that ship, yes, it's the other one.
Yeah.
Some ships are very possessive during the EOS Con.
I'm free. We're good.
Wait, I remember what you said to me on another stream. Let me just tinker with my settings a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to regret it. You need some volumetric lamps and at least high graphical settings. Oh, in bloom. Bloom and lens flare. Which I'm going to have to disable very quickly after I'm done visiting the ship.
Oh yeah, right, of course. You definitely need to also go closer and check because, you know, there are several colors in there actually.
Okay, I'm just going to keep an eye on my task managers just to make sure that the computer can in fact follow.
It's like light blue, purple, green.
Nice job faking those mini LEDs, sort of making it look like many small lamps.
Yeah, thank you. That was the idea. Also notice the light on the side. If you go up and down like I do, you see that it has double color.
You spent so much time on this thing.
Got the projection on the ground as well underneath the ship, if you haven't noticed. With the lights.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Wow.
M-Wire has got something similar on his racing ship, which was done for one of my very early race events.
It has brake lights and reverse lights as well. If you go to the back, I can showcase it. And then reverse. It has indicators too, but they aren't hooked up. This is a prototype.
Double O.
And of course it has doors.
They need to be wing doors. It's Angelwing.
Yeah.
Beautifully hidden hinges, man.
Yeah, I actually, now that you say it, I like many times, you know, good looking is coming from illusions. And you see where I hide the hinge for the door. You know, it's just some black parts, of course, decaled. But gives an illusion that these are like mirrors of the car. You know, they don't try to be and should not be, and you don't really realize it, but your subconscious does, and it's just satisfying to look at because that's car.
How many hours did you spend on this one? I recall you spent a crazy amount of time on the design.
Yeah, I worked on it on and off, almost never finished it. I don't know, it was like a year, but you know, there were months I did not work on it. I really couldn't tell. It took forever.
I'm just going to put my settings back where they should be before my computer starts overheating.
Also, interesting little detail. You see these maneuvering thrusters on the back, on the top? What tier are they?
Yeah.
And don't util it. Just, you know, you could tell by look at the maneuvering thruster what tier are them. Right?
I mean, I assume they're 3.
No, it actually isn't.
How fast does this car go?
Well,
Does it go 150?
yeah, it seems like it does. You know, I gave the other prototype, there are 2 prototypes. This was shown in the review video, and another one was showcased last EOS Con, and that other one was given to the first place winner of the raceway event, and he flew it, and it was going 150 already, and it wasn't even optimized. So it does look like it goes 150 easily.
Painted sockets to fill in the gap between the wind screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed it too. It's really cool.
It doesn't have heatsink. Instead, it has cooling cells. Can you guess why?
To prevent overheating, I suppose.
No, because they are cooler.
Okay. I regret even attempting to answer that.
Yeah, saving some
What?
space.
Why is there a little window in the bottom of the seat? I understand it's like for vision. I guess it's so you can see how close the ground is.
Yeah, that's exactly why, and also to see the projecting logo when you are at a certain distance.
That's smart. Yeah, the logo would make a really good reference.
It's also, if you know someone's going to shoot at you with a railgun, you align yourself perfectly and then you save. Goes through the car.
Oh wait, there's another door. There you go.
Beautiful attention to the inside-out bolting of the formats. Those can be really tricky.
Oh yeah. Actually, you can see here a bolt.
Yeah, it must have been a really hard one.
I did fix that already. So.
Oh, you absolute ninja. Damn.
No, that couldn't stay. It's way too ugly.
Oh, you got black belt in bolting, that's for sure. Wow.
Yeah, the triangle thrusters were also tricky to install. I'm very happy with them because, you know, they give more speed. It looks good. Yeah, it's a shame that it's still not finished. Unfortunately, the coder disappeared a month ago.
He's no longer playing Starbase?
No, he's just disappeared. Like, I don't know, I'm not even sure if he's okay. No one's seen him.
you mind sharing the name?
Paper?
Paper?
Paper. Oh,
Yeah.
Paper's in Icarus. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while either. Actually.
Yeah, in a month.
Hmm.
Yeah, so sadly, the project halted. I was supposed to deliver it to the people who pre-ordered it on the 15th. That was the plan. But, it just disappeared without a word, and so the project halted again. But yeah, at this point, I'm not even sure it's the ship I should be worried about or him. So fingers crossed if, someone sees him, knows anything about him, then reach out.
Will do.
Yeah, hope all's good with him.
Yeah, the ship's supposed to have a lot of tech, like gravity detection, and then automatic response to that you could set. It has a settings menu. Like, does the ship land safely to the ground or just stays in place, counter-thrusting against gravity? Navigation system, dampeners, of course, and with the lights, reverse, and brake lights working as a normal car. Oh, it has music system by Stuin.
Yep, I visited him yesterday. So I had the possibility of checking his stuff out.
Yeah, I actually overheard. I was watching your stream. I was playing Ariamat. I actually requested him to make that song from Minecraft.
Very, very nice. I am most intrigued by that big thing. Oh, the Lux Miner.
Yeah, we can go check it out.
I like the little hammer on the Angelwing Empire Community Center. It's got a little flash when it hits the anvil.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm happy it still works. It didn't detach or something. There is a, quote-unquote secret feature on it. Do you find it? It's in plain sight.
On the community feature? On Center?
Yeah. The community center, yes.
Well, I've got no idea what I'm supposed to look for.
I am blind.
It's on a top deck.
A safety feature.
Oh, yeah, you found it. That's disco mode.
What?
And you
How's that
notice
work?
that it goes up and down. Yeah, Happy triggers activating it with a rangefinder, and the podium goes up and down, and that is to push away any objects. So it's really only an endo can activate it. If someone just places there something, it pushes it away. And of course, the Angelwing Empire logo spins faster.
That's great.
Oh, and how beautiful the Angelwing Industries being cast in the shadow by the sun. On the community center. Saying Angel, right?
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's all about it. That's a community center. Of course, Angelwing Empire isn't a thing anymore, really. I have few members, but we didn't really do anything together. So yeah, that looks fine, huh?
Is this a 6-placer for autocannon miner?
Yeah, it was designed to be a blockade runner. This is my only attempt making a miner and a big ship like this. And then I swore never again.
Too much work?
What?
Too much work?
Yes.
Yeah, I can imagine with the amount of detail you put in your little ships, this is just extreme.
Do you mine, or do you just use like all of your cells to be able to just go along in the game?
I mine, save some material, and the rest I buy.
What ship do you use to mine? This one or another?
Ghidorah, of course.
You should try
so
the.
this was...
You should try the Echo 4.
What was that?
You should try the Echo 4. You won't be disappointed.
Okay. Is it better than Ghidorah?
I literally designed it to challenge the Ghidorah, and since it's an Echo, it's a free blueprint. It's faster than the Ghidorah, and has a very different approach and set of features. So it's really designed to be as repairable as possible. You won't leave the safe zone, so it's not really that much of a difference. But there is not a single thing that is not accessible. Everything is made to be as modular, easy to upgrade and fix as possible. And it has 25 mining lasers, so it just chomps through whatever's in front of it.
Okay, I might try that.
It's on my Discord. It's got its own forum, because the intention behind it, but I didn't have time to give it that much time, was to make it a community project. So I created the base, and soon, hopefully, I'll be able to start building modules. So it's kind of going to be a menu of pick whatever you please.
Mm-hmm.
But the base ship has got absolutely all of the functionalities I could give it. Self-expanding ships want to do skip. I wish you best of luck.
Notice the folding out rangefinders? Like
you took them behind. Real sneaky, beautiful as everything else you make.
Okay, you don't have a display mode for your AAS, so the ship is attempting to avoid whoever's going in front of the rangefinders.
Yeah, if you stay close enough, it won't activate it.
Arkhonus has got this very smart approach where he can just turn on the rangefinders, but not enable the avoidance.
Yeah, I supposed to have here too. I forgot how it is, or does it work? I don't know. This was my second ship in the game I designed, by the way.
Wow, that's ambitious.
Yeah.
So what was the lessons learned from this one? What was you said you swore never to make one again? Why is that?
Well, that's a lesson in itself.
Take your, yeah.
So what's the question?
What lessons did you learn from this ship?
That beams don't snap properly, and it's very annoying. There's tiny misalignments, you know? You ever experienced?
Yeah. Don't talk about it, please.
That's what came to my mind. I mean,
Microcaps.
yeah, you know, I played Space Engineers, so I built a lot of ships. So, like, design-wise, it didn't really teach me much, I guess. Yeah, I learned that these small plates are not very useful in combat. So once again, this was designed to be a blockade runner. This was the second ship I designed in the game, and it was the time when we had thousands of online players, and you could not get away from the gate on the moot side without a fight. So if you were to go and mine there, you had to fight your way in, and then this is supposed to be a miner capable of doing that. That's why you see the autocannons on the front and all the armor.
Was this your very, very first ship out of the ship designer?
After the Thunder Fighter, yes. So the second, very second.
So it doesn't yet have what would then become your style?
What do you mean?
There's a few recognizable pieces. It hasn't yet got your imprint, all of your color choices.
Yeah, I didn't... Like, I wasn't intentionally trying here to make, the wings. Because that was for the fighter thing. It wasn't really an Angelwing thing yet.
Wow, and you're using the most efficient thruster setup on this one as well, and even more exhaustively as well. You were really early with like efficient thrusters.
It just seemed logical. Oh, it's very interesting actually. Let me fly a little bit forward. It's a blockade runner again. So you see that hole in the back.
Tripod?
Yeah.
A hole in the back. What are you talking about?
In the rear thruster array.
Oh, the other ship.
Oh, they are in there actually. So there are the buttons. So yeah, 2 layers of glass and the plate for the door. And then you have the tripods, 2 tripods. And you also have levers here for rotation. So you can steer the ship. So the pirate will be overtaking you. Then you can just steer and keep shooting at it. I'm using now these levers on the back, yeah.
Smart, but if you do that with moon gravity, dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But
of course, the idea was that you are flying to the belt.
Yeah, but to be fair, if you've got a pirate after you, you've got priorities to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And inside here, of course, where the reconstruction machine is, was originally the warp core mounted.
I think it's a pity they removed the warp core. It really made for interesting gameplay. You couldn't have many micro fighters.
Oh,
I mean, people would just slap a warp core on their little tiny fighter and walk through anyway. I remember a story, I've actually lost a warp core. One of my most embarrassing moments when I was early on, we were doing like a patrol through the gate and we got the other side and it's like, NT, can you detach the warp core? And then it's like, oh yeah, sure. I unbolt it, right? But I didn't realize that there was moon gravity. So as soon as I unbolted it, poof, warp core gone.
No.
I've got enough spare parts.
I detached the warp core, but bad news.
Yeah, I did print those small Thunder Fighters with warp cores. We could not bolt it on, but in the designer I could make it that I could print it and then warp to the other side and then take it off and then it's forever on the other side. Anyway, did you find the upper deck in the ship?
The upper deck? Oh yes, where the second cockpit is.
Yeah, that's the emergency / combat cockpit.
Very interesting lights going on in this hallway, just before the main cockpit.
The ship has 13 doors, by the way. And protected the YOLO and FCU and stuff. This I learned from my easy build ship that crashing into asteroids could knock out the control devices of the ship, so it's better be protected. Unfortunately, by the time I finished with the design, the player count dropped to a level that it never fulfilled its purpose.
Yeah, there's hope that player count will go back up, but it's going to be a very, very different gaming experience, because now you have a very experienced players that already know the ins and outs of the game. So even if the player counts do return, the way everything is going to be played is going to be very different from what we recall. Because they already know like what's efficient, what's not efficient, and the information is going to get propagated.
Right, and people are getting, free starter miners and stuff like that.
So there won't be the outside of safe zone, immediately outside of safe zone fights, but there's probably going to be bigger corporation on corporation fights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna develop the hotspots, if we're gonna see any in the foreseeable future.
They've got a few planned. Titans, the craters on Elysium. I also remember quite a few conversations about changing the way the asteroids were placed. So a third pseudo wipe of the resources in the game, but to cluster the like the third layers, to clump them together. So you'll have a real incentive to build your stations around, make a territory, and then protect it. But yeah, Laurie seemed to have quite a lot of ideas as to how to use resource availability to get players to clash with one another.
Yeah, that's not really a good plan. If utilized properly in a good way, it's hard to tell. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. It's really early to tell. It's going to be super dependent on the implementation he chooses to go. Well, now, at least, I think they've all realized just how much technical debt Starbase really has, and they seem to be addressing it slowly but surely. So that's really pleasant. But it also means that us players, we have absolutely no visibility as to what is going on. As usual.
The optimizations have been very nice though. Like if you're on the STU, things will really snap at you when they load in.
Oh yes, I completely agree with you.
Thanks for telling me. I want to check it out now.
It's crazy. Like you're walking around in the origin stops, stores and stores, and everything's just like poof, it's loaded, bam, instant.
Nice.
I mean, the larger ships still do take a second, but it's still noticeably faster than what we have here.
Oh, that's also due to weird design choices on the live. You can, the moment you load a ship in one of those hangars, you're the only one that's allowed to load it. So it will never be loaded for other players. That's partially why it's so weird going in the hangars on the live. Because if you've loaded a ship, it's going to remain a potato until you relinquish the fact that you loaded it.
No, I didn't know that. That's good to know. Or interesting, at least.
I'm looking forward to when they have a revisit on the damage model system, because I feel like trying to build ships with only large plates is very limiting from a creative perspective. I mean, it's doable. You can, but it's not ideal. I feel like if it was a bit more equal, then we'd see a lot more interesting things in the game.
Yeah, it rewards the brick ships a little bit more than might be necessary already.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously we'll still see bricks. They're the easiest to make, right? But at least you have the option of making something that looks nice without it just them being inferior, full stop.
Yeah, just changing the shapes slightly, completely overhauling the plating structure to complete it, to make it look pretty, shouldn't come at a huge, no in terms of armor ability.
Thanks a lot for the visit. Is there anything else you would like to tell or showcase?
there's still a ship, an easy build ship 247.
An easy build ship.
Yep.
Ooh.
Easy bug.
Is it this one?
Yes.
So this one was done with easy build.
Well, as the sign says, it's a HUD second ever ship, 80% built in easy build and finished in Word by hand. So after the monster laborer I had, because I did have a monster laborer with 200 crates, 4 mining lasers mounted on it, I finally decided to make a new ship with the experience I have now. A pretty ship, as much as I can make it pretty. Actually, Dusty said something like this, that you are also the first one to make a proper looking easy build ship.
Did you used to park this out in the Origin? The Origin 2 ship designer by any chance? I remember seeing this maybe once or twice.
Did I what?
Like park it out the front of the ship designer.
Well, could be. Yeah. I don't know, it was a long time ago, you know. Still,
there were a few much bigger easy build monsters that I saw flying around. But that died out real quick, because if ever you got your easy build monster intercepted outside of the safe zone, you permanently lost it. There was no getting it back.
Yeah, I actually almost lost my monster laborer to that. But back then, but I immediately crashed. So I died, but my game crashed. And at the very beginning, if your game crashed, it didn't save your current status of, you know, what you have and own and whatever. And when I logged back in, I had my monster laborer, you know, in my storage, which was a huge relief because I was completely heartbroken, losing everything I have. I was lucky with that.
I've got Farpoint that's asking me what my favorite color scheme was so far. My answer's going to be a bit vague because I like anything that isn't the default grey. I like... I'm going to have a... Go on.
About that, if you go under the easy build ship, you find a green plate.
Did you salvage it off something?
Yes, I had no idea how to paint, and you know, seeing a colored plate was like, wow. So it's like it even has a decal, and you know, that was like black magic to me, like out of the world. So it was like a pride of the ship, having it bought.
A lime. Or a lemon, unripe lemon or a lime.
So for the colors that I like are anything that is done with uniformity. So whenever I go to plot, what I really enjoy is seeing the same color palettes being used consistently. The only ones I'm not going to like is going to be the default gray, and the very simple reason why I'm not going to like it is because I've seen too much of it. It's literally that simple. That said, it sometimes can be used very elegantly, but I'm really enjoying seeing all of these colors. My own ships are painted black, but it's mostly for practical reasons. Not for any kind of being elegant or whatnot, but really just to like min-maxing the entire game, just to be as hard to see as possible. I've already had combats where people were mentioning that my ships were not easy to aim at. Obviously not for the experienced people, but like the new players and players that were starting to get the hang of PvP, quite a few of them commented that my ships were not easy to hit because of the shape and because of the color choices. Just pure black. So yeah, the only thing I'm not going to like is if I feel like you've just vomited colors on your ship. But I mean, that's just me having like functional eyes, and I don't think I'm going to be the only one commenting that. That said, I have yet to see a ship that had colors to purposely make it as less attractive as possible. I'll give you an example. I genuinely think that a ship that is 100% bright pink is less likely to be pirated precisely because it looks absolutely horrible.
Alright, meanwhile, I just told my Angelwing F1, so maybe we could finish it with the Angelwing F1.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I just told it at the ship spawn, so bring it back into existence. Okay, check the sign. As it says, it was sold for 50 million credits each, limited to 10, except number 10, that was auctioned for 159 million credits. So this is the ship that I made it big with. Like where it really started as a luxury brand.
I remember, and this one already had made quite the sensation when it was first presented. I think it really encouraged you to double down on the big cars.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks simpler, but I can still tell there is a huge amount of work in this ship.
Yeah, the problem is that now you have seen the Inspire.
Yes, so we're supposed to see it in order, but there's still quite a lot of memories going on with this ship. Oh, you used bolts as... Oh, gee. You used bolts on the bottom as a decorative piece.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually had a little regret because as I was designing the Inspire and I put the Angelwing F1 next to it, and the Angelwing F1 appeared to be ugly when I was sad. Because obviously it isn't, I mean, but next to the Inspire, you know, it's a whole different level.
I wouldn't use the word ugly. I'd rather say it's like comparing a diamond to a pearl. If you don't introduce them correctly, then yes, one is going to outshine the other, but this was really your first step into what would then become luxurious ships.
Yeah. Of course, it has also doors. Let me open.
The only luxurious thing I have is the Imperator, which also doubles as a massive combat ship.
There's a little Easter egg, as you see the back door open. From Angelwing Industries, it becomes an Angelwing Empire logo. Like on the door itself.
Nice.
Yeah, I designed this in 2 weeks, by the way, but that was a non-stop 2 weeks. Because back then I used to work in a way that I worked 1 month and then I was free for 1 month. And when I was free, I went to Hungary and I was working in Germany. And when I designed this, that was the time when I was in Germany. So basically every day I slept, worked and worked on this car. So like every day, at least 8 hours, non-stop, and like that, 2 weeks. It took me. It was a rush. It was a rush for EOS Con, the space car design competition.
Well, GG for the design.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the doors bugged out, but I mean, it looks like it's intentionally opened.
What are you talking about, Vega?
It's waving
Yeah.
at you.
Lastly, I guess we have the respawn platform. Yeah, so I'm providing a free respawn service. Anyone still interested? It was more popular though 2 days before the EOS Con, so people could use it bringing their ships out a lot. But it's still cool to teleport here from Origin, for example.
I'm all good, thank you. I already have what I need. I see you've got a few rods that have started to duplicate one another. Including one...
There's a cursed rod going through the floor.
What
Yeah.
is this one doing?
Yeah, the fuel rods got emptied because I changed the button in the cockpit, because originally this is the cockpit from the Sphinx fighter, and I changed the button, and because of that the power management script got screwed, and so the generators were on 100. So
You have
I
a rod
fixed it.
that has been possessed by the ghost of the EOS Con and started to do its thing. Starting
It's
to
the same
dance.
ghost that-
Yeah, it started to do the dance of its people.
The same ghost that possessed Commando Doggo's mech all those years ago.
It's like, stop stressing me. Thanks a lot for this. Oh, do you want to still say something?
yeah, also giving out these power lights we discussed earlier. The next one is parking here for the next happy customer, owner, number 47. Once again, it's super smart, very cool with the solar scooter. It's free. Anyone wants one, take one. And if the range wouldn't be enough for you, I am also providing recharge service. If you look at the platform, you see these lightning mark resource bridges are for the power lights to be recharged if you need them. And the middle one is supposed to be like a gas sign. That's for propellant.
Perfect, thank you. I won't be taking one because I've already got one of your feather lights and I've reached the 100 ship limit multiple times in a row as of late. So my ship budget is quite tight.
Yeah, understandable. I actually had to dump a lot of my ships to the company to combat that problem.
I started to giving them to my second account, and I'm going to have to, I think, give them all of the ships displayed at the EOS Con to make place for the new ships that will then be coming.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, well, that's all. Thank you for visiting.
Thanks a lot for the showcase. Is there
Very cool.
anyone on the Discord with us that I haven't interviewed yet that has some stuff to display?
Adrian, I'll see.
Perfect.
And please buy my ships.
No, too late.
So, Adrian, you are at the Icarus project
Yes,
plot.
on the outside. I'm going in right now.
I plan to host a space car / personal transport design competition next EOS Con.
Oh, no, because you said you don't like wheels.
Yeah, no wheels.
Yeah, so see? So it's no car.
and I plan to give away up to 500 million credits for prize. But I need to afford it, and I can only really afford it if you buy my ships.
Yeah, I've got similar problems going on my end. Adrian, are you at the Icarus project plot,
Yes,
or do you need a lift?
No,
You can follow me. I can show you where.
I got the tuxedo. I am on the outside beam.
Alright, I'm going to go back to the designer. Hopefully I can finish producing a prototype of the newest racer. Maybe tomorrow. You are still streaming, right?
I'm going to be streaming a little bit tomorrow, like much later than now. There's going to be my own plot, Ouroboros. There's going and if you've
also,
got...
maybe for a moment come back then just for that one ship. We'll see.
Sure. Is that a
Alright
gun?
then. Have a nice day, gentlemen.
Yeah, see ya.
Have a nice day.
Yep.
Oh, that is so cool.
Oh yeah, here. Happy Trigger, come to the tuxedo, the transponder, do something in here.
Been some very recent developments.
Yeah, this is a new design. Check on the back of the ship when you render it. Actually, I will give you a access to the ship, so you can interact with that.
Let me just...
I got
Oops.
you. Do I have you as a friend?
That can be corrected.
Okay, now we can interact with that. I didn't type anything, but it's a fully working book.
Oh! Oh, that is...
Yeah, not connected to power. You can, you got access to the ship, so you can grab the middle hinge, close it.
yeah, thank you.
From the top, grab it and just slide it to the side.
I see no handles to grab.
No. You grab the hinge that is sticking out between the pages.
Oh!
Like that.
I didn't know you could do that.
Me neither. I didn't have no idea. We
This one's a bit smaller than your Mince Minor, Adrian.
What? Huh?
No, just bullshitting. Looking good.
Also, there is a interesting bug with that. I don't want to really unweld it, but when you hold it by one page and you move it, the displays from the YOLOs are detaching from the books. They literally float in space.
Yeah, let me not do that and just use the hinge.
Okay. So, which side do you want to start with? The BB? But BB you probably did see, so I don't think BB is worth it.
Up to you.
BB is currently well known, so let's start with the CNC. And quickly before someone hosts it, fine. Okay, guys, render it. CNC is the compact navigation cube. It's a ship that is designed as a dual navigator for long distance. It's not like those massive luggers, but it is a designed to go long distance. 32 oak rates. It does have a storage. Does have all the actually both crafting benches and reconstruction machine. Full avoidance. What the hell was that?
My apologies.
Oh. I was thinking my ship is flying away. Yeah, there's not much to show in here. Can go full speed even with the 32 cargo, and can store 2 navigation chips in the same time. I did. Once I got this ship, I started to store 2 chips at the same time, because why not? It's still the same time. That's why I got a lot of them.
Convenient.
Yeah, I think compass. Was there a compass? Yes, there is a compass also on it. Compass is the same as on Black Banshee. That means when I turn it on, gyroscope is looking in the direction I point, and when I turn, it's showing me back with those 4 arrows which direction I need to go to or head back to the same direction. Locator with was it with the information? Yes, with information about the zone, if you can get damage or something like that, and a system checking. It's every few minutes it's doing a full system check, checking if the cockpit is present, if there is durability, and any other problems. Like for example, if I turn off generator, once the system will scan, will start a warning message that the generator is turned off, and every other, it is taking some time, and every other message that will be on the system will be added to the display showing that there is a error. But it does do that every few minutes, so it will still take some time to do it. So I don't know if we'll wait.
But why is the warning taking a few minutes to be displayed?
Because it will be really annoying, because it does make a animation on check-in, and it was really annoying to look at. And most of stuff like low fuel, low propellant, it will not be so important to show it instantly, and you still have the progress bar. It was weird design, but I just wanted to check that. And there is also a protect system. Protect system or safety, protect system is a rangefinder under the pilot chair. When you turn on cruise, turn on avoidance, there is a rangefinder under it, checking if you are sitting in the pilot chair. So when you hop off, it will just stop the ship. There is no brake on this one. Black Banshee have a brake, but it is working, and this one got a very specific generator script that it's adjusting to the power consumption, and if I turn in every possible direction while flying forward, batteries will start to drain because the generators are perfectly aligned to the power consumption of the ship. And when any of the devices are working, then the ship will just adjust to the power consumption and then just ramp down generators to the lowest level, and then just adjust to the yellow. And that's it. So we're gonna have a lot of functions. Okay, let's continue here. So we can actually start with the gun. This is one of the well-known ships right now. So that's the first ship with the gun I ever built. So someone was trying to make a fuel chamber a fuel rod switching mechanism in the game, and apparently you cannot. And I told him that you could have a turntable with fuel chambers with fuel in it, and just switch it between the generators. And he was not interested in that, and I made a prototype design for it. It's actually not easy to make. The outer plating is snaplight, and the beams mostly are tarsium. That's how heavy this thing is. And each time the ship is reloading, this entire drum is rotating, switching the chamber on those 2 generators that are behind it on the top. And of course the pilot chair is a hammer that is moving when it's shooting, and the trigger also moves when it's shooting. There's a rail gun, if I remember, inside, just to make it more effective to shoot. Sadly, because those are tier 1 generators, I need to turn them off, so each time I'm showing how it's shooting, of course this one will not shoot, I need to charge it first, and then after a moment the entire animation is going, and there's also kickback, so the ship is flying backwards, emitting the not the knockoff, how is it called, the I forget how that's called, the knockback of the gun when it's shooting.
Oh, this is really amusing. The amount of work you put into that is quite impressive.
Yeah, there's a lot of batteries inside of it. You can actually see the gun. If you look on the barrel and align with that ledge, you can align yourself and you can go inside.
Yeah, me and NTPS were having a party down there.
And also there is a small Easter egg on bottom of the gun, on the handle. Because, you know, you cannot make it seriously completely, so it's made in SSE.
Can you show it in action, or is the EOS Con a bit too much for it?
Actually, this thing is quite solid on that. So give it a second. I will grab a gun, because this one, of course, is a static one, but I can bring the gun in here. Just for that task, I did tow Eagle and toilet and that, and that gun in here, so I can show it working. But today, actually, there was something interesting. I did have a misfire, that I think it's called, where the gun didn't shoot. It did all the animations, but the gun didn't fire, and that was quite interesting because literally never did that. Okay, told revolver. It will take a moment because there are only actually 3 thrusters. Oh, come on. That allow me to fly it. There is turning control, there is speed control on it, but when you are flying, you don't see nothing in it. There is also a interesting fact: the thruster that is on the top and that white plate on the front, they are actually working like a sight-on-reel gun. So when you are sitting, the top part of that white plate is between the thruster nozzle. It doesn't help with aiming, but it is actually aligned. Okay. Gun is here. Tell me when you will render that.
Yep.
I may a little bit lower.
Why did you use tier 1 instead of tier 3?
Because when I was designing it, I did use tier 1, and believe me, this is quite difficult to redesign. There's a lot of really precisely placed beams. Okay, everyone render it?
Yep.
Okay, you may want to stand on the side of the ship to see all the animations. Chair will move, trigger will move, and after the shot the drum will rotate. Okay, so now it's charging. Reload.
That's great.
I can still do any of those animations manually also, like the trigger, the reload. So everything is also manual, but I have a full animation. Oh yeah, I did hit the shot button by accident. Yeah, and on each turn it's switching a chamber on the generators, and that was I did that to test if it's possible. And when I designed it, I was thinking, I could have a ship with that, and I was thinking, what could I have it? And I thinking, yeah, that's actually 8 bullets. That will be a perfect gun. So I started to design. It is quite difficult shape. Those plates did help with the bolts, and I am mostly using a 3D model from a site to design stuff like this. So I was looking how the gun looked. So for example, in the lower recoil reduction part, like someone told me, there's there are heat sinks, there's a propellant tank in front of the barrel, in front of the magazine. All the electronic is in the back part, and all the batteries are inside the handle. I did use decals on the handle. I did use decals for to mimic those bolts. They're actually placed where the real gun have them, so everything is like the real one, but of course modified. It's not a copy of some specific gun. It is combined from different ones. There was a lot of thinking how long the barrel should be, and they actually recoil reduction part should be on the side, but then I will have some problems with the chassis, so some sacrifices were made.
Now that is really quite the sight to behold. GG.
Yeah, but trying to hit something is really difficult. You don't see nothing when you sit in the pilot chair. You do see, of course, the chassis and the white top of this white plate, but you don't know where you aim. So it's quite difficult to hit something. But if good practice or one of the best fighters can try to kill someone with that, good luck. Especially that you don't know when the gun will shoot. Because it's, of course, it's charging, so it does take some time before the fire is done.
It doesn't pitch up, but it recoils.
Bring another ship.
We can look at the others on the big display.
Yeah, but Eagle 5, you really want to see the real one. Okay, NTPS, you want to get off? Or I will take you with me. So those two I will bring, and the other ships we can check on the display. Oh, that was full speed. Yeah, it's not the fastest, but
Seeing a revolver moving around in Starbase is quite the sight to behold.
It's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, the best part is that the LOD is still looking like a revolver. And
How do you do the raise hand animation?
I do what?
Like the hands up, I give up animation.
Oh, hands up. Flash hands up. If you want to do the both hands.
You can do /surrender as well. You go near on the ground. Or in my case, the nothing.
Oh,
Yeah,
like that's still fitting with that ship.
The Eagle 5 is another ship that you really want to see.
Farpoint has had a brilliant idea. You would need to do like a common thing. I think NTPS, are you the one that designed the Endo hand?
No, Arkhonus.
No, that was Arkhonus.
We can maybe have Arkhonus press the trigger. That was Farpoint's idea. I think that's absolutely
Yeah,
brilliant.
But, you know how the collision works. It will just bump it out.
Fair, but you could align them for one amazing screenshot.
Also, question is which hand he got, left or right?
He's got a right hand, if I recall.
Yeah, well, then that will work. Okay, this is a ship that you really want to see it in full potential, because there's a lot of things. I hit the decal limit on the ship. Okay, stop. Oh, I need to... Oh,
He's gone plate.
Yep, I noticed. Yeah, that's speed lever changing. I notice it's sometimes going backwards. I may need to check it in the code.
Farpoint is asking if it has a Raspberry jammer.
No, I ran out of decals. It does have a few things from the movie, but I could not design the same one as it is. I did look at the plans for it, but the interior didn't match the game, so I needed to redesign it. But I do have the Spaceballs, the cereal from the movie, that, and I do have one more thing, and yeah, but the grid display will not work right now. It is showing incoming call, and when I go up, it will show the roughly Vinny from the movie. There is also one thing: those levers under the display, they move with my thrust lever, like it is in the movie.
Nice.
Yeah, the layout is different. They did have in here the bed, and back here there was like a living room, so I needed to redesign some stuff. Couch was designed specially for this task, so you can sit in the couch, and there's a lot of things moving. So this is a service area for me. That's where the yellows are. I got fully decalled beds, one of the guitars in here. All the light switches are working. Of course, that's not in the movie, but I just could not put it in. Also, the shower is working. You may want to get out from the bedroom, because when I open the door, you will not be able to enter.
Thank you.
And when I turn it on, the shower is actually working.
Wow.
If you turn the light, it will be.
That's amazing.
That was someone else's idea. I don't remember. Someone, I think Boom said that I can do that. Same, maybe not same thing, but in here you got a toilet. I will need to close the shower at least slightly. So everything you can literally open. So for example, toilet can be opened like that, but when you hit flash, it will close by itself. I can still open that manually. There is a pipe under the sink. Just as a explanation, Kelvinator, that's a first company that was making fridges. I did check that on internet. I was checking some of the companies, and it is a Kelvinator. As a cake, and I can actually, I will not close anyone, I can open every possible door with one button, and I can still move them manually. I could not put more stuff in the closets because the decals run out. I did design the microwave for it, that it does ding. That was quite important. And as you can see, I can move every door by hand, but I can also close every door by a button. Another thing that is interesting to see, if you go out, don't fall down, on the back, there is a hatch in here, and if I put the thrust to the full, give it a second, I need to get to the front first, that hatch is opening like in the movie.
Wow.
They did have a thruster that was sliding out, because we cannot do that here. And this is actually quite interesting mechanism, because I am controlling those two hinges, and those two hinges are connected to another two hinges that on both sides behind the plate, and they are connected without any YOLO. So the current position of the hinge have the same name as that hinge, and when this door is fully open, the other hinge is closing the connection. So there is a duct connecting those thrusters to the network to not fire while this is closed. Baby on board was actually not in the movie. That was on the 3D model, so I added. I Love Icarus was in the movie, and it was slightly on the angle, that's why it is like this. Eagle 5 was actually on the side, but there was no space after designing that, so I needed to remodel that. There are lights on the entire car like the original one had, so I can actually turn it off and on using the markers. and that's also turning on all the lights on the car. Then I will need to close the door to do that, but the wheels are actually spinning. And I need to go to the lowest speed to do that. Oops, I did. Yeah, so the wheels are actually animated, maybe not functional. We can see if the grid display is kind to us. No, it's not. Yeah, the grid display is messed up. And there was one more thing from the movie. What the hell? What? I need to show something. Yeah, but there is the decal from the movie itself. He did have Eagle 5 Captain Longstar Hero for Hire. They did remodel that slightly to match it. All the roof accessories are also same as in the movie. Decals on the wings are also same as in the movie. That's why the one in the lot is without most of the decals, because there is a lot of decals in here. Only on the front, that angle part is made from small triangles, and it's so many that each triangle have its own decal. Another interesting part is that if you look, every glass doesn't have any bolt on it. If you look on any window, you will see that there is a glass, but it's not being held by anything. And if you try to grab the front glass, you will see that there are a crowd load of bolts on the top holding it, but they are not sticking out. And literally that glass is actually floating in space. And I did discover a trick with that. That was actually helpful. Apparently socket tool on different sides have a different physical part. So if you rotate the socket tool, place it on the glass, then move it one up, put bolts from the top. On one side the bolts will stick out, on another side they will not stick out.
So socket tool that's a little bit moved, and then you bolt and it holds the glass in place, but with pure invisible bolting.
No. So I placed the socket tool on the top of surface, on the flat surface. Then I grab that with the snapping tool, and I align it right on top of this glass. Then I again grab one of the corners of that socket tool and move it one point up. So it's one thickness of that socket tool higher. Then I lock the plates and I put bolts from the top. And if you place it on the top and you bolt it like that, then the bolts will stick out. But if you place it on the top and you rotate that, then the bolts will be invisible. Because apparently those bolts on that socket tool on one side are slightly higher and they don't stick out. It's really cool because it's so simple to use, but it does help when you are working with the glass, because then you have a clean boltless design and you can grab it and you can see.
How do you even come up with that kind of stuff?
Oh, believe me, we do have some more technologies that are still being developed, but that was an accident because I placed it on the top, I move it on the glass, move it to one snap point of that socket higher, and then I clone that one and put it on the bottom, and I noticed, wait, on the top I have bolts, but on the bottom I don't. And then I realized that it's actually depending which direction it is, if it's upside down or not, you will have bolts or not sticking out. On the front is actually way more difficult, because I was trying to think how I can do that. Zombie Mouse said that, okay, try to have bolts on an angle, so the bolts actually going along the this edge where the markers are, and the bolt actually have a longer grabbing part of that bolt than the texture is. So the bolt actually is stopping before that plate, but it's still holding the glass because it's slightly longer than the graphic. Magic.
Indeed. Gee.
Yeah, it does use the wheels from the funny car. Those wheels are being redesigned right now. Instead of turntable, there will be a maneuvering thruster tier 2. So for the ships that mimic the cast, they will have a option to have a wheel with a thruster in it. That is fully functional. That's why the strafing doesn't exist on this one. Yeah, the wings were really difficult to make. There was a lot of things to do. What the hell is this? You ripped something off. Yeah, because they are manually aligned, and the nozzle of the thruster, that is same as in the movie, was one of the most difficult parts because they met with the finished part in here. So I needed to have something to hold them. And I know Tetchen will be happy because I did use the those pyramids. Like he always like. Yeah, a lot of decals. I did focus to make it same. Even the mirrors are the same, except of the interior. Interior was redesigned for the, especially for this ship. Yeah. Okay, I need to put it away because if I...
Adrian, I saw that one of your, like the revolver was a free blueprint. I suppose there's other blueprints that are either for sale or for free?
Yeah, so every ship I own is a free blueprint. There's only one difference is NES console, because NES console doesn't have the original cartridge, because that decal was, the Starbase logo was designed by Sasquatch, and he is using some special techniques to do that, and I didn't want to give away that decal so people can copy that. So that's the only one that doesn't have any the cartridge on the top. It's just only the console. Yes, all the blueprints can be downloaded for free. Even all the models, like for example the couch, the coffee machine, the microwave, can be also downloaded in the model blueprint.
So how do they get access to
I
them?
got a Google link. I can give it a second.
Yes, please.
Send you that because I am holding all that on my Google Drive because it's more simple to update than searching every possible site where I posted. So for example, EOS Con did have that in here, but because I did change quite a lot, I could not leave that blueprints in here. So for example, now Black Banshee, CNC, Uno Moneta, Mini Money Maker, and Lion have a mascot on the front, a space worm. I think, I don't remember if the one on display have it, but all the big ships do have a mascot, small sandworm like from the Doom movie that was designed. I did.
Thank you. Are you part of Icarus project or are you independent?
I am part of Icarus project, but I do have a sub company called Min Mining. That was Zombie Mouse idea. He forced me to that. Okay, give me a second. I need to despawn this ship and bring back the Tuxedo, because if I leave this one, that may get messy. That's why those ships I never leave alone, because there is so many parts that they broke. Oh, and there is one more thing from the movie. Speed meter doesn't show normal speeds. It does say the speeds from the movie, like light speed, ridiculous speed, and all the speeds that they did have in the movie. That was the last thing, but of course I could not show that because I need to fly. Okay, let me grab. Actually, I can grab instead NES. Show the original decal from it. because this one actually I can leave and it should not have any problems. And then we can move to the normal ones because they don't have any special things that were removed. So this is the original NES console. That's the next ship in the display. And like I said, this one is with the special decal that I did design, and I didn't design the Starbase logo, and I could not move that, so I needed to leave it as is.
Give me just 1 second. Lincoln, what is the TAD? HMU? I don't understand. Hello, Truxton.
Gotta head out. See you around, guys. Thank you for the shift.
See ya, Doctor.
See
Bye.
ya.
Oh, that's probably going to be tomorrow, Lincoln.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I'm getting pinged on my on my stream. Tomorrow night, to be more precise.
So this is another ship designed from the models. This was a first ship where I did use the 3D model to design the exact copy. Cartridge was added later, and I spent 2 weeks on this endo here. I did my best. It's not the prettiest, but it was difficult, and that's the Starbase logo is the one that I cannot give the blueprint with the cartridge because of that logo. I didn't design it, so I cannot upload that, but the console is actually free to download. Console does have a sound, but I don't know if I can play it if you are streaming. It does play Mario Bros. Theme song.
If it's Nintendo related stuff, we're going to avoid.
Yeah, but if you look under the ship, I did prepare myself. So I am okay. Yeah, it's an exact copy of a NES. There's this may get messy, but those buttons on the front those buttons on the front, they actually move. I may try that, but I know it can get messy. Oh yes, it does. So this is the generator button. Oh yeah, I knew it. It's actually interesting. Normally it's going inside, but the funny part is when I go inside and I turn it off and on, mostly just going back to the normal position, at least mostly. Oh yeah, it's disconnected. Yeah, that's actually normal. Oh, it's back here. Yeah, there we go. Actually, the inside controls are fixing it. Speed control, tuning control, even cartridge have a pins inside. I did spend a lot of time to copy the original cartridge, so every detail on it is like on the original cartridge.
GG.
Yeah, and suddenly it does play Quattro sound of the Mario Bros. And is actually doing that quite well, but we know how that works with Nintendo, so it's actually not safe to play that.
Yeah, I suppose it would be safe, but it's not worth.
Okay, let's go back to the platform. I can. At least that one I can leave because there are only 3 moving parts. They are mostly, actually on this one, they are aligned how in the time where they were designed. So, oh, maybe not, because Eagle 5 was the last one. That blinking light on this console is actually collaboration between two ships, because I do have a display saying power on the gun, and because this light was named the same, so each time all the generators in the ships are turning on, this light light up. I did like it, so I just left it like that.
You could use memory relays next time or network relays to isolate the ships from one another.
I could just change the name, but I did like it like that, and all the generators are connected to each other. Okay, so this is Funny Car. Funny Car is a dragster, and the name Funny Car is actually event of dragster racing. It's not coincidence that it's called like that. It is actually event. All the wheels turn, the front wheels, spin, the front wheels turn. They are on the double hinge from the bus that I did have, and this thing needs to turn really slow because the ship is so long that it's so massive force when it's turning that those hinges could not turn. And this is one of my cursed ships, because in multiplayer this ship can teleport. I know what ship you see. It can literally teleport to a few, even 100 meters in some direction when I'm using the turning managers. Steering wheel turn and all the graphics. It is a triple V8 ship, so each one is representing a V8 engine, but one is outside the spools mimicking the wheels with the chain on the front of the engine, and that was originally designed as a Mario Bros car. So it was designed as a kart, but because that kart was too small to recreate like this, I redesigned it. There's a generator propellant in here, some yellows on the back, and yellows actually on the bottom, and levers are hidden under the engine. It's actually quite fast, doesn't go full speed, but can actually turn quite nicely, and it's going something about 130, 140, I don't remember, but it's actually quite easy to control it. You do have a lever to control speed, but the turning speed is actually fixed. Only the multiplayer doesn't fully like it.
You might be able to add a belt to the spool using the small progress bars.
Telling the truth, I'm looking at it that I could, but will be quite durability problematic. We also, it was only blue before, so now I can, but it is difficult. This is the third car I designed. Each design I'm doing is actually testing some technology for me. So this car was designed only for those big speakers behind the chest. Those speakers are on the slider, and when it's playing the Tokyo Drift music, those speakers are moving with the bass. The game did not like that I do have 6 speakers only for music and 2 more for the horn, so I needed to connect those 4 on the top as a single one, because the game was skipping some sounds. I did design the nose boosters. It is a Chevrolet Nova, just in case. It was designed as a Chevrolet Nova. Steering wheel move, wheel spin, that was the second one. It is locked, but the glove compartment you can actually open. The doors open on the front where it's saying SS Super Sport, that I didn't know actually. This thing opens, that's what the fuel rod is. It is on the hinge, and on the back those channel plates also do open the hinges, and that's what the yellows are hidden in. And this one, like I said, was designed to test if I can do those speakers. I wanted to do a typical speaker, but then I decided, well, I can make a car, and I designed it like that. It was slightly difficult. You can see that I did not know the technology of boltless glass, but I could redesign. I tried to fit those new wheels on it, but they are way smaller than on this car, so I could not do that. And of course, a engine block on the top. DeLorean was one of the older cars. Was first car I designed. It actually, people still like this one more than Chevy, and this one was to test if I can do a folding spinning wheels, and yes, I can. So those wheels will fold, and then it's driving as a car, and they also turn with the steering wheel in the car mode. And that was just to test it. The top doors open, there are lamps normally in the steering wheel turn. Glove compartment, as you can see, can open, and there is actually normally a hidden button in there. Yeah, the button is still there, but it's probably not connected, but it's playing music from the Back to the Future.
Is it playing it right now?
No, I can, I think it's not. Yeah, this one doesn't have it. I did took out the yellows.
Oh,
I should actually keep it. There is, of course, the I forget how that thing was called, not the fusion generator, flux capacitor. Yeah, there we go. And there is also Mr. Coffee on the back. This is DeLorean B, if you wonder. There are actually 3 cars plus one that has only interior. This is the later one with the atomic generator, and in fact, where I got those thrusters, those actually are chimneys for the generator to cool it down. It didn't have thrusters in there. I did check it. Also, what I didn't notice, there are progress bars on the back. DeLorean did have a sound detection inside the cockpit, so each time they did talk, those progress bars were showing the volume. I didn't see that, but I did check some movies how the car looked inside, and they were talking, and those things were moving with that.
Until we have voice over IP and YOLO voice understanding, we won't be able to do that anytime soon.
Yeah, but they do move with the sound when the music is playing. Normally, there is one decal on the bottom, of course, because of the Eagle 5, I could not have it. And there is a logo saying back to SSE. And that's a idea from Zombie Mouse. That's a logo from Discord of developers. They do have the back to SSE logo. So, like I said, it is older one, so it is more squarish. There's more bolts visible and stuff like that. But it is still one of the more fun cars to play with. And those thrusters are idea from Aha, because I could not find a way to have a reverse. He said that I do have an open triangle in here, so I can put thrusters, and actually that works. Flux kappa, there is actually few things. It's disconnected right now, but when I turn on flux capacitor, there are 3 lamps in there, and the grid display will show all 3 dates from all 3 movies that they did jump. And when the speed meter is converted to miles per hour, and those the flux capacitor will blink after 88. Another interesting fact: DeLorean could not get to 88 miles per hour. The speed meter was hacked on the movie car just to go faster. I also did not know that. Okay, let's go to the other platform. Let's start with the forklift. Forklift is a third possessed car that I do own. Because there are so many moving parts on it that love to teleport and mess up a lot. Those forks are moving up, they can spread out and they can move from the side to side. It is fully working, but it cannot lift a lot of weight because how it is built. I do have a Targium version with Targium plate inside that can lift slightly more, but the only thing I did put on it was a pallet with the smallest ore crates or cubes that you can find, and that was maximum that he could lift.
Still quite impressive.
Yeah, the wheels spin, back wheels turn, they are also on the double hinge. And my favorite thing is on the top. The beacon. The most pleasing thing I ever designed to look at. In the design, it is as a module, so you can extract that. There is a yellow that is controlling it. You can actually remodel that as a police light also by changing the names and the colors on both.
Yeah.
So actually, this is quite functional, and it's really pleasing to look.
I think Colt from my corporation is going to be very interested.
Yeah. There is a light on the front, and it's quite bright. And instead of horn, it is playing the Bob the Builder theme song. Of course, it's nothing here. I did remove that. I got full controls over it, and the propellant tank was actually perfectly placed like they do have it normally. And of course, the cat logo. Then we will continue to dancing polar bears. Of course, we all know from what that is. One of my best designs, looking how those guys look like. Actually, almost the size of the endo. There is a funny thing on the top, on the cross. This will be useful when they remove easy build. So this one does play the sound. Do you want to hear it?
Sure. Give me a second.
It's not NES Nintendo related, so you should not have a problem, and still algorithm, I don't think it will be able to recognize that.
Cool.
There are two songs. And after this one, there's also so each time I press, it's one of those two. Yeah, and that's most of it. Those guys are as a module, so you can remove them from the blueprint and have only the coffin. And of course, there's the toilet. Someone wanted to make a fighting ship from this. To put guns on it, but I don't think it will survive. So this was a request from me to Arkhonus to make me a flying toilet, and Arkhonus said no, because that will be bad influence on his brand to make a toilet. So I started to work on the ball. This is one of the most difficult shapes to recreate. Even in the engineer class, they are doing some calculation on this shape because how difficult this thing is. That's why there are so many holes, but I did what I can to make it look like a toilet. I did love how the pipe came out. This is a few plates on a different angle connected to one beam, and from the distance it came out really well. There was some problems with the thrusters. For example, this ship did have thrusters on the top, on the front, and he did not like that. The reverse was not working. So I needed to remove that so the ship can still fly straight backwards. It was actually quite weird. Then you have the poop cockpit. I don't suggest to go next to the cockpit because it is quite difficult to get out from that. Now, this cockpit can slide up, and I have a flash button that is disconnected because this is a static version that makes the lid open, or rather the lid open, and then the poop cockpit will start to spin, go down, the lid will close, and then I can lift that manually back. It's funny to look at. And of course there is a text. That's a toilet. This is from Vanos Gaming Crew on the back. They always make funny when they found in any game toilet, they did say that's a toilet. So that's from Vanos Gaming Crew. Then next one, this is actually the only normal, maybe one of two normal ships in here. This is a Springtail. Springtail is a small ship designed to go to Elysium. That's why it's a green camo color. And this ship you can actually carry in hand. Of course, not in the pocket, but it is designed so you can carry. There are 6 tier 2 thrusters. It is going full speed. You can remove middle thrusters in space without any problems. Then it's going 140 something from what I remember. And it does have a fully open cockpit. I actually designed it so you can shoot from it. And someone was doing that. I don't remember who.
Scipion.
Maybe.
Scipion was either using that ship or an incredibly similar build.
Yeah, because this is actually clone of Arkhonus ship. NTPS, what's the name of the Arkhonus ship? NTPS?
I have no idea. I can't remember.
I don't remember also. He designed a ship like that, but he did have only 4 thrusters on the back, and he didn't have a generator script on it. So it was running on some amount of power until the fuel rod ran out. This one have less propellant than fuel to fly, but still you can fly to Elysium back without any problem. And of course there is this guy. NTPS, I think it knows. This is a ship that was designed for Christmas when the server went down. So sadly it never did see the light. But this ship is not liked by some people because it does have a good and bad list with endo list. I did ask about all the well-known players and some other stuff like Valkite and some funny other stuff, and not many people do like that because they are on the bad list. Maybe some misspelling.
Why are Freelancer and Rookie on the naughty list?
Freelancer because he never finished that. No, actually Freelancer. Rukia because he's a pirate, someone told me, if I remember. I don't know.
Rukia is not a pirate, not at all.
Yeah, I can tell you this. This is according to the opinion. Some people are just for love, like me, Aha, or Nap are just for love. But some names are according to the opinion. Some to make people laugh, some like it should be. Like for example, the guy that was ramming us would be right now on the naughty list. I still have a lot of space in there.
And why is Aha on the naughty list?
Because he's charging a lot of credits for ships.
Okay, fair.
That was the reason. Also, this one does play the sound. Each time the sound is on, there's a animation made from buttons on the reindeers. It is changing color on each full pass, and when I turn it off and on, I did try to make the Rudolph nose light up, so I do have a button, but it didn't fully help. Reindeers actually were made as a modules. So on each reindeer, I did align legs in different angles. I did have different front legs, and I did have same back legs with the socket tools attached to it. So I could rotate them on a different angle and attach the middle snapping point on of the socket tool and just bolt it back. Yeah, and there's the Antlion. Antlion is designed as a starting ship. This ship I'm giving away to new players. This one is Antlion, the normal Antlion. There is also Antlion Plus. The Plus version do have a lamp like it is in here. The normal version have a slot for it. And Antlion Plus do have a price scanner on it. Each time you are scanning asteroid, it will tell you how much credits you will get for the ores for it. This one already does have the mascot. That's the only one because the other ships were prototypes, so only this one do have the sandworm, or as I call it, the gummy worm. That's also Vanos gaming thing.
And there's a bit of a story behind this ship, isn't there? We made this for a company member who loved the worker ant so much that he had like a capital ship and he'd still only go mining in a worker ant.
Oh yeah. So this ship is actually, like NTPS said, it's actually teaching people what he is doing, that you can bolt ore cubes onto the ship. So every green beam that you have on the ship allow you to bolt ore cubes on it. It is a bit annoying, but when you find that few stacks that you want to carry with you, you can actually bolt it to it. It is also have a interesting thing on it. Is the only ship that wiggles. Laser on the front have a special movement script that is making it move left, right, up and down, and that's causing entire ship to wiggle left, right. No one knows why, but literally ignoring the mass, I can fully fill this with lithium, even put lithium on it, and it will still wiggle exactly the same way as it is on a empty ship.
Probably because you've got a clang machine going on when you do that.
Yeah, but I have the same turret on other ships. Probably that's because the turret is so far in the front. That's the only reason I think it's doing. Because normally you will have it on the actual ship.
It's possible that it's one of the cables inside. If they're not perfectly aligned, they can actually still collide like a very tiny bit.
Yeah, but even Black Banshee is using the same turret, except of those covers on the laser with this text "Do not stare into laser."
Viga says it's possibly friction with the cable.
Yeah, but like I said, it is same turret as I did have on all the ships, and none of the ships is doing that. So either that is because it's so far in the front, or because there are covers on the laser. I have no idea. But this ship also have a protection scripts. Like one of them is if the turret will rotate into the ship, that's why it does have so much space. Then when you start mining, rangefinder will detect that it's too close, will rotate the turret, and then will store that rotation as the current rotation. So no longer mining the ship. There is also plier detection, price scanner, and 2 bridges, one over the plier, one under the pilot chair. 88 crate, I don't remember, I don't think it's full speed, but except of the lamp, and one more thing, no, I think it's only the lamp. This ship is built only from the safe zone ores, with Gesium and Exorium that you can still find in the safe zone. So you can build this ship by going into the belt, and it's not expensive, like 500 1,000 credits or something like that. Of course, for a new player it is expensive, but you can still afford that. There is a crafting bench on the back, so you don't have to put one, and it's actually working quite well. The laser movement is more random. I did write a really simple script that moved the laser randomly. So the up, down, left, right, those are two scripts. They don't have the same length, so each time it's aiming actually to different spot, but you can still lock the laser. Turning control speed, flying control speed. It's actually quite simple to use, but I always explain there is manual on the top and some informations like which one is reverse, because it does use a mixer. Moving on. This is Mini Moneymaker. I did design a dual asteroid holder that's actually standing on the far lot because it's holding my models. And this is a single frame. It's almost made only from saves on ores, because the frame requires what was that, carnate crystal. So that's the only thing that you will need to have outside of the safe zone. Of course, full speed without asteroid, some decent speed, I don't remember what exactly is when they are flying. Do have a asteroid size detection. Those rangefinders on the inside, they are aligned for a tier 10 and tier 9 asteroid. So when you are aiming in middle, it will tell you that's a small, medium or big asteroid. Does have a price scanner. It will tell you exactly how much you will get credits for that asteroid when you sell it to Tic-Tac-Toe. Full tier 1 generators on the top, fully balanced, same weight, almost same weight on the front and on the back. I think player detection. No, this one doesn't have a player detection.
Okay, a straightforward port.
Yeah. And does have a rangefinders on the edges that will tell you if you'll hit asteroid. So if I turn on the guide, those rangefinders are literally on the edge, and there are 4 buttons as a diamond on top telling you if you will hit something, so you know if you can fly forward. And then of course when you get to that middle, you will close the frame automatically. On the guide, of course. Yeah, it doesn't have lamps because that will be too expensive. And then the new ship is the Juno Moneta. Juno Moneta is a Greece god, if I remember. I don't remember the country right now. It's a god of wealth. And it is it has something to do with the mint mining also, because that's apparently mining credits or something like that. So that did work out. It's a triple frame asteroid holder, simple to use, way more simple than the old ship. Does have a graphical instruction how to grab it. Does have a ore detector in it, my ore radar that is set to charodium. So each time the scanner will scan charodium, it will play sound that's worth it to take. Does have a price scanner, but this one, each time you use guide to catch asteroid, that will close the frame automatically, will assign the last scan asteroid into the slot of the price. And then on the right side will tell you exactly how much credits you will get in total. Now this one does have a player detection, if I remember. Yes, it does. It's actually quite simple, mostly just guide, and the ship will just close it by itself. Rangefinders are as close as I could, because I cannot have it on the back. That's why the old one did have frames on the side. This one can grab 3 asteroids, but the old one, the Moneymaker Hybrid Hollow, can grab actually 4 asteroids using one trick. It's really annoying to do that, because that one has 2 frames and 2 cargo lock beams, but still can grab 4 asteroids. interior lights, some decals on it, as clean as I can. That was actually a funny competition with Boom, because Boom was also designing one. So I was making funny, yeah, so we have a competition. He said, no, we don't. And he built his, I built mine. Mine is working. He did have some inconvenience, so he redesigned his ship. He does have a completely different setup, but this one still is a full tier 3 ship. This is a endgame asteroid hauler. It does use tier 3 thrusters, generators, and chancers, so it is rather for the endgame players, because Arcanium and Euconium and God knows what else. But it is actually working quite nicely. I'm mostly using this one because Hybrid Hauler is quite annoying with the cargo beams.
Okay, we're just going to have to start moving quickly because I've still got a lot of people to interview and not that much time.
Yeah, do you want to show the mascots? The ship is behind us.
Mascots?
Actually that's the last thing I have in my mind. We need to go to the ship that is in the far lot. The beams. That ship is not part of the exposition because it is older one. Still the blueprint is online, it's still fully working, but because it's so old, those technologies are actually quite not as I would like, so I don't promote this one. It is here because I'm holding mascots in it. Oh, something. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's not about the ship, it's about those mascots. They are designed for the EOS Con, but sadly the hosting problems. Check the top one have a full set. Because I did give away some of them.
Oh gee, you had fun.
Yeah, check the top one. The top one have most of them. Except of the Tesseract crash because there was some ships that really did need that. Thomas the Tank Engine, Mini Labor, there's also a high decalled version of that labor. Ruby Cube actually can be stored in the in your pocket because it's less than 3 parts. Books and those bumper stickers also.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. If you want to take something, I can unlock it. But we know that EOS Con doesn't fully like it, and the sword on the bottom of this.
Well, if it's okay, I'll take the... How am I flying? Because since I drive so poorly, I think this is going to be a wonderful addition to my ship.
I do suggest you to put it in the pocket. Because then it's less chance to make it discount. You can carry that in the pocket. Well, and it's much more safe.
It is not willing to go in my pocket.
Try now.
Adrian, you might need to pick it up and put it down again.
Yeah, let me try within the inventory. We may want to move outside of the ship. Maybe that's causing the problem. Okay, try now.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was a hosting problem. That's why I keep it in the ship. It's less problematic than everything else.
Yep,
and that's
good move.
Yeah. I've been handing out flyers all day. You got to pick them up. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I finished. That's all.
Thank you for the showcase. Thank you very much. I'm just going to take, I think, a short 10-minute break before moving on to the next interviews, just to be able to do everything correctly.
Okay, thank you for showing that.
Thank you again.
I did send you the link.
Yes, I already put it on the Twitch stream, and it's going to be going on to the YouTube. I think someone wants me to put a big... To get this out.
They are organized so in categories. After EOS Con, there will be more models in the model blueprint. I do update them, so.
Nice. I need to. This. There you go. Because apparently lots of people have got lots of things to do to say with my flying. Proxit, that was on the Orion plot. They called it the Legion system, if I recall correctly. Thanks again, Andrian.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thanks for showing that. Okay, I'm also doing break, so see you later.
See ya.
See ya. I'd be happy to show off my stuff next.
With great
But
pleasure. No,
I'll
I
let you off to your
can't. I cannot. Just with like the piggy. Just like with the bonsai, the little pig is considered to be part of a ship.
I found that it can take maybe upwards of a minute for it to sort of detach after you've picked up, because it does eventually let you do it. It's just it's just a bit of a wait, really. I found the most reliable thing is when you can pick it up into your inventory, because then if the host picks it up and puts it down again, it's no longer considered part of the ship.
Yeah, that's the fastest. Well, this the bonsai I wanted to, and looks like you can. Oh, yes, I was able to do the bonsai. Okay, that bonsai ain't going nowhere. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my paws, and with a bit of luck, the piggy is going to be ready to be bolted by the time I come back. And yeah, I'll check your stuff in 10 minutes or less.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
Okay, be right back, guys. Oops. Up. Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. No, ancient on it, so it's got it so good. It's got what?
If you said something, I completely missed it.
The fat point said that
I
my
see.
English got so good it's gotten bad again. Like, English is my first language. I was not born speaking French. I started with, I was born in Australia and moved to France when I was really young, so my native language is, in fact, English. But I do speak...
Really?
Yep,
I didn't detect any Australian accent at all.
because my mother's from South Africa and my father's from Morocco. But we live in France.
Interesting world, eh?
People can't usually detect where my accent is from, because there's a little bit too much of a mix.
Cool.
Okay.
Welcome to my stuff. Probably not as impressive as the other stuff, but you know, I'll go through it.
Let's
what
not
seems to be
even
nice.
start with impressive, not impressive, because I want to hear absolutely none of that. I want to see how much you enjoy the game. I want to see how much you enjoy the stuff you did. I do
Oh
not.
no, I love, yeah.
That's what I've been saying since first EOS Con. First EOS Con, EOS Con number 1. My plot was next to Duratex. Are you supposed to compete with that? And I was so happy to be next to them because I'm a complete fanboy. I've had to say that to many players. I'm absolutely certain there's no problems with you. I mean, you've had your fair fun and ship designer. But I want to say it out loud for like all of the viewers and people watching the recording. Starbase is all about having fun. The moment you start comparing yourselves to one another, I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'll go over more over what I meant by what I said earlier. It's more ties into the story of my sort of weird design philosophy. Anyway, this is the first ship that I was happy enough to print. It was supposed to be a fighter. During the design process, I heard, oh, big plates are really good. So I was like, okay, I'm going to stick a big plate on it. And there's one big plate in the very middle of it, and the rest of it's little plates.
hey, the intent was there.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. I remember doing loads of damage testing with this ship. It's extremely redundant. Like, you can blow half of the fuel tanks and it'll still fly for a solid minute and a half before it'll finally give out. So even though the fighter dream didn't work, I think it still made out for a nice little personal transport. You can see where the guns used to be mounted. There's like these little opening hatches on the front. They can close. I've got them open at the moment because the big ones for the missile pods have bugged out, and their open state is in the in the closed state, so they keep trying to close even further.
If you...
yeah.
So that's the technique that Viga just reminded me of. If you go down here, you can grab by hand the bottom hinge and try and see if you can't give it a good yank. Or the top one, because it seems like the top is blocking the bottom one.
Yeah, I can probably fix that in a minute. It's not a big deal. I can... I think that should do it. It'll fix itself eventually. But yeah, it was supposed to have a bunch of missile pods as well. I tried to integrate as much as I could into the ship. There's actually a second cockpit embedded inside of it. I don't think it works anymore because they changed the player hitboxes, but on the right side, I'll see if I can open the door. Yeah, you'll see there's a second seat in there with a full set of controls. The idea was that you would punch out the plate at the front to get a field of view, and you'd be able to have a second seat. So it's supposed to be like a cockroach in terms of durability.
Good mindset when it comes to combat.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll probably move on. Actually, no, one last thing. It's called the Eidolon 2 because Starbase is actually sort of like the latest in a long series of vehicle building games I've played. The Eidolon 1 was actually my favorite design from a game called Robocraft. probably heard of it. I don't know if you haven't, but yeah, it was a game where you built robots and you...
I did. I played the first one a little bit. Oh, apparently Eidolon is a very used name, so Robot Craft.
It probably won't show up in any searches. I didn't really put it online, but it's successor to that design. It's got the same shape. These big red panels that are inward slanted is sort of like the main sort of design motif.
Eidolon being the name of your own design, not an official Robot Craft design.
Yeah, it was one of my own designs. So yeah, that's why it's got Eidolon too. Moving on, there's the Paladin. So I was starting out in the game. I was in my laborer for the longest time ever, and I was extremely stubborn. I wanted to build my own ship to replace the laborer, and this is eventually what I came up with. It's not perfect, but this is the first iteration, so you'll see there's a second newer model there. As over-engineered in some ways, but it got the job done. I still actually use it to this day. Not this one, the one next to it. But it's got about 52 crates. Not the most crates, but compared to a laborer, the fact that it's got, that double the crates, it's got a mining laser, it got the job done. And as I realized later on that its capacity wasn't amazing, you can see that there was a big mining ship behind. That's the one I actually use these days for mining. I sort of transitioned it more towards a multi-role ship. So we've got, there'll be a tow beam. There's a scanner. There's fuel rods, spare fuel rods, so it's good for rescue missions. And main thing is that it's plated in AGCM where it matters, and it's ridiculously fast. It goes max speed, like true max speed. If you have if you have over 200 frames per second, it'll do 156, or even sometimes it flashes into the 160 range. And
I
with
think
full
160
lithium,
is the true max speed, which you can get on NVIDIA GeForce computers. So like the remote computers, so they can do the 160 on ships that are small enough.
And yeah, it'll do like, I think 145 or 46 with full lithium. So it's ridiculously fast and over-engineered in that degree. So what I did actually end up using it for was in the combat events and ferrying materials to and for from the outpost that we had nearby, because it was just too fast to really catch, and the light plating was enough to catch bullets. And I actually have some pictures of this ship with bullet holes in it from some of those events. So the plating did its job.
Good.
Okay, moving on. So this is the newest version. This is my main paint job. You can see that these two older ships have my old sort of color scheme, but I later moved on to a more black dominant scheme because I thought it just looked a lot cooler. Big change. The collectors and mining laser are in front of the thruster. On the old one, if you look at it, you'll see that they're behind the thruster, and because of that, they're permanently tilted upwards. I think it's just poofed. But they were permanently tilted upwards so that the thruster didn't burn away the collector and mining laser. I'm a very big fan of full glass cockpits. I do not like my field of view being obstructed in any way. The only reason why these spikes are here is because I prioritize. Okay, I like the visual appeal of having a nice triangle shape over having a little bit of my field of view obstructed, and it works well for collision mitigation as well. Now, you might think that the cockpit in the front mounted on glass isn't really resilient to collisions. I've got it mounted in a way such that the cockpit is only attached to the rear frame, so if there's any collision that occurs, the damage has to spread all the way around the back before it actually reaches the seat. So more often than not, it'll just be the glass canopy. And just to push it a little bit further, this control panel folds down, so I get even more view.
Nice.
Yeah.
I recall you did an event at some point with one of these ships at an EOS Con where there were two very similar, and it was a Find the Difference game.
Yep. It was a twist. I twisted a single white rangefinder 90 degrees. and no one noticed for the entire event. So
it's
I have to give some people some hints.
It's like I added an extra bolt, but it's in between plates, so you can't really see it, but there's a difference.
Yeah, so I mean, I remember Boom was joking that he'd add a tiny little Easter egg onto one of his ships, and it was like the size of a bolt. And I was like, I mean, people didn't even notice a single rangefinder was twisted on mine, so I don't know. These are my mini Icarus cubes. Mini as in mini Icarus. Recently I've been working on my decal skills, and I've been practicing a few new ways of doing things, which really helps with doing little tiny decals. And the first thought was, I'm going to put 6 of them together to make a cube, and I hit the decal limit with 5, so I just put my logo on the 6th side. These are collectible. Feel free to grab them if you want.
Can they get inventory? No,
I don't think they can be inventory.
You have to pick it up and put it back down, I think. It doesn't even give me the possibility of like the object count.
Okay, that's really strange. Okay, we can come back to that later after we've got the ships. I've got these rangefinders folded away in a display mode. Yes, I added a button just to fold them back so that it'd be slightly tilted. It has got full asteroid avoidance. It's never failed me because the ship's profile is extremely thin. So
yep, that does most definitely help a lot.
Yeah, so it made asteroid avoidance pretty trivial. It just moved up or down. Here we have the first new ship I've printed in probably the last year and a half. Been a long journey with the game's development slowing down and all. Finding the motivation to work on ships was certainly difficult, but we got there in the end, and I rushed it out just in time for today's EOS Con. Obviously, it's not finished. Like the cockpit is pretty much just slapped a bunch of levers in there and.
I'll be very blunt and say that we most definitely do not have the same definition of not finished. This looks gorgeous. I'll show you one of my non-finished designs. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this one's either big.
I was just looking at the reverse maneuver thrusters.
Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite parts. Now this ship, because it's got the it's got the staggered forward thrusters. Somehow it doesn't do 150. It's probably because I haven't tuned it yet, but it definitely has the hardware to go 150. The idea with this ship was to try and make the most advanced personal transport I can. In the front, I believe under these panels, it's got the hardware, or at least it's got a mounting point for the omnidirectional speedometer. And the idea was that I do a lot of R&D with this ship to try and add all the things. Like
you could have a combat version with just 2 laser cannons, if you felt like it. The ship's absolutely gorgeous. It would also do a very, very good racing ship if you got it to the max speed.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things I wanted to do it for. I wanted to, add an inertial dampener and make it into a racing ship. Yeah, I'm really proud of the shape of it personally. The main sort of idea for the shape was originally the rear of it, where it's got this sort of folded X. You'll see that in one of my other work in progress ships. I don't know if I'll have that one done for the next EOS Con at my current pace, but I'll be able to show it off eventually. I can promise you guys. That.
I'll be more than happy to give it a very in-depth look when you do it.
Yeah, I was also going to try and focus a little more on the little details, like all these little, plates that make the thrusters look a bit cleaner, and all the little floor mats as extra detailing. A lot of it's inspired by Duratec's work. I'm also a bit of a fanboy.
I visited Duratec's hangars so many times when I started playing Starbase. Never really came close to the way they design stuff, but it gave me so many ideas and a very fun goal to try to reach.
Yeah. This is the Lucifer. I I realize now that the name's probably a little bit offensive. I'll probably try and find a new name for it in the near future.
Well, the first Lucifer was painted red.
It was blood red originally, yes. That was actually why I called it that originally. Yeah, so this is an extremely old model of it, but it has the special metallic decal job on it. And I was like messing around with decals at the time, and I realized, hey, orange metallic decals look very gold. So I was like, gotta make a black and gold version. Now, this ship has gone through many iterations. I think this old one's probably got cables and pipes in it still, but the newer one to the right has fully been ducted. It's got more thrusters on the side. It's got no thrusters on the front because they kept getting shot through them. I did a lot of testing of this ship against Pegrin's Bowtie. He really helped me sort of get the controls tuned right, because at the time I was still learning how to fly a fighter. But this is an extremely compact ship. It's got, I think, it's got 6 generators in there, enhanced with the fuel chambers. It's got 4 laser cannons. I don't think it does 150. That's something to work on, definitely. If I switched it out for tier 3 components, it would, but that goes against the original design of this ship. And the original design goal of this ship was to make extremely durable, extremely cheap fighter that I could just mass produce and basically wear down my components. So even if I didn't beat them in the first attempt, I could just keep coming over and over and over until eventually they went away. And it's reflected in the cost. It's without the guns, it's about, I think this one's probably 50k to print without the guns.
How many stacks of resources does it need? That's usually the metric I use because it's representative of how many you can transport at once in a big cargo hauler.
I don't think it's actually that high either. I think it's no more than, I don't know. I need to find the sheet, but I remember it was really small amount. I think there's like maybe about 16 or 18 stacks of Chirodium, and that was like the biggest number.
I mean, yeah, but I mean like the sum of everything. I'd say I'll give it a guess and say in between 40 to 65.
I don't think it's 65. I think it's a bit less than that. I will get back to you with that though, definitely. So yeah, it's you can see just there was the folding panels. It's designed to reveal the ammo and fuel rods and the top. So this entire ship is designed with the second largest plate. I've flown it in combat multiple times. It's really durable for how cheap it is. So I think it really sort of accomplished that goal. So yeah.
Each time I try to do a small ship, it always goes all the way up to 3 kilotons. Because I just cannot not give it more. Always more.
I feel like the obscure shape of this really helped with keeping it small. Like that, my new ship there was like half the size before I kept elongating it again and again. But with a weird shape like this, you can't really do much without redoing a lot of the ships, so it was very constrained in that factor. So yeah, this is the newest model. You can notice that there's no front thrusters anymore. I realized that I kept getting shot through them because they're not exactly very good armor. So instead what I did was I tilted the 4 maneuver thrusters at the backwards slightly to compensate, and to be honest, we don't need the reverse very much in a fighter. So even though it's a bit slow with the reverse now, I think that's still a good trade-off.
Yep.
It has a large propellant tank in it. They all do. So I've never had to refill one of these, ever.
I'm going to have to challenge myself at some point. Ooh, this one has seen combat. That's a railgun, lasers.
The entire bottom half of this one's been ripped off.
Yeah, you fought someone with a railgun.
Yeah, during one of the combat events I was flying one and it tanked, I think, 12 or 13 railgun shots before finally blowing up. In fact, my seat fell off before it blew up, and I was like, I got booted out of the cockpit. I'm like, what's going on? I turned around and my ship's looks like Swiss cheese, but it hasn't blown up yet. And I feel like a lot of that can be attributed to the large fuel tank because they're actually quite durable.
My latest ship has got this weird quirk, not done on purpose, but because the cockpit is on the front, whenever the ship blows, so it's one of those ships where you have to enter through a micro gap. You've got like 4-5 millimeter gap by which you enter. The moment the ship explodes, though, everything back of the cockpit, the pilot chair, gets disintegrated. So you can leave your ship super easily once it's got destroyed.
Yeah, I'm afraid this ship will kill you when it blows it up because of how compact it is. The only thing that survives this ship, thankfully, at least to salvages, is the tier 3 nozzles on the back. Everything else gets vaporized entirely, except for the nozzles. So yeah, good times. This ship's seen good times. The fact that it can still fly is quite impressive. At least in my book, it's done its job. The only thing I don't really like about the ship is the cockpit design. Starbase glass options are quite limited. I really wish I could have done more, but is what it is.
I am absolutely dreaming for quality of life features in Starbase, and one of them I'm really hoping is that you'd be able to take any plate and say, I want glass material on it. And it would transform it into glass, which would open up a crazy amount of possibilities for cockpits, but would also mean that you wouldn't struggle so much to bolt the damn glass. I'm not kidding, like I have to paint them yellow in the ship designer, and even then it's really a battle
really
to
hard
place
to
them.
see, yeah.
Oh. But yeah, here's to hoping that one day, maybe, we'll have some of those sweet quality of life features, like mirror possibilities and whatnot.
Yeah. There isn't really much more to note. It's got spare fuel rods nestled quite neatly behind in the rear thruster array. So, as if the range wasn't long enough. It was made originally in the days where capital ships weren't a thing. Yeah. So it was designed for really, really long range. I think there's only really one last thing. Actually, no. We can finish with the Gundam. But before that, there's there's this, which is one of my later projects. I don't call this a ship. I did this before my new thing.
For now, it's got the invisible YOLO module. Give it some time.
This is a modification to one of Arkhonus's designs. Now, this is actually a Mark 1 Fafnir. I don't know if you've seen his Fafnir designs before, but it was like his sort of original.
It's just not loading right now. It's a potato. Give it a second. There you go. Yes, I recognize it.
Yeah.
This one's
so
black.
Mark 1 Fafnir. Yeah.
Okay, I see it. All good. You can present it.
Yep. So, the main thing with Mark 1 Fafnir that even Arkhonus mentioned that he wasn't quite happy with the cockpit. So, given that our company, we have like 5 or 6 of these printed from an early expedition that we did to Suti, or not Suti, Suzelum, in the belt where I lasered myself on, I think, this very ship. I've kind of requisitioned this company's ship for myself, and by that I mean borrowed for a very extended period of time. And I ended up redesigning the entire cockpit.
In the live? Or in the SSC?
In the SSC. So basically, with this cockpit, I designed it in such a way that the entire thing comes apart like Lego. It breaks apart into about 6 pieces. If you unweld specific beams, and it'll just basically, the idea is you salvage the old cockpit and then you print a new one and you disassemble it like Legos, and it just goes right in. And I was really happy with how it turned out. It's got a fancy pants chair. So it's got a rangefinder sticking under it. The Endo's hitbox doesn't actually... The Endo's hitbox just goes through the bottom of the chair, so the rangefinder doesn't even need to go all the way through the front. Having it just go under the chair is enough to detect when you're sitting in it, so... yeah. So as soon as you sit in it, spins around, switches off the rangefinder because the noise is really obnoxious, and you're in the seat. And it's probably it would be easier if I could show this to you, but basically when you're sitting in the seat, all of these panels line exactly up with through perspective with the edges of the glass, so there isn't really any like screen real estate wasted. It's got my signature throttle system on the left, which is something that I find at least the most usable. So basically, we have these two levers. It's a little switch. The longer you hold down the switch, the faster it moves. So you can do extremely fine adjustments by just feathering it. The button next to it, below 100, sets it to 100, and pressing it again sets it to 30, although that can be customized. So the idea is, if you want a turtle mode, you can go down to 30. If you want to go full blast, or if you've been fiddling with it and you want to go full blast, you can hit the button and it resets it to 100. And the fine control is for when you're trying to fly in a group of players, because obviously not everyone's ship goes at exactly the same speed. So having the fine adjustment really gives you the option to do that.
Nice.
All the rest of these controls are basically pulled out of the original Fafnir and rearranged in a way that I felt made the most sense to me. One thing that is notable is I've stripped the covers off the emergency buttons, so I could have blinky, like they have blinky big buttons with labels on them. That actually saves into the blueprint, so when you print it, it actually prints without the cover. So I will probably hand that out at some point. This is designed to be a free blueprint, so anyone who has a Fafnir Mark 1 can print it out and install it. And yeah, that's pretty much it, really.
I mean, GG for the amount of work that goes into making a cockpit for retrofits.
I think it really turned out very well, because I was trying to use this to dig out a hole in one of my moon bases because I wanted to build a room slightly below ground level, and I couldn't see down at all. So that was sort of like the main instigator for designing this. I put a big sign on it to indicate that no, the ship is not mine, just the cockpit.
Yep, I saw that.
Okay. Finally, I guess I could show off the little EOS Con cards. I'm sure everyone's seen it at this point, but I've been going around this event handing out as many EOS Con cards as I can.
Cards.
They're for exhibitors and visitors. They're bolted onto the bottom of this thing. So if anyone wants it, just send me a DM when I'm online, and I'll try and deliver one to you anytime this week. Heck, even if you're at Origin after the event, I'm cool. Just give me one. If you were there, I'll trust you with that.
Oh, cards. I understood class. Yeah, I got one on my ship. You put it when in front of my Ender when I went for a break yesterday. It's since been bolted at the front of my ship.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna go take you back to the ship spawn so I can. Oh, there it is. So that we can, unless I can, so I can show off the Gundam. I don't keep the Gundam out usually because it's quite fragile, unsupervised. I've had it literally fall apart like a piece of Lego. Every single hinge broke all at once, and it just kind of disintegrated.
Well, yeah, Doggo's mech isn't quite half bad when it decides to do its things.
Yeah, unlike Doggo's mech, though, I think I have it a little bit easier because every single piece can be picked up and snapped back into place, whereas Doggo's mech is huge. Now, one of the main things I was most proud of that came out really well in this, actually, no, I left you behind, whoops. Actually, no, you want to probably ride on your own ship.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, with this design, because the thrusters are above, or at least inset so far, above the angled maneuver thrusters in the back, when it's flying forwards, the purple glow of the thrusters shines out through the gap, and I think it looks really cool.
while you do that, I'm just going to re-cable this. Do you have a cable tool by any chance? I think I've only got a pipe tool.
Indeed I do.
I wouldn't mind borrowing it, because I may or may not have done something particularly stupid with this ship.
Okay.
This thing was
Yep,
not...
there we go.
Would you actually know how to utool fix cable connections or not?
I do. You have to have the blueprint open. And then basically you just sort of hold down left mouse button in the general direction and it should fill it in. I put down the tool behind.
Much appreciated.
So yeah, you need to have like the blueprint like thing.
Okay,
open.
so blueprint filler attach, body durability, and then I just press F in the general direction? So no, it's trying to pick it up.
Left mouse button in the general direction. So like as if you're placing a cable and just hold it down and you'll see.
Oh, that is
hopefully
very
it fills it.
convenient. Oh, that is...
And this is something that
That is very convenient, thank you very much.
yeah, I feel like I really wish they told players how to do this in the tutorial with how many cables in new player ships. You know, if I knew this at the start when I was trying to repair something, it would have been a game changer. Otherwise, you have to tear apart your entire ship just to get a little cable, or you can, you know, if you know how to do it, you can just fill them in through a wall, through any thickness, really.
Hello.
Perfect, it seems like it's working absolutely perfectly. Data... Oh, wait.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Says, well, the ship says it's fun. Here, let me give it back to you. Thank you very much.
No worries. I'm just trying to find.
Where are you?
There it is.
There you are.
I'm over by the ship spawn. There we go. Oh, okay. I was just worried I just despawned the ship by accident there. Almost.
All good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No worries.
I may want to move the TAD a little bit out.
Oh, and yep, to wrap things up, here's the signature Gundam.
The amount of work that went into designing that is just absolutely insane.
I think it took about 3 months off, and this was during the time where I was like most obsessed with the game. I got into a bit of a whole mech thing. I'm still a big fan of mechs, by the way. So, but ever since then, I was like, okay, I need to build one. Having seen everyone else do their mechs, I was like, no one's done a Gundam yet, so I'm gonna do a Gundam.
It has a fully functional plasma rifle. Gun,
Indeed it does. I can probably shoot that for you right now if I can get into the cockpit. Yeah, the cockpit does open. I've had to redesign it because it didn't fit originally. Well, I hit the wave button. Okay, well, I guess I'll show you that first. I haven't actually programmed any movements into it. All of its poses right now is me going around to every single joint and manually moving it. But the one thing I did program was the little wave animation where it's, you know, waving. That's the stuff now. I can't remember where I put the fire button. Might have been this one? Yeah.
In the cockpit.
Yeah. So yeah, the gun is built around the plasma. I was making some original jokes around it because I built the gun separately from the mech, and I was like, wow, it happens to be exactly the right size. So I had a picture of me holding the plasma gun just by itself. It's like, wow, that big gun. I've become glued to the side of its arm. I can't actually move. Okay, we're good. Yeah. So yeah, in all, this took a month to build. Well, actually, not a month, 3 months really. I learned a lot about plating techniques while building this. One of the main ones, which at least helped with these more obscure shapes, like the shoulder pads and knees and the shield, is that I sort of did it like origami, where basically this entire actually no, it's probably not a good example. Like the knee pad, the shin's probably the best example of it, where you can see these plates have the same length on the edges that they're connected. Basically, I built it in 2D originally, like flat, and then like origami, basically I moved them out, I rotated them by the same angles and used a snapping tool to align it. So that was sort of like the main technique I used to achieve these more advanced shapes in the ship. I did it like origami. That's like the best way I can really describe it. I think it worked out really well. I haven't actually had an opportunity to try doing that again, but I definitely want to have another crack at making another robot at some point. Probably a bigger one, so that it...
You should maybe go and do a work with Duggo to see if there's anything together you can do.
Definitely, yeah.
If ever you both feel like putting in half a year of life into a single project, that is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely want to make if I do another one, I definitely want to make it bigger, because the main problem with making it at this scale is that I'm restricted to basically a single hinge per joint, and because of that, it moves like an old grandpa with arthritis.
Yeah.
So all of its joints hurt. It's an old man mech.
Still, it's really impressive.
As a display piece, it works quite well. Actually, yeah, it's got the fold-up missile pods as well. Those.
How fast does it fly? Because I know it actually does fly.
I've never actually tested how fast it can fly, to be honest. I wouldn't actually know that. That should have raised them. Whoop, we got missile pods. And at the very back, yeah, we've got a little patch for the fuel as well. Oh. Well, at least it's got the FCU, and you can see the fuel rods down at the very bottom, but it's kind of hard to see. I don't think I've really done it justice in presenting it, but you know, it's a Gundam. What more can I say?
on all honesty, the thing speaks for itself. The amount of moving pieces is really impressive.
Amount of details is impressive.
One thing wasn't really good at the time was decals. You'll notice there's a very, very distinct lack of that many decals on this.
On all honesty, we don't very much notice decals or lack thereof. But if you make another version, there is most definitely something to look into. But I assure you, I'm not particularly fazed by a lack thereof decals.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think with this, that pretty much wraps up the walkthrough of all my ships. Hopefully, I'll have more next time instead of having the same ships again.
I'll be more than happy to visit the same ones again at the next EOS Con. If you've got new ones by then, I'll be really happy to visit those too. Speaking of which, do you want to talk a little bit about how you and Arkhonus, who first, who second, came up with the idea of doing an EOS Con?
To be honest, I think it's been so long we've forgotten who came up with the idea originally. It went somewhere along the lines of like, man, we should do a showcase, like, you know, like a car show but with spaceships. Because obviously Arkhonus had so many ships. At the time, he probably only had like around 10 or so, but still, we thought that was enough to really do like a proper showcase. I mean, we talked to some other people in the community. Hey, guys, would you be interested in doing this? And you know, that's pretty much how the first EOS Con came into being. You know, we did it. It was massively successful beyond even like our wildest expectations, and it kind of just grew into this sort of biannual tradition where we all get together, show off our designs. And really just sort of like appreciate the game for, you know, what it can do. You know, it brings people together. It sort of highlights the game's true strengths with what is most complete at the moment.
Were you expecting the amount of work that went into the organization of the EOS Con? Because, I mean, Arkhonus is doing his website, there's the coda, there's the Discord, there's the in-game troubles.
Oh, your microphone cut out there.
Yeah,
Did mine cut out or did yours cut out? Whose micro?
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Let me repeat the question. Were you expecting the amount of work that went into the organization of the EOS Con? Because there's Arkhonus that's building this website. There's the Discord. There's the in-game troubles with like the hosting, griefers, and whatnot. Like the amount of work that that went into the EOS Con is mind-boggling. Did you kind of expect it, or did you just go along with it and solve each problem as it came?
To be honest, I feel like there isn't really like a yes or no answer. I feel like it's a bit of both, really. We did understand there would be quite a significant undertaking at the start, and yeah, as we got better at doing the event, you know, we obviously made improvements. We started, you know, doing a proper event map, and you know, and then the flyer. I think the flyer was something that only really came around in full for the second EOS Con. All these little things like sort of add on over time, but as we get better at it, we sort of, you know, get practice at hand on the event. So I don't know if that answers your question. It certainly takes a fair few hours. Both our parts to sort of get things together. Mainly how it's organized is I generally handle the applications and allocating people to their lots and looking at what they've requested and trying to cater to it as best as I can. Obviously, I can't always do that. If someone else has been given a lot or has, you know, requested for a specific spot, I can't always make everyone happy, but you know, that's just not something that's really feasible. So
yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be some plots that are preferred to others, especially the ones closer to the hangars, the ones closer to the center, and yeah, there's always going to be someone complaining about something.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like I'm perfect at the job either. I make mistakes. I'm human as well. But you know, I'll do my best to take feedback. You know, if anyone's not happy with their position, I'll definitely listen and, you know, chip in, and we'll if not this time, we can improve it for next time. So yeah. Obviously, like, I'll take logical things into account as well. Like, for example, Commander Doggo, his ships are notorious for exploding in very dramatic ways. So he pretty much always gets a spot at the front, or at least close to the front, because he'll probably have to respawn his ship many times during an event.
Doggo's requesting for a few. How about you make it shoot for his YouTube video? I think you may want to make it shoot once or twice if he misses the first shot.
I can make it wave for him. Phew. Oh, whoops! That's the gun.
Make it shoot a few more times.
It feels a bit weird when it's waving and shooting. It's like going bananas, you know, shooting in the air.
It's like an over-enthusiastic cowboy walking into a bar and making it known that he is there.
Honestly, the shoot button's not working. I think the gun's recharging. Yeah, it's because I don't have any. The gun isn't hooked up to the heat sinks, so it takes a while for it to cool off. It can only shoot like once every minute or so.
Yeah, plasmas are notorious for the amount of heat generated.
Okay, well, we'll be able to shoot in just a second. Oh. Can I shoot, please? Almost there.
Do you get an indicator for the heat or not? I want to get close because I don't want to be in Dirgo's filming.
And then ready. Wait till he's. I actually don't know where he is right now.
He's on your right. He seems to be in position.
Pew.
And now we wait. But yeah, the work that goes, I can't repeat it enough, the work that went into your mech is absolutely mind-blowing. I'm still waiting for a mech that uses the Arkhonus' hands. Like, two. I can't imagine the amount of work, YOLOL, headaches that would go into building something like that. The most detailed mechanoid ever.
That might have to wait maybe a couple of months.
More like years.
Making that.
But actually, yeah, perfect timing, Arkhonus. We were just talking about EOS Con and, you know, how it really came into being. Do you remember who came up with the idea originally? I feel like it was just kind of like, let's make a car show. And I don't remember who posed.
I think that pretty much was it. Let's just make a car show, and we just rolled with it, and here we are.
It was really successful, yeah.
Well,
so I was
GG.
So Arkhonus does a lot of work, especially with the website. That's been all him recently. I had a crack at doing a website a year ago because I work as a web developer. Actually, that's what I professionally work as. But at the time, a year ago, I was still a university student and I was trying to get a job for after uni. So I was like, man, this would make a really great, you know, demonstration project. So I get started, then I actually get a job. And all my motivation to, you know, work on it kind of fizzles out because remember a year ago, Starbase was kind of
yeah, in limbo.
Yeah, so, you know, at that point I was like, okay, do I really continue this project? And
Arpazak on my stream is thanking you both for the EOS Con.
It's our pleasure.
And so will I, again. The amount of inspiration, cross-pollination and whatnot is amazing. The funniest thing happened, I think it was at the previous EOS Con 5. I found it, so it was a plot last-minute exhibitor. He wasn't even on the plan. It was two of them. And they had never, ever played with anybody else. So it was as if they were in their own little universe with just the two of them. They were the last exhibitors I visited. And it was so interesting to look at because the designs were so alien. They went for a completely different type of designs. One of them was like a triple plasma, but like the three plasmas aligned. Like there was just so many very odd choices because, well, they'd never been exposed to all of these other ships.
I've certainly seen some really creative stuff as well. Yeah, it's really good to see, you know, what everyone else is.
What I'm looking forward to is when, like, I mean, I'm projecting, obviously, but when the game picks up again and the corporations are going to start to wage war against one another, the focus of the ship designs is going to shuffle a lot and probably shift towards what we saw earlier at the very early days of Starbase. So ships that must be capable of being fixed on the field, ships that must be redundant, resilient, and able to defend themselves. So we should be seeing many different designs. Yeah, so I think it's going to be fun.
So long as we see more plated ships in the future, I'm happy. I like plated ships personally. I designed my ships with, like, you know, early in the early days they said, oh yeah, we're going to add environmental damage. I was like, oh man, if I make a ship with environmental damage proof plates, you know, everyone's gonna love my ships when they have that. You know, here we are, 3 years later.
We still have the corrosion resistance metric on the materials, and we still have absolutely no clue what it's supposed to be used for. Still there. It's in the ship designer, and I don't think it's going to be the next update, but that is also going to shuffle a lot of the ships if it ever gets implemented.
No, yeah, and to be honest, I think I'm not really miffed either way. If they had that kind of those mechanics or not, I think just if it's good for the game, I'm happy.
Yep.
I feel like they definitely will probably look into the armor system, given that naked ships isn't really an attractive thing for a game, in my honest opinion. I think if there's a natural way of encouraging people to plate their ships, I think that would definitely attract more people. But
no, there most definitely is a place for naked ships. I've been running a very nasty and successful one called the Doctor, which has no armor, maneuver thrusters, and 1 railgun. So it vaccinates you at a distance. And it weighs like 1/4 of a kiloton and has very consistently been able to one-shot 3 kiloton plus ships. The biggest one I one-shotted was 5.5 kilotons, because I was able to sneak up on them, and each time they'd look at me, I'd stay completely still. So this tiny black dot somewhere hidden in the distance, and when they were not looking, a railgun shot would come in their direction.
Yeah. I'm not saying that unplated ships don't have a place. I feel like I might have mentioned that a bit wrong. I feel like more it's at the moment, if you add plates to a ship, more often than not, it'd be a detriment than anything else.
You mean not having plates or having plates?
No, having plates at the moment.
Combat
So
ships without plates are a rarity. If you know you're going to face combat, you need plates. It's not negotiable. It depends. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what direction the game is going to take.
Well, we'll all be there along for the ride. You know, it's awesome to see that, you know, Frozenbyte has honoured, you know, their word, and they've come back to the game, and things are looking brighter than ever. This is the biggest EOS Con that we've had since probably EOS Con 2, and that was huge. We almost filled an entire gate section with EOS Con 2, and if we had everyone in the same layout as the EOS Con 2, it'd probably be pretty similar. So, you know, it only gets better from here, hopefully.
Yep, I really do hope they push the fixes for Shadow Realms and whatnot to the live without waiting, because that's really one of the most frustrating points of Starbase.
I would love that as well, but at least from a developer's point of perspective, the reason they're given for why they can't push anything to live is because the code of the FTU has diverged so much from the live server. They can't really like pick out individual bits of it.
No, they did do it at some point, and that was when so as a computer programmer, I've been working in computer programming since 2013, if I include my studies. They haven't implemented something deep down called feature flipping, where you're able to turn on and off features. Maybe by choice, maybe because there's other constraints that they haven't shared with us. They are so discreet with what is going on inside of the game. The only moment we have any information is when Rory gets drunk on Friday nights. That's it.
Yeah.
That is the only moment where we get any kind of insight as to what is going on inside with Starbase. This said, my understanding is I think they're really trying to go for the shortest way possible and not implement any of those solutions. But there is stuff that is possible, and one of those is feature flipping. So it's like on and off switches that are hidden inside of the game, and I think they do have them for the sieges, notably. Because until they started doing the STU, TTU and live you didn't have to download anything, so presumably all it did was just turn on and off stuff to allow you to go from one to the other.
Yeah. Yeah, I work with feature toggles as well. That does make sense. I suppose it really just comes down to how they've done it the game, and we can speculate all day on that sort of stuff. But yeah, I agree. I would love to see the Shadow Realm fixes on live as soon as possible. But if it comes at the cost of, extra work, that maybe,
I agree. I just want the game to be stable and enjoyable. So if with the information they have at mind, if they think they're doing what's best, they're better placed than I am to know what is needed.
Yeah.
NTPS, what was your plot? Because I can't find it on the map. Where did you put your ships?
Yes, my brand is called Aquila Systems. I was originally called something else originally. I think I only really decided on this name as a whim, just like for this one, because my logo's got this sort of triangle with wings, so Eagle, Aquila, similar sort of vibes.
Because I'm using Windows Paint to scratch on the map the plots that I've already visited, so that I can keep track of what is to be visited.
Yeah, Adrian's mint mining, so you can check that off as well. So.
Just one second, Peter. It's got nothing to do. Shadow Realm's got nothing to do with time, and all to do with the amount of players that are connected to one another. They use Steam, so that's that knowledge I have of it is like me talking with Marco FB, and whenever the very little insights they gave, they use Steam Workshops it's Valve, sorry, not Steam. They use Valve's internal tools for peer-to-peer connection. And it seems that there's a misconfiguration. It sends too much information where it should send little, to little information where it should be allowed to do much. And what happens is that what we call a Shadow Realm is not a realm per se. It's not like there's multiple servers stacked one on top of another. It's like this kind of network, and all of a sudden connections start to miss. So if NTPS was next to me, he could see everyone else except for me, and I wouldn't see NTPS. What we would then call the Shadow Realm, because as far as we're concerned, we can't see each other, so it's like he's in another realm. It's the connection between him and I that can no longer be established. So, in all technicality, you get one realm per player, and then sometimes the realms connect to one another. That's the best way to see it. And regarding 8 PM UTC, that is probably because that's when most of the players connect. So the more players, the more ships you have, the more stressed the game becomes, and that's when the problems start to appear.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why we extended this EOS Con just probably a few extra days, because we want to spread the player load out and try and keep it so that people have an opportunity to check out all the ships as soon as possible. We found, at least when I've looked at the menu, I've seen Shadow Realm only really start to happen after maybe 15 or 20 people.
It can start as early as 6 people. I've had experience playing FPS combat on the live, and we've had instances of Shadow Realm with just 6 people. But with so few people, you can in fact correct it by just logging in and out. When it happens when you've got 10, 15 people, logging in and out no longer fixes anything.
Yeah. I feel like it also depends on the density of players. With the EOS Con, we're actually spread out pretty far from each other, so it's not really that much of a problem. At least during the day. It's been actually very stable over the weekend, so we've been talking about maybe if we don't want to do the whole week, we could just have an unofficial sort of after party where people who can keep their ships out, keep them out, otherwise we just go home. It's all completely optional, so...
Okay, thanks a lot for the interview. I'm just going to check if there is someone else to interview that is connected. I'll repeat it for my stream. If ever any of you has got ships that are presented, I would absolutely love to be able to interview you. Otherwise, I'll just start visiting plots at random, but it's so much better when I can interact with the ship designer. There's always hidden details, hidden nuances that just can't be seen by just visiting a ship. I can ping Sika. Where is he? So I'll be visiting Arma a bit later during the day when Scipion or another Arma mercenaries member is live, so that's going to be later. Finland, Nova Imperium, my bad. I don't see any softest progress bar, rain, horizon. Well, I'll start visiting people directly. NTPS and Arkhonus, thank you again.
No problem.
I'll go and visit Octans Industries, which are right behind me. Dreadworks is Zombie Mouse and he's not available. Dreadworks. Okay, I'm just...
Quick note, Moonrider from Tesseract Industries is online. But he says he doesn't have a mic.
Oh, this is all good not having a mic. I've had people just write in the game. Moonrider, as you tell me, that I'm very interested. Where is he on the plot?
Tesseract Industries is 2C6. 2C6.
That is GSATI.
Yes, Tesseract Industries.
Well, if he's connected and interested in an interview, I am most definitely all for it. And his in-game name is, you told me?
Moonrider.
Oh, there he is. Oh, hello, Moonrider. He seems to be watching the stream, so if you're watching the stream, you can answer in-game on Twitch as you wish. Just zoom around to go and visit his plot. Oopsie daisy. Okay, which plot am I on? That would be NHR, I think. So I need to go left.
NHR's
Left, right. And it should be here. Oopsie daisy. Perfect.
Those are GSA ships, so the Moonrider ships are on that side of the lot. Yeah, that's what the side you're looking at.
Oh, he's been trying to invite me to bed. I didn't see that. Social friends. Sorry for the delay in accepting that. Add friend. So you told me his ships are on the other side of this plot. So these are two different. There are two different exponents. There is GSI and Tesseract Industry. Okay,
Yes.
someone. Thank you. So I'm going to be visiting. And you say he is on the bottom part. Whoops. All good. What are you at? Okay, I'll just check at the... He's walking. Yeah, the EOS Con is really unforgiving if you want to just walk along the beams, because you have to accommodate for the gate effects. It's now very elongated. Okay, I'll just check at the same time for who I can visit next.
Oi.
Oh. Peter, I haven't seen you yet. Peter Plight is on my Twitch. Peter, do you want to be visited next? Can be in-game, can be through Twitch, or can be through Discord. Perfect. I'll finish with Moonrider and I'll hop to your plot right after. Nakosy Shipyards. There's also people that I've never ever seen before. That's being one of them.
We have like new people, you know.
Hello, Spammy.
Hello.
Hello,
You
Mika.
get real old. I like how like half of my ship is pumped back into storage again.
Oh, there's Moonrider. Hello, Moonrider. Thank you for passing by. I'll let you decide what ship you want to showcase and what order. Most welcome. And just give us a little bit of insight on the ship. Can be decisions, can be insight, can be choices that you had to do. Up to you. Tesseract artist here. Ooh, Bobless. I can see something I recognize sticking out. Long distance ship, navigation logger. I'll just assume this, yeah, this does most of the length. Bus secret 4 doors. What's a bus secret? Ah, even the interior is botless. adventures, very useful. Moonrider, are any of your ships for sale or just for showcase? It can be blueprint, it can be like in-game ship. If you want to, you can share a link. You can't share it directly on my Twitch, you have to send it to me on Discord. That's only if you want to. If you don't want to, there's no... absolutely no problem. Do you have a Discord upon which you are? It also can be an SSS link. If you've got your ships for sale on there, it fits the bill perfectly. It's so that the people that watch the Twitch or the YouTube replay after can then know how to contact you. Can also be a Discord name if ever you prefer to be contacted that way. The answer can also be, no, I don't want to be contacted. That is a very valid answer. So, Moonrider in-game. Up. Name. And you can pop your... Is Moonrider also your Discord tag? RTS_M is your Discord tag. Okay. Thank you. So I'm just going to put that into the Twitch chat and it's going to be in the description of the video. Thanks to you. How much range does this ship have? How many kilometers can you expect to do before it needs a refuel? At least 5,000 kilometers. I see it uses a whole lot of maneuver thrusters and the 2 plasmas, which is a very unusual choice. That also makes a whole lot of sense. Nice! Does it have any crates, or is the back filled with propellant? Okay, a bit of a mix of both. Oh wait, does this ship have got one plasma thruster that runs the entire length? Ooh. Nope, that's not the full length. Long plasma though. What is the purpose of... so this was done before the Xenocow. Is this a... is this a refuel ship or an exploration ship? Okay, so it will do one or the other, no problem. A pleasant mix between boltless and bolted. I can see some crates, I can see a whole lot of propellant tanks. Glad you've got the name written correctly on this side of your ships, because I hadn't written it correctly on my notepad. There you go, just corrected it. Did I write Tesseract correctly? Okay, that I did write correctly. Perfect. I'd never ever considered using maneuver thrusters to... for this kind of purpose on really big ships. I always defaulted to triangle thrusters or box thrusters, and now I'm questioning it. This is upside down. Nice. What other ships do you have on this plot? You're welcome, NTPS. I always really enjoy doing these coverages. Although I think that for this EOS Con I bit way more than I can chew. So I'm going to have to stream on Monday too.
I'm literally not gonna be in the city by Monday.
I didn't understand, Satomi?
Oh, because I'm actually leaving my computer behind. Actually, how long are you gonna stream for?
I'm still going to be streaming for at least a solid 6 hours. If you've got something that you want to showcase.
Yeah, I'll take the next bot after there's another guy. Yeah.
So right after I'm seeing Peter Plate, but if you want, right after I can visit your plots, no problem.
Yep.
Okay, I just noted it as the to-do list, so I'll visit you right after. Okay, Moon Rider has got ooh. Oh wow. Now, I've seen this, I've seen many unusual designs, but this one is one of those that will just take the cake. Yeah, it feels to me like he saw where all of the other players were going with their ships and decided, nah, I'm not following. Gosh, there's a lot of work. You can see all of the bolts were placed where he wanted bolts. Oh. Same thing, I can see a pattern where he's using maneuvering thrusters to limit the amount of, well, thrusters where he doesn't want them.
sleeves of these thrusters.
What is the intended purpose for this ship? Oh, it can grab an asteroid. That is the most barren cockpit I ever saw. It's like, oh right, yes. The pilot needs a seat. It's a very wild looking ship. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
And thing is, there's the controls were on a moving part on the in front of that chair. They kind of fell off.
Oh, that's
Like,
what. Okay, thank you.
The turntable. Yeah, there's a turntable there.
Okay, so it's not meant to be that barren.
Yeah.
It's headless now.
I'll take a guess and say that it's presumably a mining ship with lasers on the turntables, but they're all missing. Plus a bot. This bot comes with... Okay, so yes. What's a bot exactly? How many crates were you able to fit in that much volume? This is a big ship.
This looks like 400.
Oh, that comes with... Oh, wait, that fits in there? Ah, that is awesome. So the cargo locks are not for a ride, but for a support ship. Oh, that is some wild design. I love it. So remote communication also going on between the two ships? Well, dang. That is a cool concept. I'm actually starting to notice a pattern, which means that these ships are also probably yours. That is a wild ship. Damn right, triangles are difficult. I completely agree. Oop, I'll let you show the next ship you want me to look at. KSF. Yes, Arbazak, that gap is for that ship. They're meant to be together. So you don't lock frame an asteroid like I thought you did. You lock frame that tiny little drone ship. Which seems to have a seat at some point, but that was possibly for the EOS Con, I don't know. Says no. Is that a no for the seat on the little drone? I'll let him explain a bit. Oh, as in you didn't know that a ship could work without a chair? So it got removed at some point, but the LOD stayed as is? Just one question, Moonrider. Does the blueprint come with these two? Is it like one blueprint, the two ships? Or is it two separate blueprints? So when you print the big ship, the small ship comes with it. Is it like one FBE file that contains both, one save? Or do you need to spawn it separately? Okay, no, then it's not the problem I thought it was. A ship is recognized a ship as long as it's got beams that have hardpoints, that have thrusters. You need all three to be bolted neatly together, and only then is it considered to be a ship and not ship debris. Ship debris is never going to despawn in a terminal. Now, an interesting thing to note is that when you cargo lock frame or cargo lock beam something, it's part of the ship. It becomes the ship. So that's why you get voxel volume limitations when it comes to asteroids when you grab them onto a ship. They're now part of the budget of the ship. So the next question I have is, does it refuse to despawn after you've cargo locked beamed this ship into the big one? Vega, I've already despawned ships that were literally, I think I had 3 beams, 1 hardpoint, and 1 maneuver thruster. That was it. No, okay, when it's only the bot. Yes, but is it only the bot after it was put into your ship? Because what I'm wondering, I mean, I don't know, this may be more going on, but what I'm wondering is if the bot is now considered to be part of the bigger ship. Okay, something else going on. Whenever you do some R&D in Starbase, you're always bound to find stuff that's really difficult to explain. I suppose it's just part of the gameplay. Until then, the idea looks really cool. But it makes me all the more curious about your other ships. This low poly looks like some kind of giant torpedo. So this is a transporter, he says. I'm just going to wait for it to load. Its neighbor has got no problem loading, but this one is a bit shy. Oh, there you go. Oh, ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, but 4 years old design. So this was really start of the... Wait, closed alpha or open alpha? Gee, this is unusual.
4 years? That's all the way to CA.
Yep, that would be closed alpha.
Wait, I need the ship. It's in the ship shop.
You've seen this in the ship shop?
Yeah. Yeah. It's in like one of the random shops if I recall.
He says not this one. This one was not part of a ship shop.
Then it's probably just something similar then.
I just
I
love
remember
how...
this style.
Oh, none of his ships got accepted. Well, I don't understand why they didn't. This is really cool.
Let's find out. Where's Kai?
Well, most of my ships got accepted, but I know the reason for mine. I asked too late.
Sounds about right.
Literally, like the last ships got accepted the moment I demanded. And then a few weeks later, there was the announcement. Ooh. There was the announcement that development was pausing.
Yeah, they pretty much just packed up.
Hopefully they wisen up.
I demanded. I almost, like not by much, I missed my opportunity to have a hangar called Ouroboros at Origin. That would have been the thing I absolutely would have loved to have.
I would have looked in that one either after or before vintage.
Hey, look, that should have had different ships at each station location. It wouldn't have been a bad idea, but when Starbase started, players didn't quite grasp that they could go from station to station. The way it was presented kind of made it sound like it was different servers altogether. So, ooh, painted cables. That's elegant. So I don't know, there was maybe like additional choices, but it would have been a very good idea to get players to visit different origin stations for sure.
That gives them actual names and stuff.
Instead of numbers. Just going to, whoops. I'm just going to AFK for 60 seconds, be right back. Oops. Give me 1 minute, be right back.
Arkhonus, did you check my stream? Arkhonus?
Yep, looking.
I summoned thee.
I need to switch the blueprint. Check this out.
You showed this to me though.
I did?
Yeah, you already did.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
The other thing is this.
Yep, no, this is nice.
This is a thruster wheel. And it actually have a 20 strange factor. I did not expect it will be this solid. These modifications, I need to check it out. Now it's 16. It's no longer. Who's the lowest one?
Adrian, can you make a thicker version of the wheel?
What do you mean?
Like make the wheel thicker.
Okay, thicker. Now you mean wider, or just
Yes, wider.
more sticking out?
Sorry,
Yeah, but
wider wheel.
you mean bigger?
I just muted Death and myself. This is most definitely yet another very unique and pleasant to look at ship. $552. It's fun. 512. It's easy to get in and out of. Nice. So cargo ship, I presume it goes quite fast, considering there's a big plasma. It really looks nice. I'm enjoying the sights of your ships. Now this shape makes me really curious. A wannabe fighter. Oops. Oh, given the opportunity, if it's got 2 or 3 railguns, it's going to sting for sure. Bag. This is glass. Super unusual design choices. Oh, autocannons on turrets. 6 turrets, 12 autocannons. Oh, okay. I see what you're trying to do. The problem is that because the distance is resetting when you leave the rangefinder, if you go off the rangefinder, the autocannons need some time to readjust. And the second problem is that turrets are surprisingly uncompromising when it comes to turn fights. Which means that when you start turning at crazy speeds, the turrets go completely out of whack when given the chance. I really like the design. If you want to do a more functional version, what you could do is keep the railguns as they are, keep the body as it is, and remove as much as you can of the wings, kind of like a very dangerous needle. Or the other way around, keep the wings, bolt the autocannons shut, maybe add more autocannons, and then you have a fighter that would be absolutely lethal against smaller weight fighters. And there's plenty of more possibilities. My big recommendation, though, is come on the PTU and test your ships, the STU now. Come and test the fighters. It's really the best way of figuring out what works and what doesn't. I've given 2 ideas, but considering how you've got a very different mindset than I do, you most definitely are going to be facing problems that I've never seen nor heard about. Which is going to limit the quality of my recommendations substantially. So best possible recommendation I can give you: come on the STU and fight. Literally the best way. Because when you're going to fight, that's when you're going to start finding the weaknesses. I systematically that's quite 2 million credits is a little bit you probably lost one of your railguns, 1 or 2 of your railguns. Yep, but test it on the STU. No? How did you get that much of a price? You tested it on the live. Gee, you're a little bit too much in advance. So, the intention for the game long term is that once Frozenbyte is done with all of the update testing on the STU, they're going to close it to force all of the players to migrate to the live. At which point, fighting on the live is going to be the only way of really testing our ships. Which is to say, probably within a territory where you can be absolutely sure you can get your hand on the leftovers of your ship, to tow them, to fix them, to make it not too expensive to fix. Until then, though, we have access to the STU, and I do recommend fighting on it. Oh, that's interesting if you don't want to be followed. If ever you want to fight with me, that actually is a bit uncomfortable. If ever you feel like it, give me a ping. I absolutely love fighting on the STU. But I'll say it again, I really like the vibe of this ship of yours. You learn by trying. You did not start doing these absolutely fantastic designs day one. And be like, ah, what's this new game, Starbase? Let me just, make some good stuff. I'll show you what my first ship design looked like it was. I successfully did something that was less efficient and less pleasant to look at than a Labora. Think about it. It was a mining ship. I lost it when a pirate sniped me. I don't think he kept the ship. I genuinely think he just blew it up and got it today. Just get to wait for this ship to spawn. The money makers, asteroid haulers or miners. Let me see which one of the two is this. You can see some crates. It is a mining ship. Automated. Lots of robotic arms. Ah, that's nice. 2 of the specs. 303 crates. 6 or 10 lasers. I suppose it depends on the configuration. Nice. Where are the thrusters? I can see some here. Oh, top and bottom. Lots and lots and lots of side thrusters. Oh, there they are. Big bunch here, big bunch there. Nice. I'll take a little moment to appreciate that the bolts are placed elegantly. This is not auto-bolted. Boltless here, but hand-bolted whenever there are bolts. Yep, which means that the bolts are pleasant to see. Yet another auto-bolt, not a fan. Well done. Well done. Thank you for showing your ships. I'm going to be moving on to Peter Blight's plot if he is still connected. Peter Blight is still there. Thanks for showing them. Thank you. Let me just see. My race ship is there. Oh, there's Peter. Perfect. Peter, do you want to hop onto the Discord, or do you want to do like Moon Raider and just go for endgame chat? Oh, okay, he's on Discord. Let me unmute myself. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, let me just... so I did... Alright. That's there. And I'm going to cross Tesseract Industries and move right to your plots, which are going to be right after Arcsparks. Whoops, sorry.
Going to every lot, Happy?
Sorry?
Are you going through every lot?
All of them, if you want to, if you're available. I'm going to be doing, so right now I'm doing Peter Blight, so SP Industries. After that I'm moving to Satomi Octans Industries. And if you're available after that, I can do Progress Bar.
I'll have to ask Alkash if he's here, since he wasn't here to talk about his stuff last time.
Sure,
I'll try to...
It can be both of you.
Luck, I'll try to get a hold of him though, because...
Sure. Let me just see if I'm on the right place. So I have... where's Arcspark? This is Arcspark. That is Haywire, and now there is Peter's stuff. Okay, Peter, is this whole plot yours?
Yes.
Perfect. I'll let you take the lead, decide what ship gets presented in what order, and as usual, if you've got some insight, specification, by all means, I'm very interested to hear about it. And also, before we start, Do you have a link for people to get your ships if they are for sale, be it directly by blueprint or in-game as a ship and not as a blueprint?
Not really, but you can send me a message on Discord. And then we can talk about buying a ship or a blueprint.
Okay, can I put your Discord tag onto YouTube and the stream? Perfect.
Sure.
Let me just copy it, and they can contact you in-game for that.
Yes.
Perfect. Just writing it down. This is going to be SP Industry. Right. Tag in-game you are. There you go. I'm just going to copy that on Twitch so that people can contact you at their leisure. Perfect.
Yes. The first ship is a Zeta class from Star Wars, and it's shown in the movie Rogue One. And yeah, it's more a multi-purpose dropship. It can carry up to 84 units of cargo and 16 passengers. Yeah, it got a fully built interior. You can adjust the angle of the ramp by pulling the lever.
No.
Upstairs there is the passenger room and the bridge. In the back there is the engine room, and I'm missing some fuel rods. Yeah. There's also a small gap where you can access the cargo room from the back. Yes. And yeah, the main purpose is mostly it's mostly a gimmick ship. It doesn't fly as fast as I like to be. Goes around 80 meters a second, I guess. So it's not that fast.
Role-playing ships are particularly difficult to get working in Starbase. Oh, the whole wings change too.
Yes, the wings can move.
Nice.
Yeah, the one is a bit faster than the other.
That's just Starbase. Oh gee. See me shuffling. There you go.
Yeah, that was mostly all of this ship. The next ship is over here. Or take a look around. No problem. Here, the next ship is one of my newest designs. It's called Stray Cat. And there is a armed version and an unarmed version. The armed version is armed with 2 autocannons. Yeah, its purpose is it's a small scout ship. You can carry up to 8 stacks of ores and 4 passengers. You would also have a full modeled interior and a payload chair that you can turn around. The controls are hidden behind doors on the side. And the flight units are over here. You can also put your own navigation systems in it. There are 2 advanced grid displays in the front. And a lot of free YOLO space in it. There's just one script that's actually doing something. The rest is empty. Yeah, that's the armed version, and the right one is the unarmed version.
Do they go 150 with this amount of
Yes.
thrusters? Okay.
Yes, they fly 150 meters. It's also for sale, so if anyone is interested, just ask me.
Do you want to tell the price of the ships out loud?
Yeah, 250 credits, 250,000 credits.
Okay,
Not that
250, just 250 is a bit low. 250,000 is a bit more reasonable.
It's more or less a free blueprint, so yeah, just a tiny amount of credits. Aren't worth much.
Okay, and they can just contact you through Discord or in-game to have access to it.
Yeah, the next version is, or next ship is my main mining ship. But this one shown here is just the prototype of it. There are two newer versions. Yeah, it's asteroid-eating ring mining ship with around 800 crates and two 6-ring plasma engines. It runs on 4 large generators and flies around 140 meters a second.
How many crates did you say it has?
About 800. Yeah, there's also a second cockpit on this ship. It's located on the side. And when you turn on the lasers, the lights are changing.
Nice. I've been wondering, but what does SP stand for in SP Industries?
Yeah, that's a long story. It comes from the German word Schrott und Pleite. And yeah, started in Grand Theft Auto 5 as a company there.
Oh, okay, so this is a name you're quite attached to. It's not just like just a name you picked up for Starbase. It's longer. It's older than that.
It's the name of the two founders, Kurt Schrott and Peter Pleite, and that's why it's called so. And Industries is written with, it's written wrong, but I'm too lazy to change it.
Fair.
Yes, there's also all smelting furnace in the back and a towing beam, so you can tow ships or crates that extend the cargo capacity. Yes, the next two ships are also some replicas from Star Citizen. It's the Anvil Valkyrie, a military dropship, and it comes in 3 variants. There's a military bomber, a military dropship, and a cargo hauling variant. The cargo variant is not on display today, just the bomber and the dropship. They all 3 come with a full built interior. They go around 150 meters a second empty and are armed with 80 rockets each and 4 autocannons and 2 laser cannons.
80 rockets?
Yeah, the bomber version carrying up to 300 rockets.
Oh, but without the warheads?
Yes.
I mean, you have
But
to...
I think you can... Normal rockets doesn't count as warheads, I guess.
No, I mean, it's the explosive, so you can have as many rockets without warheads as you want to, within the 2 billion voxel volume limit. But warheads, that would be 20 big max.
Okay. I thought warheads are only counting for torpedoes.
No,
not rockets.
Rockets too. So you can have as many rocket tubes. No, you can't even have as many rocket tubes. You can have 30 rocket launchers or 20 or 30 torpedo launchers, but you have to accommodate the 20 warheads. There's 2 separate limits here. Oh, gee. Oh, that would have been really fun if not for the limit.
it was designed to destroy an enemy base during a siege entirely.
Well, if someone can convince the devs to get the rockets to be independent from the torpedoes when it comes to warhead count, this would be really fun to look at.
They are also firing one after another. So.
Do these not count as weapons?
No, they don't count as weapons. Just like torpedoes, they are not counting as weapons.
Yeah, but the torpedo launcher counts as a weapon.
I'm not sure about that, but the rocket launcher tubes doesn't count as weaponry.
If they change stuff, I
Fire
am.
tube is like a lot newer.
Did they maybe forget to do it? Because we don't have these in the ship design, if I recall. Only on the
five
STU.
tubes added in an update earlier, like 2 or 4 months ago.
For quite a long time, we don't have it on live. Like, that's probably why.
I'm wondering if someone didn't forget to check something in a list, and that is why you can have these crazy looking designs. It's really fun. Oh, and it has more in the nose.
More like nobody's there for check that box, or like they lost the checklist.
That sounds pretty much right to me. You really did a good job with the vibe of the ship.
Thanks.
And this one has torpedoes.
No, also rockets, but it can carry passengers.
No putting passengers on rockets then, I suppose.
Nope.
Damn, that would have been fun.
There are no ejection seats on the ship.
He was talking about ejection. I was talking about getting your troops to the front line as fast as possible. Right after the artillery barrage.
I mean, you can crash into the ground. That's maybe the fastest way to get him on the ground.
Fair. Would it be a bit of a bummer since the ship is quite good looking?
It's also my first try of using the advanced grid displays on ships. They are not great looking when they are active, but I guess they do their job. I can turn it on for a second. Wait. That's how they look. They're a bit sad, I know.
But does the trick. I'm still thinking about all those rocket tubes. If ever they get the explosive, they only let the warheads be the torpedoes, this ship would be a huge amount of fun.
I can try this later on. I have 20 rockets in the front already.
If you put on number 20, if you put on number 21, the ship will go over budget and lock into place. It won't. It will refuse to move. It's as if you had bolted a 31 autocannon.
Yeah, the next ship is also a ship from Starbase. It's the Drake Vulture, but slightly modified so it can do its purpose in Starbase.
This ship is very affectionate. Oop, there you go.
Yeah, this ship is built for salvage purposes in Star System and here in Starbase. You can lock big chunks of salvage or just shredding them down with 4 mining lasers in the front. It also can carry up to 80 stacks of ore inside of it. and it flies about 150 meters a second empty.
We don't yet have a salvage turret, but the moment they add it, it would be a very, very welcome addition, especially for ships such as this one.
Yes, and for station sieges, there are maybe a very good reason, so you can clean up the mess after the fight.
They have something in mind. I do remember Laurie saying that he wanted salvage to be more of a gameplay, especially after the sieges, but I don't know what he has in mind.
I read about simplified ship ownership. That's something that has to do with it, but I'm not sure.
I was more thinking about, like, you remember the CW Industry guy showed a ship-size salvage tool?
Also something to do with cap ships too. So I'm a bit confused as to what the plan is, but I'm most curious.
By the way, there is a cap ship on display, but I think we showed it last time, and there's a video of it.
Is it the very, very big capital ship?
It's the Magnificence capital ship. It's 2 zones big, so not that big, but yeah, bigger than a normal ship.
Yeah, I remember. It has corridors. You even had a few jokes with bartending and with AHA inside of it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's a co-project with Lone Shade. So if anyone is interested, you can buy it for 750 million credits, and then you own a very cool-looking luxury capital ship.
They just have to contact you to do so. Do you still have the link to the video? I can pop it into my I can pop it into my Twitch channel. So I'm being distracted. My cat wants attention, and his way of demanding it is to scratch my very expensive computer monitor.
Yes, I know that my cat is doing that sometimes too. Then we can move on. There is the next ship. Maybe some of you noticed it. It's the Miss Grazer, and I participated in the first moon race with it. And it just disappears. There it is. Here it's mostly, as you guessed it, a racing ship. And it's also a replica from Star Citizen. With the original paint job. Just with some, brand names on it. And the pilot chair is an elevator and an ejection seat. If you crash, you fly out inside the chair, out of the ship. And when you are inside the ship, on the chair, you can't exit it by accident. It tells you there is no free space to exit. So you have to, bring the seat down, and then you can access or entry. It also got a small laser cannon, but during the race there was no ammo inside. So it has one laser cannon, and it can fire them, frequently. Yes. It got armed, but not much. Yeah, it just runs on 2 tier 3 box thrusters. It's a very tiny ship for racing.
Yeah, but it's nice.
But it's doing its job. I also got a buying order from Satomi, but just like 10 minutes ago.
How much do you sell this preprint for? Or ship?
2 million.
2 million credits. Does it go 150?
It goes 145.
Close enough.
But another box thruster won't fit in it, so yeah. It's more a maneuvering ship than a fast flying ship. So I have to use my maneuvering techniques to get through the rings on the racing track.
Nice.
Yes, and the last ship in the lot is a very old ship. The second ship I've ever designed. And it's a long-range hauler. Hauler or miner. I designed it to gather some Corasium from the EOS belt. on a 12-hour journey because I flew 3 hours in the wrong direction. Yes. And
that happens.
Got 2 stable mining lasers, an ore scanner and ore collector. And I think it had 216 ore crates.
Oh, give me just a second. I figured my cat is in fact a hypocrite. Wait a second. I was wondering why he was so affectionate. His bowl's probably empty. Give me 1 minute.
No problem.
Yep, spot on. Couldn't figure out why my cat was loving me so much. Now he's going to eat and go right back to ignoring me. How many crates does it have?
216. It's not much, but it does its work. It does its work fine.
It's way better than my first deep belt mining ship.
It's also running on a larger generator, and since I put it in service, I never refueled it.
Oh, this is a more recent ship by like Starbase, Starbase's history.
Yeah, there's also a small dancing room down in the ship.
You can bump your head if you're not careful.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do with this room, so I decided to make that a small dancing room.
Yeah.
Here on top is the bridge with 2 passenger seats, a reconstruction machine, and the pilot chair. It also got an asteroid avoidance system, because I'm lazy. Yes. And a very, very old navigation system that's not working anymore. I don't know why, but yeah. It says receivers, can't see receivers. I don't know why it's broken, but when I repair it, it's also broken.
You have to go into the YOLO, and if it's the ESUN I know of, it's blocked in a loop where it's going through very specific lines. You just short circuit one of them, and then you re-enable it to go back normally, and it should fix it.
Okay. I can tell you that there is another ship I'm working on right now with some other guys, and it maybe breaks the laws of Starbase, so I can't show it here because it's a well-kept secret.
Well, as long as it's not stuff that has thrust with no propellant, you're good.
No. It's more a next generation of asteroid hauling ships.
Show it if you want to.
I can't show it on stream. I can show it later, but not on stream.
Okay.
I got orders to not show it in public.
By Frozenbyte or by another player?
By another player. I can tell you that this ship is out there and it's doing its job, and it's doing its job fine. And it's in testing phase, but it's not finished yet. And it can break the laws of physics, or rules of Starbase. Mostly because it can print a hell lot of money in no time.
Well, thank you a lot for the visit. Is there any ships that I haven't seen yet?
No. That was mostly all.
Thanks a lot for the showcase. I'm going to be moving on to Octans Industries.
Sure, no problem. If you're interested in the asteroid hauling ship, I can show it later today.
I mean, if it's not to be shown on stream, then no, it's not going to be today at all. Thank you. I'm
Okay.
probably going to be streaming until it's way past my bedtime in an attempt to get as many interviews as possible.
So
Have
then
you-
just ping me when you have time.
I don't know. Just send it to me a message on Discord and I won't open it on stream. And that you can do whenever you feel like.
No problem. Then have a great trip.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, Satomi, you are Octans Industry.
Yeah, hi. Where are you?
I'm right in front of the plot. I've just zoomed there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Let's start with the one closer to IP. So that's apparently the older stuff.
Okay, what side are you on?
Just the one closer to the Icarus project. Like further away from Stalin.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, hi. Yep. Let's start with you've seen this. I don't think, have you seen this? Let's stand on this until this loads. I'm looking at your stream to see which one are you looking at.
Just hop onto the ships that you want me to look at and then present them. I think it's going to be way easier because ships are going to load and unload continuously. So it's more reliable if you yourself decide what ship you want to show.
Okay. Can you see me right now?
No. I saw you a few seconds ago. Oh, there you are. That's one hell of a way to get someone's attention.
This is my location indication pistol. Do you have a durability tool with you?
What, sorry?
A durability tool?
I do have a durability tool.
Use right click on this ship. That's like the only thing about this ship, actually.
Is the H for help?
Yes. This frame is under, I think, 930% stress. That's just fine, though. By the way, Octans Industry, I don't think you know Helios? Helios and Oregon is the league that once we were, and at the beginning of closed alpha, early access, most of our management actually just quietly left for some reason. That's one special kind of choke. Too bad I'm not fast enough to catch him. But yeah, and this
Who
is
just
made by
shouted in the
Moonset.
Discord?
What?
I
No,
thought-
there's like a guy just walked in and shouted and left. Come on, it's a big public Discord, big public event. You trolls. I will have my fingers at the ready to copy his ID. All right. This is made by Moonset. Moonset is a guy played in closed alpha all the way back. This is the 2023 update version of his new ship. You were talking about how, the last ship for heat update got accepted before you placed in yours, right? This is pretty much the last batch. You managed to snuck it in before they closed up shop. And this is another ship shop ship. Actually, this is made by our CEO. Supposedly a ship that's hand upgradable. But because it's so fucking complex, so fucking integrated, you risk snapping the pipes when you are upgrading this thruster section. And back in the day, before the times are repairable, that's pretty much a death ship. So I definitely went through about 10 of these during my starter phase. Yeah. And this is technically the only useful ship I make. Let me know when it's actually loaded.
Oh, it did load. I was wondering, does the asteroid bumper work or not?
No. No,
So,
like
so it was more like
topic actually just. Yeah, it's more of a aesthetic choice. He thought it works, but he thought. The cockpit just like disintegrates when you hit something larger than a tier 8. Anything smaller than a tier 8, it handles just fine. And look at the lower side of this ship. Because it's in the Sunny Green shop, the Frozenbyte, I think a Frozenbyte employee actually went in here and updated this for heat.
Oh.
This is what they did. This dawn is what they did. But yeah. Alright. Here is the only actual useful ship that I make. I don't even know what my school of thought with building ship is, but this ship came out of 6,000 EPS because that's the power amount that takes to run a navigator without snap. And because I am cheap, I use tier 1 enhancers. Swapping the generator for a tier 3 is a very recent development. And this used to be just like pretty much all tier 2. And then the other pretty annoying thing with Starbase is that a empty propellant tank is literally the same weight compared to a full propellant tank.
Yeah.
Which is annoying plus. And this one, it used to not have normal controls because these 4 thrusters at the top, right behind the pilot chairs, is the pitch and yaw of this ship. So it's manually balanced for pitch, yaw, and roll, and does not actually have a brake. Archie, after using my ship, he made let's just call it a modernization package for it, and now it has normal control again. We actually had a big issue. We actually have had a scandal with a guy. No, more like a small drama session with a guy that refused to read our manual. His friend is pretty epic though. I think his friend decides to go to Chimosh on a 3-ship convoy. It's just like fucking insane. Very insane. Like absolutely epic. Here is the useless ship that I made. I never actually made a ship out of this concept. This is let me know if you see me.
If I see what?
Are you still looking at the navlogger?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, did you start presenting the other one?
No, I think I did miss something. But yeah, empty propellant tanks is exactly the same weight as a full one. So this ship ditches 8 propellant tank at a time as a empty, and for each 16 propellant tank of weight it loses, it can ditch 4 box thrusters. This ship has 8 stages. The first stage only lasts 16 hours on propellant, but the last stage lasts about like 48 hours on propellant. So that's like.
What is the total range of your ship?
Yes.
No. What is the range?
It has like about 400 hours of range.
The distance rather than the time.
That's frame rate dependent. That's frame rate dependent, because like if we get the most, like assuming you are actually 150, that would be like 540 kilometers an hour, and like on 410 hours of range, that's like 221,000 hours, 1,000 kilometers. So that's all the way to Icarus and back to Elysium. It can't actually go back to EOS on that range. Like they won't have enough reach to return to EOS. But like this is a ship that I made expecting the fact that Endo loot drop would be enabled with cap ship update. Well, then that didn't happen. But yeah. So like most of the time, I just cut like half of the propellant off of this thing when I actually use it in blueprint. And I actually know a lot of people that just use like the stubby version of this ship. Like they would cut this ship all the way down to like two pairs of tank.
Yep.
Yeah, and then this is not the most comfortable position to put a nav logger, but I could not be bothered to deal with its center of weight, so I just like floated in a case so that its center alignment is like actually convenient to work with. All right, that's about it for this ship. This thing actually loses its workbench if you hard land. Here, I mean that's if you made it to the surface, you're already done there. This is the solar panel prototype I made. I used this to compare to a fully enhanced Tier 3 generator setup for its power, weight, output efficiency. And my result that I drew out of this is that to make solar matter, you need like, if you're using solar for full flight, it starts to overpower a fully enhanced Tier 3 generator setup at like 250 hours of flight. So that's like forever. I don't have the lifetime for that. So you don't see me deploy this. And this panel cannot actually get any bigger, because any bigger the turntable isn't actually powerful enough to turn it to trace the sun. Like there's just not enough tracing to follow the sun. If this gets any bigger, and this is 25,000 EPS on a good day. I think the funny part about this panel is that it just logs into a triangle.
I've got two of my Twitch viewers asking if it was the jelly bean. I suppose they are referring to the first ship?
Yes, the nav logger is the jelly bean. You can still see the guy freaked out over like this ship does not have normal controls on my SSS page. I asked the guy, I asked SSS to like combine his comments so it's not like 7 comments in like my 10 comment page, but like I left it there to show people.
Okay.
But yeah, this one that Happy Trigger just showed is a updated version. We have like a very old model that still doesn't have normal controls somewhere. In this lot, it might have despawned already, but you know, who cares? And did I talk about this ship? Yes, I did. Okay, let me know when you see the big old ship. That's,
I can. Yet another very unusual design, like quite a lot of the ships in this plot.
Well, like most of them are by me, so if you see wacky ones, that's by me. This is pretty much a pre-built. It's a kit bash. I remember talking about like how a straight laser, like a straight trencher, was better than a driller. Like, you know, in the beginning of moon mining. The prototype of this prototype's prototype is where I drew that conclusion. It was a trencher that has like certain lasers. But this is the kit bash of that that I made in like 45 or 30 minutes for the Raceway project. The Raceway project started pretty much by this. Because our point is that if we draw physical trenches on the ground, it would make raceways like visible.
Yep.
Even if the station logs fails, like straight up fails, like it would just be like, you know, an added challenge because you at least know where one is going. This is what does that trench. It was 14 sections of 1.1 kilometer long trenches, combining to like about 13 kilometers total. Deepest is like about 10 meters deep. Shallowest is about 7 meters, 4 meters deep. Took like about what? We only get like about 10 meters per half an hour. So, yeah. I know some people in ITC helped, and I know like another few person that just used their surfacer to help. But yeah, overall, I think we went through like about 5 to 6 of these to dig the trench around Raceway, because you know, they get shot.
It helped. It really did help. So this is not really designed to get the resources. This was really designed for the Raceway.
Yeah, this one is actually a Darky Shadow mod too, because Darky Shadow does not like my anti-human design factor.
It doesn't like your what, sorry?
Anti-human design factor. My stuff is pretty anti-human. Look here.
Did you also have beef with Darky Shadow?
No.
Darky Shadow was the lead of HLI, or am I confusing with someone else?
No, he is a lead designer in HLA.
Okay.
No, it's not beef. It's what I said was he made a modern conversion kit for a lot of my ships.
Okay.
Because he just likes them. And yeah. He likes them, he likes using them, and you know, I got free improvement to my ship. And then the hardware improvements, I think, is made by like another guy that I no longer remember the name of, because we haven't talked in like 2 years. Here, this 2 lever is the hardware clock on how long it will stop thrusting forward and how long it will thrust forward. You adjust the centering speed of these two to adjust how it works, basically. And it would, this ship would stop at a point and swing its laser forward, digging out a circle, and then like move forward a bit by constantly thrusting a bit to defeat, you know, Space Jetty, and then it would stop by Space Jetty, which means every single bit of this is hand-tuned, and we don't actually fill the crates at all to not mess with this. And this thing requires babysitting, pretty much. We actually just laser cutter delete the ores that we reveal to stop them from like messing with us. There's only like about 60 crates in this, and I put them in mostly just to use them as power conduits. Alright, I don't think any of these 3 are made by me. I'll tell you what they are, but like...
Is there like a second exactly the same jelly bean, or is it a different one?
That's the old one. That's the old one. Actually, yeah, let's look at it first.
So what's the difference?
It's mostly the software. This is the one that I actually use. You can see it has the old school. Look at the cockpit. You see a lot less YOLO here, basically. And then look at the lever right below the chair. Like right below. Actually no, right behind the chair. Sorry.
Okay, so this one has a flight computer. So Jonko on my stream is asking how much is the jelly bean in game?
In game? Today's ore price, it's like about, you will need to pay about, wait, you mean like how much costs to build it? It's a free blueprint.
I'll just wait for him to answer the question. I've got a ship that cannot be bought with the market. You would crash the market. He says yes, so it's pretty much the in-game market price at the moment.
in-game market price. Last I checked, it costs about 7, 8, 9 million to put one of these together. Which is the cheaper ones out of this? I know a lot of people that just ditch them because like how comparatively cheap they are.
Yeah, mine you wouldn't ditch at all, and you literally need to pay people to get the resources for you, because mine is 3,500 stacks of ice.
Yeah, this is 300 stacks of ice.
3,000 stacks for mine.
I know, right? Like, I actually made that kind of stuff too. Then I realized that like plasma thruster on propellant efficiency is like less efficient than just plain box thrusters. So,
until you get a 17 single plasma thruster and over 350. Was it? No, way more than that. No, way more than that. I forgot the propellant, big propellant
it's
tank.
It's a lot more than like what you can fit in the Origin SSC. You pretty much need to like double diagonal it, which is like beyond reason, I must say.
No, mine fits in without you don't need to rotate
it. Does?
Yep, barely, but it does.
It's like the length of that Solar Explorer, right? So that's like 104 meters long.
Yeah, let me show it on stream. So
yeah, it's like double Solar Explorer. If it's like normal size fits, then like, oh god, it's like 60 meters longer than 70 meters. I will argue. Wait, no, 40 meters longer than 70 meters mass. Yeah, Solar Pioneer.
So it has, I actually took a screenshot, 492 big propellant tanks.
Yeah, I had a similar ship, then I do realize that that's not sustainable. I realize that that's not sustainable if I want to launch like 4 of them on like 6 alts. That's just not sustainable.
Okay, this, by the way, are the screenshots before they got the big propellant volume from 9 million to 12 million. So the current ship has got an extra 33% range and ice cost. So the 2,500 stacks are the old value. And I've got one other one that has even more. Talk about pricey. I think this one does take the cake.
Yeah, at this point, I am paying someone to get that ice for me. I don't even want to deal with it.
That is what Freelancer has been doing. So this is 3,500 stacks for the main ship, but this blueprint is 2 ships. And the second ship will cost you an extra 760 stacks of ice. So grand total, 4,200 stacks of ice to use it as intended.
So that's like 13 jelly beans. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you max out the way it's intended to be used, it goes with no refuel 180,000 kilometers. It was intended to go all the way out to Zelem, get chips, and then go back to Origin. That was its purpose.
That's not enough. Oh, Stellum?
Oh, Zlalona, sorry. Oh, Zelem, it does it, no problem.
That's not enough, though. That's not enough, actually.
You can do more if you ditch the small ship, and if really needed, you can always figure something out and meet at another planet.
No, that's not enough by like 40%. Stellum is like 1,330 away, so you need to do like 260.
Yeah, but what you could have then done is get the ship to start coming back and then meet somewhere halfway.
Yeah. I wish they actually enabled the loot drop for like, the chip update. I know it's gonna be agonizing, but like.
Yeah, it would have added to the challenge. I completely get what you mean.
Yeah, like we actually wanted to do a legit first time. We made a ship before the update with the raw ore of a navigator bolted on it. But yeah. Alright, here. This is another ship shop ship that Moonset managed to sneak in before they wrapped up. I think the only reason why he managed to sneak those in is because he's like a renowned shipbuilder from the depth point of view. Don't worry about these furnaces. I slapped them all. I think there's like a inherent decal heritage for us. At least on those racing stripes and those bumping racks. This one actually works. For some reason, this bumping rack actually works. I have no idea. And it has a very primitive AS and a ISN quad that no longer works because I didn't bother to maintenance it. And yeah, and this is supposedly our flagship. Oh, also, like, look at all the spare rod he's carrying. You know this is before repair hall.
Yeah,
before
old school ships.
Yeah. So in this space, there used to be a integrated warp core. Oh, also look at this guy. This guy's from our company. I don't know why he's here. Let me actually look at the chat. Okay, he's just online to check it out. I think this guy actually got banned during the massive ban wave, because like I don't even remember why, but later got unbanned in like a week. That's why he stopped playing. And this is our supposedly flagship. We have look at this. Look at this hardpoint actually. This is the valid hardpoint for this box thruster, because it's clinging onto the thruster base of the other box thruster it's clinging onto. And yeah, there's three different things with thrusters in this game. There's valid beams, there's valid hardpoints, and then there's another thing called thruster base, where the game only tells you once or twice when you work with triangle thrusters. I actually really like the truck-like design. Just I never get to use this ship that much because I end up just making my own ship. Like that would again just started. This ship Obelisk and the PM160, these two are available in the ship shops. I don't think their original designer does blueprint cells at all. I don't think they like that. But yeah, all right, here. The Obelisk only travels like 100 meters loaded, but you know, it's gonna be doing just fine. Their work. I really hope this guy don't. I really hope you don't like start flying the ship. But yeah, this is Catball, made by Catball. Very early days fighter, quote unquote fighter design. I remember this ship. Air. Yeah, it was in the Heat update trailer, which you know it got broken by the Heat update. We don't talk about that. Catball isn't around to fix it for Heat update. So whenever you actually buy one of these, remember to slap a heatsink on it somewhere. I think I fitted a cube heatsink like above the cockpit.
This also was in a previous EOS Con. I recognize it. I don't know when or which one, but it is.
It's like in, I think it's in EOS Con 4 because I skipped by. I bring the old ships of like, you know, dead members, quote unquote dead members out to EOS Cons. Just as a way. Alright, that's the supposedly old ship lot gone. There are still some old ships in the new lot, but yeah, we go one by one. Starting by the super worker end. This is a kit bash. I stole the laser drill bit from Abhorrent. Actually, I think I told you about that part. I stole the laser drill bit from Abhorrent. I stole the I stole this structure module from, I think, a Amphitrite. Oh, actually, where are you?
You legit stole? Are you showing me stuff that's non-ethical, or you borrowed with permission?
Oh, when I say stole or borrow, I mean like I asked them kindly and they said I can use it.
Okay, please do be cautious with choice of words.
Okay. And then I got written permission from Mandalore, from Red Moon Dynamics to modernize this map. This is technically not the original map anymore. It does not show the size reference, but the original map is on like, oh god, 12 fucking Force Edition plates. So this is the squashed down version, so I can fit it on a ship. The red one are the old names, the white ones are the new names. There are some rhyme and reason on why they are placed this way a little bit.
I've got no clue of why they decided to change the names.
It's probably just to make them actually like consistent and because they can't like favorites and stuff. And then
it's
this
because
module,
what?
They want consistency out of the names. Basically.
Can you please repeat that bit like louder? I'm legit not
they
hearing
want
that.
Consistency, as in like they want them to be coming from the same mythology.
When did they change the name? At the output of the STU. So
yeah,
the life
when they drop
stars.
STU.
So life only has two names: EOS and Origin. Oh, sorry, and Elysium.
Yeah.
That is it. That's the names you see at the gate. The new ones have their names through the map. All of the other ones were community names. And I do think that the internal names were a third set of names that were purposely never communicated to us.
Yes, but that part actually leaked out, and we do have that list. But that internal name is also not really aligning. Like they had like a super long name that I no longer remember for the city too, which was leaked by Pip, which no longer works in Frozenbyte, so she's not in any trouble. This is the laser drill bit that I am trying to bring to life. There is no YOLO hooked up to this yet because I cannot be bothered, to be honest. I actually don't have the blood sugar for it.
Give me just 1 second. I apologize. I have to mute myself. I've got a phone call. Give me just 1 second. Be right back.
Yep.
And back. So this is a ship that goes, that's a surface mining ship? Or not at all?
This is a pure asteroid mining ship. The design school of thought is if we have 50% forward thrust, if we have 50% thrust power of the main thrust on the reverse, we should be able to stop in 2.5 to 2.6 seconds. That and by placing these should just blow the rocks away. So this is, yeah. And then this is supposedly tight enough to just annihilate a asteroid from like front. So it just goes in, like turn like a quarter, asteroid gone. I didn't want the turn a quarter part, so I will pack this down a little further more. Check out this HUD though. Check out our HUD. Definitely one of the more cursed HUD designs in Starbase. I like HUDs that's like actually in my FOB. Oh god, don't ram it. Do this, like bring his own ship out. I didn't actually document his ship in our ship page because I forgot, I didn't ask. This is the original version of. Actually, wait, no, the thruster module is handed to me by Sigmar. Sigmar from Sigmar Industries, and it's one of those cursed plasmas. The thruster grouping on the Super Volcanic is awful though. It only flies like about 100 loaded. All right, you can see the space where a warp core used to sit.
Yep.
That's this is once upon a time one of the only ships with a warp core on it that's like, you know, out of the way. But yeah, this is a obelisk. It's Octans Industry. I think this is done by our CEO, so this is the standard reference of our logo whenever I need to draw our logo by hands again, which I do a lot. And this is actually something with HLA. This used to be a happy little accident ship. I bought it off of HLA, I remade it, I asked their permission to sell them in their store as a quote-unquote free blueprint. They agreed. So I now, after much talk, I am now distributing this somewhere. I don't even remember it. I think this is on the SSS page, but this is the old one that I had. As you can see, I only have a Maurice Vidal here. Like, you know, a ship is ancient when they have just a Maurice Vidal.
Yep.
And then the battery is I moved the battery around a bit to like adjust the oh, he's stuck in the plasma tube. To adjust the center of mass a bit, didn't work. And then the generator used to be living on the beam structure. It used to be on the beam structure, but then I realized I could just put it here. Yeah. This ship does 150 in gravity with Lucian.
How many crates?
960. Yeah. And then like for some reason I only used like laser designators as the crosshair, probably because Elysium is green. This is made to like run back and forth between one of our outposts in Elysium, which is like 70 minutes away if you start from Origin one way. So this had exactly enough fuel for that job and exactly enough thrust for that job to do it at full speed as always. And that's the you'll see this pattern a lot. I think you saw this pattern a lot. We do like one thing with one ship. This is my offering of droid haulers. I don't like it. I accidentally reduced the cargo log frame size by like 1 beam. It was 10 beams, excluding the corners, and now it's 9 beam. I hate it. I don't like it. It works, but I don't like it. I'm gonna remake it when works come around. But it's got auto locking. It's got like a tow beam with its auxiliary power.
Is Truxed that would like to know what is the name of your of the HLA ship?
If you go on HLA Discord, I think they offer it as C960. If you go onto my SSS page, I think I offer it as oh, I don't offer it. My page, I don't offer it because I
Can you please create an invite link on the HLA? I'm actually no longer on the Discord.
I'm also no longer on the HLA.
Gosh dang it.
But no, I submitted it for official in-game blueprint. You can find it there in like a year. The reason why I don't want to distribute this blueprint is because it's fucking old. It's useless. The plasma thruster has like a quarter of its plasma thruster is like struts, and the beam structure doesn't support me to switch it over to all rings. It's just not good. It's like how not good? It's not good by 25%. That's how not good. And yeah, here, stand on this. Are you still with me? Yeah. Stand on this cockpit. Just like crouch in the chair. Because I don't want to mess with your crooks. But yeah, look at the ABCs on your right-hand side. And then all the random labels I slapped onto the levers. And then these levers are positionally accurate to report movement. And then that's the towing panel at the back, which is, I think it's at like 99% load right now, but we don't talk about that, that's just Starbase.
Considering the amount of thrusters I am looking at, do you have enough voxel volume for 3 tier 10 asteroids?
You have half a chair worth of voxel left.
So you can take 3 tier 10 asteroids?
Yes, there are 3 rocks here. Actually, yeah. Let me just enable auto lock. It has like an auto lock feature. Yeah, just walking that rangefinder, and it walk out for me. The rangefinder in the center of the ship, back center.
Okay, I'll pop the HLA. Thank you very much, Troxt. Troxt sent me the link for the HLA. So this is Happy Little Accidents Discord. So I'm just going to add it to. So HLA. And you said, what was the name of your of the ship? The previous one, the order?
C960, or just search 960. I think it has like a proper name, but like I no longer remember. I just remember it as a C960 because crate 960.
Okay. Before I forget, can I please have a Discord, SSC, whatever you prefer to be contacted for ships that you want to sell?
I don't actually sell ships, but you can reach out to me on my Discord tag, which is whatever this is. There's too much old in it. You actually need to copy paste it.
Okay, so even Octans Industry does not sell any ships at all.
Octans Industry, we focus on just submitting to the official shop.
Fair enough.
And that's member per member though. We have some very new members that just joined, and we didn't make it to this because they have their things going on, and we have like about 2 new members. But as far as I know, Max D, our company CEO, which the one made the Obelisk, and Moonset, which the one that made the Firefly and stuff. Firefly, PM160, the Worker, and that guy does not do ship blueprints at all, and he's I think he's busy playing Warzone right now. But yeah.
But people can contact you if they want to attempt to negotiate a price.
Yes, and I think Max D and Moonset is both available on the official Discord, but they don't even fucking reply to me.
Okay. Do I have
like,
permission?
I'll have to like grapple them.
Do I have permission to share your Discord tag and in-game name? Well, I mean, the in-game name is visible, but the Discord tag on both my stream and the YouTube recording.
Yes. Yeah. Just maybe not Moonset's, because he gets spammed a lot.
Just here. I'm just asked for you. Not. I'm not doing for the others.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And then like BC Sentry is over there, but I don't even remember what he did recently, so I don't know. And then looking to that, it's a pretty standard auto lock thing. It just locks when it detects an asteroid. We actually had a bit of drama with like biohazard with this ship. Because BPN actually just borrowed our frame design of the old version of this, and like never told me. That's good. That's fine. I can't be bothered to like chase him down for this. And yeah, This is, I finally have automation in my ship after 3 years. This ship should be able to tow about 1,007, I think about 2,000 tons right now if you don't use the locks, and should be about 5,000 when the buff for the stuff hits. And this is yet another old ship actually. Oh, actually, one thing I'm cool about this ship, you see this generator array?
Yep.
I took inspiration from Chaos Rifle. But this thing stacks just fine, and it's from, you remember the trench digger prototype that I showed you? It's ripped straight out of one of the prototypes. I didn't even bother modifying the beam structure if you look at the beam structure. It's just tagged on here.
Chaos Rifle isn't someone that I've seen in Starbase for a long time. I would love to see him again.
I don't think I ever saw him in game. I just saw like a screenshot of his on official Discord and just like.
I accidentally killed him by him and 4 others of my passengers all at once with what was one of the very first capital ship travels on the PTM. We went through a planet. There's a clip of that somewhere on YouTube, and it is hilarious to look at.
I think I killed like the entirety of Collective by selling them a Kumi chip that does the same thing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they had to ask for rescue. Like everyone died there. But yeah. Oh, okay, I should see here. This is, the work end, the normal work end. I think that's our internal meme actually. If something is not fresh, spin it by 45 degrees. It's not fresh. And yeah,
if it's
this
not
is also a workhorse.
Fresh?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know how long do ships last, but this one is like 4 years old now. Like spinning a ship by 45 degrees really freshen it up for us. This is the version that's sold in the green shop. As you can see, some devs had to like go into the front section and like dug out stuff to place a cube heatsink in there. Nice. And then this is our last ship. This one is the thing that consumed like about 3 months. Not the ship itself, though. The module that made it. You can try to read the data fields.
Which ones?
So TLDR Starbase don't have Chinese language base, or Chinese font per se. So if you actually try to type simplified Chinese, or like most of traditional Chinese, the font would have a seizure and like fall out to a underscore. So every single one of those glyphics are the ones that's available in Japanese kanji. I think the Japanese call them pseudo-Chinese because you are trying to make out a Chinese sentence out of.
Fun fact, there was a tour called The Eye of Medusa, which was done by a YouTuber in the very early days of Starbase. And it was a whole lot of display screens that had these numbers. And it would cause your FPS to drop to half an FPS, 1 FPS, and big max. If ever you tried to render those screens and you could see the text. If you were not facing the screens, it would be fine. And to demonstrate it, he put it on a turntable and it kind of had like a half dish appearance, and it would spin, and each time he'd face the Medusa eye would look at him, his FPS would drop. But the funniest thing is the on-off button for the spinning of that damn thing was at the back of the Medusa eye, so it ensured an absolutely hilarious situation where he was running around the Medusa eye trying not to be frame freezed while trying to press the off button.
Okay, yeah, I saw that video. These are not numbers though. We are using the zodiac signs that we use in gears to name thrusters actually. I don't think. Can you look at the FCU? It's somewhere.
It's here.
Oh yeah. So I just DM'd you a graph. So it's named on that. It's a combination of 10-digit calculation and 12-digit calculation, and it cycles every 60 years basically. So that's pretty enough for a thruster group. I'm actually just cycling them in the simplistic way though, not in the official way, because I'm not good with those. But yeah, this is the thing that spent like most of my research time. So I'm trying to punch in pseudo Chinese for like every single device that exists in the game. So like if someone only reads Chinese, they can actually YOLO troubleshoot their ship on the YOLO level. There is some issue though. If you look at this memory chip, there's English in it because Starbase does not like non-Latin internal. Starbase does not like YOLO external variables that's not Latin. Like Russian, Korean, Japanese doesn't work. And the YOLO chip by that extent also doesn't work. If I dare write Chinese in it. Actually, no, I can. It's just like there's like a pretty bad conversion rate. I can only write about 20 Chinese characters in a YOLO line. Which means like if I want to output Chinese into a advanced display, which I could do, it would work better if I just output it from a memory chip.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah. Alright, that's Octans Industry. If you want to look at GC Sentry's like mini scooter, it's over there. That's about it. I bought like a ship from Kenobi to use as like the respawn points. I'm glad nobody bumped it yet. But yeah, that's about it. All right, off to progress bar, you go. Off to progress bar.
I will.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the showcase. Progress bar. Would it be okay if I can just take 5 minutes to hydrate a little bit, and I'll be right back?
For sure.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to AFK and back in 5 minutes or less. Up. Yeah. See you all real soon. Bye bye. Up.
that just
Hello again.
makes you. Hello.
Welcome back,
Just talking
brother.
about RimWorld and what a joy the wire is. Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you for your patience. Where's my ship?
No problem. Thank you for offering to visit the lot.
Oh, yes, sweetheart.
I'm realizing that there's no way, even if I stream on Monday, that I'm going to be able to visit everyone. So first of all, pushed back to Monday. And yeah, I mean, I'll visit who I can visit in the time I have.
Well,
And you've made a very right choice to visit the Progress Bar lot.
Agreed.
It's also based on who is available for interviews, as that is like the determining factor as to who I visit. If someone is there that I can interview, that's where I go in high priority.
Mm-hmm.
So, figured we'd take care of the ships over by where the slug's at here, and then go over to Alkash's main presentation.
Sure.
If that works.
Yep,
Works
let's
fine
go
with me.
firstly for small, tiny thingies.
So, starting up, the assimilator slug, general purpose miner.
Made quite
I'd
the
say it's-
sensation when it got displayed for the first time at an EOS Con.
Yeah, I just barely got it into shape to put it on display. It's still got some tuning to be done, but it's released for free on the EOS Con Discord now. This paint job is not for free, but the ship and all its function in every way is for free. Yeah, it's
Where is it on the EOS Con?
it's in the free blueprint section of the EOS Con Discord.
There you go. I can see it. LAS minute. I'm just going to create an invite link for it. Which I'm going to paste here. Up. Sorry, just taking notes of all of the links. Thank you for your patience.
No worries. Yeah, a lot of people commented and had feedback on this ship, and I tried to include as much of that as possible in various control systems and settings that you can manage from cockpit. It has a secondary cockpit in the middle, so if you do crash it, say on a moon or into an asteroid, you can fly back using this, and it takes quite a lot of trying to crash the ship before this no longer is an option. I've hit the moon at top speed 3 or 4 times on the broadside of the ship, and it just keeps going. Pretty happy with that. But yeah, it's the blueprints where it is uploaded. For now, it's just the EOS Con Discord. It will be other places, and those will be updated for this model if and when as I update it.
That ship was a huge amount of work, so props to you for sharing the blueprint. How many crates has it got?
1,024.
Does it go max speed when dry?
It does not. It goes about 130, and when it's under heavy load, maybe 70 to 90. So it's certainly not the fastest. It's not the most efficient, but it does the job for me, and I'm pretty happy with it.
Yep, plus honestly, some people just don't care about the specs, they just want a ship that looks cool.
Has quite a few mining modes.
Does it have issues with uneven cargoes?
It can sometimes. Usually it does not. I have not set the cargo priority up. I'm trying to get it as balanced as I can without doing that, and eventually the blueprint will have that added in. Hopefully it'll always go straight. For the most part, it does not have much issue with uneven loads. But
Sadly, I don't think you'll be able to solve that with the cargo priority, because even if you do set the crates to be filled in order, they're still not going to be receiving the materials you want them to receive.
Hello.
yeah, I think ultimately some sort of gyro stabilization script will be required to make sure it never goes off course, but I found that one a little difficult. That's definitely coming in a future edition.
Looking forward to see what you come up with.
Yeah, the rainbow paint job is for sale. I haven't posted that anywhere. That will be posted probably around the same time a tutorial on how to operate the ship is posted, which is also coming. Because there are a lot of buttons in there. Next up is the storage crate here. It has 2048 crates. It is called the LV Archive. This is also available for free on the EOS Con Discord. It does not fly, it cannot warp, it can be towed.
If it can be towed, then it can warp. It's just not going to be a pleasant experience.
True, it can warp through the gate, but the warp feature on the STU will not work with this ship.
Understandable.
Is what I meant, my bad. And yeah, just it came out in a pleasant, like, conch shell kind of shape. The next one here is the storage crate by Alkash. Do you wanna handle that one?
Obviously. That's a huge box. Done. Contains 2070 ore crates, got all the way durability errors, probably very towable, can just slingshot you in the back, got bad memories about it, but yeah, so far pretty decent, very cheap, stores lots of ore, couple of them being bugged, thrown to the moon. Some local soldiers play with it. Mr. Hat not here, so let's go to his small tiny, technically second ship he ever made. This small tiny thing called Dragon. So it's one of our membership. I think for a second ship it's semi-decent, but flies at least forward, make some POPs. So yeah.
Yeah, he's very excited to get it here.
Yep.
He stapled that water block on it for some reason. I'm sure it'll help him in combat.
Apparently in closed alpha, having corrodium ores bolted to the side of your crate was, to your ship was very viable as armor. Just needed to make sure that it was bolted correctly.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
Okay, this ugly thing is prototype 8512, 8 mining lasers, 512, amount of the orc rates. Running decently, but not fast, so not full speed. So again, prototype, but pretty solid mid-class ship with a long range. Got couple workbenches inside. Got safety mechanisms, so the ship will not burn you while you're just sitting, chilling, and decide to check the asteroid with your pickaxe, or pickaxe, still not sure on pronunciation. Also, all the lasers adjustable on vertical axis when it's not lagging, thank you. Starbase. Okay. Give it a
few seconds.
Yes, as usual. Elevator music. Always works. Cool. So, adjustable mining lasers on a vertical axis from the cockpit, so you can choose whatever pattern you want to test, or try, or use in total. Yep. So, you can just roll them up, roll them down, done. Again, still a prototype, but some players already obtained a couple of those, so, and they like it. Why not? So yeah, if you go to the safety solution, if it will not lag, hopefully-ish, with a mining pattern, it's like, yeah, rangefinders obviously should be on. Yeah, so you technically can just fly in front of it, check everything, and it will not kill you because of we've got previous couple accidents with some new players, so they've just been cooked by their ships outside of the safe zone, so yeah. Now there is a small tiny safety mechanism, so when someone sitting inside and the roid in front, yep, the mining lasers engaged. So yeah. Obviously you need to keep safety on for it, but yeah, pretty simple prototype ship.
Pretty straightforward.
Okie dokie, let's go to another part. Hopefully it will load it. Here. Go to the left a little bit. So, this is just a small tiny lost tech museum. If anyone didn't see a drill, that's how it looks underneath me. Was obtained with Mr. Andrianc RC. Huge thank you to him for this one. So, yep. Drill. Here.
Yeah.
Yes. The 3D printer, which was successfully cutted from the game 3 times. Still here. On the side you can see the head of Ando. Just don't ask, very dark story.
Was this ever in the live at some point?
Yes, we're on a live server and...
I mean, sorry, let me rephrase it. Has it ever seen any usage on the live? I don't remember ever being able to craft it.
Yeah, there is 2 usages. First, its existence. Secondly, it's almost playing a very nice music if you'll hear it. If your sound is on.
Wait a second. Oh gee, must really be close to it. But has it ever seen any purpose?
Placeholder. Maybe. Don't have a chip for it, so unfortunately not working.
So someone did something with the game and was able to get it out of the...
yes, me. I've obtained a couple dozens of those. The capital ship piece. Obviously everyone familiar with the warp core. So here are those metallic ducts which been used by the cave vandals back in the glorious days to, you know... No, not these. First look here. Here, please. Yes, those yellow things. Yes. So, those things was used instead of welding for, you know, hold ships together by the cave vandals. Still successfully cut it from the game. That's why I'm still got them. And obviously the rails, which also been, again, successfully cut it from the game. Like, definitely not a fully workable setup. Hopefully you're watching. Come here. Don't be afraid, I will not bite you. Hop. Whee! Yes. Working rails on live server. Correct. Nothing too special, just, you know, they're here. Successfully stolen. Want to keep it as a souvenir?
Nope. No, thank you, but I'm really appreciative that I can look at it.
Yes. The working rails on life, yes. Just give me a second, need to bolt it back so no one will steal it. There for sale. And yeah, here additionally a couple more interesting thingies. So obviously you're familiar with the regular stacks. So U-tool, material, and you see 1728. Nothing special, yeah? Just look on this one.
Oh, those I do have.
Yes, it's smaller and bigger simultaneously. And
no,
one
wait.
is...
No, those I don't have, no.
Yeah, see, this one and the smaller and bigger simultaneously. Like, the small ones, yeah, this is Bustium ingot, Vocarium ingot, Arcanium ingots, yeah.
I have some different materials, like different looks, like the gases and what's not. I have those silents actually that happened during your race. Something happened and a player got reimbursed the price of his ship, but with materials that just did not have the same properties at all.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, but had some internet issues lately, and a few crafts got canceled, and that produced that sometimes.
Weird.
Starbase going to Starbase after all.
Yeah, you can't use it for anything. Sadly,
that is a cap ship piece, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, like a small, tiny, lost tech museum ship.
I would love that for them to reintroduce it. Imagine being able to have lifts, workable lifts on a capital ship.
There is tremendous issue with the rails in current condition. So, like, looking, everything works. Yeah, everything nice, clean, except when this object moves. If I will try to barrel roll my ship, this object will just fly away.
That's why I was mentioning a capital ship or a station.
Yeah, so probably only on stationary objects. So it's like you can use it on a ship, but ship should remain stationary completely. Not move, not being rammed, etc, etc, etc. So, yeah, there is still issues with those. Could be a very magnificent thing, yes. But on current condition, yeah, definitely needs some rework, updates, etc. So, we'll see. It's up to devs to decide what to do with them. So, let's continue with real ships. This is my small tiny towing ship, made for towing literally everything. 3 20-ring plasmas, a little bit additional thrusters here and there, 9 large generators, very nice walkway, furnace to cook something on a breakfast, crafting benches obviously, a little bit of batteries, and another cockpit if you decide to tow something with moving backward. Simple, easy. Estimate cost is 115 mil, if I remember correctly, according to the like couple days ago market price of ores.
Yep, sounds about right. I've got a ship with very, very similar specs.
Yep. So again, nothing crazy, just, you know, looks stylish, sort of ish, and works. Cool, cool. The flying orc rate, 2000 orc rates directly with some maneuvering thrusters are here. Even got a speedometer limited to 4, because 4 meters per second dry is maximum, but it flies. So technically a movable container, nothing else, serves for storing ore and, you know, maneuver it if you need. So yeah, sort of a replacement for a huge ore crates. Cost is around 5 mil, again, like a couple days ago, month price of ore. So yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. This is Comrade, made as a start ship for our newbies, 2 cockpits in case if they've broke one.
Give me just 1 second, I'm going to answer a question on my stream. Arpa,
Okay.
yes, he could no problem tow one of the event crates. Like this thing, 9 big generators and 20, like a total of 60 plasma rings, you can tow heavier
Anything.
than the heaviest available object in the game, which is 2000 crates of lithium, which weighs at roughly 80 something kilotons. And you would be able to tow not one, but like multiple of them simultaneously. Yes, it would be very risky because these ships are absolutely not armored and incredibly expensive. Also, very highly explosive if the Exorium tank gets compromised.
Yeah. And full of lithium, yeah, it's like 99.7 if I remember correctly it was. And yeah, it was 130 or 140 meters per second, so yeah, decently fast. Very useful for deliver ore crates full of ore from a capital ship to origin. If you want to go, you know, not with a hauler, but just, you know, straight 2000 plus stacks of ore. Done. Whoosh. So, let's back to the Comrade. The simple starter ship, 264 ore crate, estimate cost is around 3 mils, everything like tier 1, so again, newbie ship. For newbies, a little bit expensive, maybe for some very new players, but like a solid newbie start, yeah, for sure. Like almost a mid-class, almostly. Runs decently fast, again, not a top speed. But, you know, for a newbie, that's, I would say, decent. They can gather a decent amount of ore with it, and, you know, become even more rich. Pretty cheap, though, because very well optimized. Got safety also, because, again, too much newbies die outside of the safe zone because of their own mining lasers. Okay. This is a free start ship, prototype 08. Back in the days I've given them away for free for very new players, but again, after giving away like 100 of them probably, you know, we don't see very much new players still left in the game and keep playing, so I would say it was slightly pointless. So yeah, if those newbies will return, yeah, okay. They've got a decent mining ship, but that's all so far. So yeah, wasn't very cool thing. Waste a little bit of cash on it. The cost of it is like around 1 mil. Yeah. And this one is technically a replacement for very new players. To just save them from easy build is Orc 44. Version 7D. This is one which I'm giving away for new players who lost their laborers. Really absolute minimalistic style, so still working with a pickaxe, but upgradable. So you can slap 44 more ore crates up on top of it, put more batteries, put more generators, put more everything, and, you know, keep proceeding with this, keep learning what and how. The left side covered with notes, with even explaining what is cable, what is pipe, what is duct, etc. So technically a flying tutorial included.
Did you think about telling them that any additional thrusters need to be named?
Yeah, probably it would be in the next version, because I've seen that some players got some issues with putting new thrusters, but the problem is they've never read it, so I'm still not sure that I should put these things.
I'd recommend that you put the text directly on the hard points that are meant to accommodate the future thrusters.
Yeah, almost like force them to read it before we move.
Yes, and if they don't read that, then there's nothing you can do for them.
Yes, so I've literally trying almost to force them to read, but they just first to do after this. Why it's not working, Alkash? Oh, because you can't read. So yeah, those issues happening a lot, unfortunately. Okay, so this is a very experimental price checker thing. So, do I have any glorious items here? Let's load it. Okay, let's start from motor gun. Probably okay. So, grabbing item, positioning it, and to the top of the green beam. Accurately pop. And here, directly name of ore, amount of ore, how much it costs on a credits according to like 3 days away prices of a market, the total costage of it. You can add it to the whole calculation or manually add amount of ore to calculate how much your ship will cost, etc, etc, etc. So pretty useful thing. Even according to the current material prices, you can take a look how much some alloys will cost. Already got the ores and alloys from a STU, but it's still like pre-serial, so experimental. Not finished. Due the testing process, I would say. So freshly built it, we'll see how it will go. Will the players like it? Will they need it? But it exists at least. At least in this condition. So yeah. Pretty lovely thing. Here is a hauler. Yep, here. Wintering plasma, 1440 orc rates. Full of lithium, runs faster than 100 at least. So pretty decent balance hauler. That's which I'm using so far, and lots of my players. And so far they like it. Except one who's played with it transponder too much. Yep. Simple, easy, flying straight. Done. How it's achieved? With a couple tricks with a balancing system, which been approved even with one developers that, yep, it actually sort of saves you a little bit from MFCFCU bugs, and additional balancing system here on a board. So if it's not flying straight, pressing the button and it's flying straight. Simple and easy. But yeah, sort of still a flying box, but with a decent amount of work rate and decent speed also ish. So yeah. Using a lot, like it. If anyone would be interested, it's also for sale, including a blueprint. Price negotiable. This is a deep rework of my technically third mining ship I've ever built, the Dissipator. Just a ring ship because, you know, looks cool, that's all. Nothing too much about it. Just a ring ship, after all. Yeah. Runs fast, yes. Got 792 orc rates, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Got a sexy mining pattern. What else you want from mining ship, yeah? Especially for a safe zone at least. So yeah. Again, the ring ship's basically good only inside the safe zone. Walked outside of CZ a couple times. Good, but I would say slightly slowish. But inside safe zone, yeah, still fun. Some players who purchase it runs it outside safe zone. A couple of them slightly broken, but very easy to repair. Another was never broken and got a decent amount of ore outside of safe zone. And here is my asteroid hauler. I've, instead of going like a flying sausage, decided to make a horizontal sausage, yeah? I'm going slightly more far than Mr. Satomi with his 45 degrees, so I've just used the whole 90. Exactly, yes. So, guess what? It's really increasing its efficiency. How? Because instead of like, oh yeah, we need to park on asteroid thing in this tic-tac-toe. Yeah, instead of this, you just face down, boom, done. Deploy asteroids, bon appetit money. Repeat. So with this, my record was 1.2 mil in 7 minutes. Literally directly 7 minutes. So yeah, decently fast making money. Decent thrust, running fast. What else you need from it, you know?
Unusual take. It's a very unusual design for an asteroid hauler.
Yes, slightly, but again, I just decided to try and it succeed. So why not? If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid after all, yes? So technically that's all ships which I'm presenting now. All ships been sold out long time ago. So yeah, if you're searching for something efficient, ugly looking, but decent on work capabilities, visit the progress bar, comrades.
Thank you very much for the showcase. Do you have a link to a Discord, an SSS, or something to connect for people that will be interested in buying or owning some ships?
Obviously, yes. If you see, there is a glorious billboard made by Mr. Kasoi from the Progress Bar here. And on a side, there is QR code, which you can show on a stream if someone decides to visit our Discord. This is the first way to do these.
I wouldn't mind also, I mean, I'll show the QR code on stream, but I wouldn't mind also a link for those that have just their computer, no smartphones.
Obviously, give me literally a second. Here it is.
Much appreciated.
Yes. So, sweethearts, if you want to purchase anything of these, visit us. Don't be afraid, we're gentle. Any questions?
No, thank you for the visit. I do not see any questions in my Twitch chat either. If they have any questions, I suppose they can ping you in-game.
Yes, obviously.
Well, thank you very much.
Much appreciated of your visit, comrade.
Oh, thank you. I'm just going to see if there's someone else that is connected, and I may take my a small lunch break now. Just see first. Okay, there is Geth. Oh, once again, thank you, and well, enjoy the rest of the EOS Con.
Stay safe, comrade.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to take a lunch break now, so I'm going to... Thank you. I'm going to go AFK now.
Stay safe. Thanks for showing everybody ships off.
Oh, just give me a second. What? Ah, get back. Okay, yeah, sorry. Just my mum pack passing by. Oh, cool, go some. Okay, I'm just going to go for a lunch break. I'll be back in, I think, 30 to 40 minutes, big max. At which point I'm going to be resuming the... the stream. I'm just going to pop this on the notepad. Around. Yeah, that works. It's not the most elegant way. Wait. Okay, so I'll be back at around that time, and I'll see you right after the boss. Thank you, and yep, see you. Yeah, I'll just wait.
All right, later, dude.
Oh, goodbye.
See ya. Bon appetit.
Thank you. Hello, hello. Thank you a lot for your patience. I'm going to be resuming all of the interviews. What is going on? Hello, hello. Once again, thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to be resuming all of the interviews. I am probably going to be visiting MLR next among the next plots to be visited. The error is here. Oops, mute deafened. There you go. Until that happens, I'm just going to check if in-game there is anyone else that is going to be visitable. As you've noticed, there is absolutely no chance that I'm going to be able to visit everyone. So Ouroboros and Cafe Incorporated are going to be visited on Monday. So I'll be able to explain like the ships that are on my plot, because I didn't even have time to write anything about them, not even on my Discord, let alone on the EOS Con flyers. Spa, Viker, okay, Sideshow, Superstar. Nope, I do not see anyone. So I am at Progress Bar. I'll be hopping onto Nakosy Shipyards. Oh, with great pleasure, Death Sun. Which plot do you have? Next to Coffee Incorporated, so Dirtyhumans and Ocel Works. Okay, let's go. I am currently... Yeah, I want to go up. Hello.
Hey man, I mean you've already seen them, but there is one tiny little hopper that's new.
Yeah, but also I get the possibility of revisiting ships and whatnot. So I'm just going to orient myself to it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know the plot number.
No worries. I need to go right there. Do you have two little ships? Well, ooh. Or do you have more that are not on display?
Everything here that I want to display. You've seen 2, 3 of them. There's a tiny little hopper that you haven't seen. Little stealth hopper.
Okay, just before we start, just confirm that I am on the correct plot.
Oh, one more forward.
Okay, good idea to check. Oh, this is probably... No, that's coffee. Wait, I'm not where I think I am. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, just straight across. Yeah.
So yeah, these are stray plots, quite literally.
Yeah. I'm on the edge.
Got no idea who that is then. Yeah, there is no chance for me of visiting these people at all. I just don't have time.
Drop-ins or whatever?
Yeah, people that are coming in last minute or just didn't want to bother with demanding a plot and whatnot.
Makes sense. Like I said, you've already seen this one, but there's couple of new things, very minor. The big one here.
This is a very fun ship to visit.
Thanks. Let's see.
Is this the work of one person or the entire corporation?
Just me. Me alone, 100%.
Well, gosh dang.
This is the only new thing I added, really.
Did you add more artwork? Is that what you want to get my attention to?
Yeah, that's just the one you're standing next to. That's about the only new thing. I've been very busy. I haven't built anything except for that little hopper.
There is Praxis that would like to know how much is this ship for sale is.
I haven't sold it yet.
Will it eventually be for sale or not?
That is a very good question. I'm not sure. Not sure.
Okay, not for sale for now. You have these really interesting advanced display at the front with the buttons that are behind the display.
Yeah, I kind of sunk them in. I love the look of it. You can label them, kind of sweet.
Oh, is this the name of the ship?
Vagabond, yeah. In the corner, I just kind of number them. Yep.
Yeah, it really is a fun ship to visit. Navigation logger, a little bit of light art going on.
Thanks. I had a lot of fun building it. Took a while. I'm slow.
We've also got lives outside of the ship designer.
Yeah, totally. It's a vicious cycle, you know. Work, sleep, work, sleep.
And there's the navigation logger. I remember it has a few guns discreetly in the nose of the ship.
Yeah, honestly, mostly just for looks. I can't really see this taking many people down. Kind of big. Not really sluggish, but you know, I mean, it's no fighter, obviously.
Yeah, so yeah, it really is for the looks of it. It's a nice ship. Did you do all of the other ones that you're going to be presenting to, or not?
Yeah, they're right here. Just,
That is Ocel, if I recall.
You've seen the miner before, that big one.
Yes, with your unbelievably low bolt count.
I originally did that because when I started it, I was like, man, am I going to hit my bolt limit? And in hindsight, I wasn't even close. But yeah, I just built, this is the only new thing I have, is this little hidden hopper, call it.
A stealth, little stealth.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Cute little design. Goes top speed. It's kind of unfinished, there's still more I want to do.
Well, whenever you get to doing some more, I'm very curious to see what it's going to be looking like. Are you still part of Geth or not?
Yeah, there's not many of them on nowadays, though. A couple here and there.
Chaos Rifle hasn't played the game in a very long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen them on for a while.
Oh, that's true,
It's
actually.
me.
I haven't seen him stream in quite some time, too.
Yeah, no, I haven't even seen him stream like DCS or whatever he was streaming. Hope all is well with him.
Well, me too, for sure.
And this is the Speed 7. You've seen this one. I just mount everything to it.
Yep, being used as a souvenir ship.
Couldn't get the bonsai tree on there, though. It just won't bolt.
The bonsai tree, you'll need to stay next to it for a solid 5-6 minutes. Just so the game registers, oh, it's no longer part of a ship. And lets you bolt it to your ship. Kenobi put mine in front of me when I went for a pause. And what then happened is that, well, enough time elapsed that the game lets me bolt it.
Oh, so you got it out of your cargo lock?
Oh no, that one disappeared.
Oh, it did, okay.
Oh, that one vanished. I've got no idea where it is.
Yeah, it got yeeted into oblivion. You know.
So, the very funny thing with this ship is that it has 3 bolts for 2 crates.
Yeah, like I said, when I started building it, I was like, man, am I going to hit my limits on some of this stuff? So I tried to keep it real conservative. That's obviously very conservative. On bolt count.
Conservative is an understatement.
Yeah. And I think I didn't even come close. If I remember right, it's either 11 or 15,000 bolts total. Something like that. Ridiculous thruster wall.
Hey, if it gets the job done.
Fire's at 10,000. So, I mean, it's plenty of thrust. It's very important. You gotta have full thrust.
Does it go 150 with all of your crates? At least a dry?
Dry, yeah. It'll do top speed dry. Full of like safe zone ores, it's probably like 100.
How many crates does it have?
1,248.
Yeah, it's got a very, very pleasant crate count.
It's a good amount to, like, you know, still be able to mount whatever you need. Been experimenting with the track beams. I have 8 of them on the front of this thing. You know, the whole Alstel mining.
Are any of your ships for sale? Or is it just the big one that is not for sale?
I haven't sold anything, ever.
Are you interested in selling at some point? Or is it just I'm not interested at all?
I'm not interested. I just really want them to be complete in my eyes, I guess. It is. It's
so
just...
they're never going to be finished.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. I never seem to be able to be satisfied.
Well, if it's next EOS Con or the following one, you are pleased with what you do, by all means, please do let me know.
For sure. For sure. I'll have some new stuff next time around.
I'll check that out with great pleasure. Do you have just these 4 ships, or do you have another one?
No, just these 4. I've been way too busy to do anything.
Thank you very much for the visit.
Sweet, quick and easy.
I'll be hopping on to MLR to see Praxis's stuff.
All right, cool, man. You have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
I'm also just going to go into my moderation settings for Twitch. Give me just 1 second. Wrong window. Oop. Where is it? I don't even know. Oh, there it is. Block permitted trace, renovations, design to possible operator. How can I? Well, I was considering an unban, but looking at the unban message, I think I will do that later. Oop, good praxis. If you're there, you can send me messages in-game, since apparently on the EOS Con Discord you can't talk either. I got lost. Or you can also... Okay. One warning. Just one. None of that, please. It's not about frustration, it's about respect. This is where I want to go. Way, your Starbase! Up, I recognize the silhouette of that dreaded ship. Up, salute to you too. All good. If you want to learn how to drive like I do, by all means, please do ping me in the stream. I'll show you how to ram beams with absolutely no grace nor skill. I shall shamefully hide behind the legs of the EOS Con. Now, a bit of context for those that don't know him. Good Praxis is well known for being a very good shot in the game. He aims really well, which means that if you see a ship with railguns or lasers, you can rest assured that those shots are going to be landing where he wants them to land. On your cockpit, on your weapons. As long as he can see it, he can shoot it. If you've seen the YouTube videos of, or on Reddit as a matter of fact, of Spice Rub, Praxis has got a very similar level, where he'll be using the C-tool in order to really hit you with a great level of accuracy. He also designs his own chips, of which I can already recognize quite a few. Because he's killed me with quite a few times already on the PTU and the STU. So a lot going on when it comes to min-maxing min-maxing the designs. That said, Praxis, I'll let you guide me through the chat and tell me what you want me to see or what you would like to describe on the ships. tons, so more, so more like 0.85 kilotons. Which indeed is really light, especially if you consider the ship has got railing armor, 4 lasers. Oh, good. I'll take a guess and say that this ship goes max speed or very close to max speed. Yeah, fairly close to maximum speed. Most of these designs have got the cockpit at the back. One of the reasons to do that, too, as a matter of fact, it's to minimize the amount of glass you need in front of the pilot. So it allows you to have these big slabs of glass in front, which will allow you to tank like a solid 1 or 2 laser shots in the exact same place. If I'm not mistaken, no, that's not the maximum length one, but it's a big slab of glass. And the second reason is that although it's been changed on the STU quite recently, up till now laser shots are absolutely blinding. So the least amount of blindness you can get on your cockpit, the better. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised at all. The only case where it won't be able to tank is if you get shot at an angle, but you can't have a do-it-all ship. So as long as you keep a good battle awareness, you are fairly well able to fend off opponents of the same class weight as you are. A solid design. I think it's safe to say that it is very representative of the meta in-game. Yeah. Yes. But whenever you do a whole lot of battles or you haven't paid attention to someone else, there's always someone that's going to be landing a shot where you don't want it to land. But as I said, there's no point in doing a ship that does 100% protection that weighs over 30 kilotons. For 0.8 kilotons, that's really good design. This one is slightly heavier and has already seen a little bit of use. That's going to be the railgun. 1 railgun, 4 lasers. Only railings this time. You have multiple ships that resemble this one. I don't know if you fought me with this one specifically. Oh! So this is a 1 kiloton. So during the last tournament, Praxis fought with us. He was on the same team as us. So I thought we had Baruf and Tib and Colt that were rotating a little bit. We had the spears, which is like these big flat pancakes. And with Praxis, we were able to get at the second place twice. Because you had the normal... No. I don't know if we got second place the first time. But we got all the way up to the legit second place, because there was a looser bracket. Where we got beaten by Arma mercenaries on the very last round, but it was a lot of fun. So these combat scars date from the tournament. I agree, Vega. The only way you hit Praxis at an angle is usually when there's multiple of you shooting at him, and that pretty much sums it up. I'm just going to lower my graphics settings because I can see the computer's really starting to battle again with the stream. Oh, there you go. And that's how you get to see all of the bolts, because they always render for whatever reason. Yep. We had to give ourselves also a small margin. Not as big as a margin as you did on weight, because pipes and cables have got a variable amount of weight. So being at the limit was never a good idea. You always had to be very slightly under. Now there's a nasty little critter which has seen a lot of very... Oh wait, sorry, Praxis, do you want to say anything more on this ship before I move on? I'll let you guide the... I'll let you guide the tour since this is your plot. Okay. Do you want to show me a link to a Discord, or do you just want to be direct messaged directly on Discord? In which case I can share your Discord tag on the stream, which will then be put in the description of the YouTube video. Okay, so I'll be sending the... If you want any of his ships, you have to ping him on Discord. I'm going to be sharing his Discord tag. I mean, you can already see his in-game name. So I'm just going to add it to the notes also. MLR. Good practice. Discord. Yeah. Whisper. Okay, I'll be visiting Arma mercenaries right after. I'll finish with Praxis first. Good Praxis name. And voila. This way you will all have a means of contacting him should you want to buy one of his ships. I will add that having been on the receiving end of a lot of them, yeah, they, in good hands, they do the job. These ones in particular being particularly nasty. I can see quite a few variants, some of which I do not think I have seen before. But yeah, I'll sum them up this way. Torpedoes are really difficult to guide. So if you guide them yourself, they'll become a whole lot more reliable. This one seems like it can survive the impact. Okay, so these in that one seem to be the latest variants, and that one there is the one that caused me a whole lot of trouble on the STU. His version just there, no return. You'd ram the ship, you'd explode with it. So these ones are an iteration that seems to be intended to allow you to be able to come back, fix it, and give it another go. Because of the maneuver thrusters, the ships are not very visible. And even with the shape, they are honestly not easy to see at all. Yep. For this ship, the ender kit that you're going to be paying to spawn back to, well, give it another go, is probably not that much cheaper than the ship itself. You've got one torpedo in the nose and the rest is tier 1 or 2. Oh yeah, torpedoes can be a little bit expensive with Imrium. Where's Praxis gone? So this is a scout variant. There's a video of Alpha Robotics, a very old one, where he scouts the underneath of the gate, and one of Praxis's ships with Praxis on top of it was there, and he could not understand what he was looking at, because as Alpha approached, Praxis just took off. That was a long time ago, almost a year if not more. Same thing, super cheap. You will not be crying if you lose it. Oh wow, that is a lot of variants. Yep. There's been a whole lot of unwilling test subjects when it comes to the kamikaze ships. But that is part of the game. I don't. I mean, yeah. Yep. Now that one you don't return from using it. This is the laser designator that sets off the torpedoes. So there's no YOLO, there's no... Oh yeah, you used it way more than on the cargo events. You've been also using it whenever you got bored on the PTU. It is very fast, very nimble. Oh, this one is manual. These most definitely, I think these are causing the meta to go full circle, because meta was being pushed towards bigger and larger ships. This is like the antidote to the large ships, and in turn medium ships with autocannons are really good against this. Yeah, I don't think you're coming back from this one either. That one, yep. That one, nope. There's a lot of thought that goes into these. Yep. Yeah, Your biggest strength is your furtivity. Your stealth, sorry, that's a French word. Your stealth. If you get spotted with a ship that has autocannons, you are toast. Furtivity. That's the word for stealth. Oh yeah, Death Son, I completely agree. The funniest thing is that usually you'll hear him before you see him. Because whenever you're standing still or you're not shooting or anything, you can in fact hear the maneuver thrusters of his ships before they arrive, but it barely gives you like a 1 or 2 second warning. It can give you a warning if you're moving and he's battling to catch you up, but that's it. Like, that is literally it. That's all you get as a warning. Okay, no, that is not that ship. That one just has, that's 1 railgun, that's lasers, and that is 2 railguns, if I recall. Autocannons are also very good at stripping railing armor, so using them in a combo makes a lot of sense. You can't have everything in life. You'd think that after, how many hours have I been streaming for? Today is 8, yesterday was 10, the day before was 6, 14. I've been streaming for 24 hours over 3 days. You'd think I'd get super sick of Starbase, but I just want to go back in the ship design right now. Yeah, that I do agree, Praxis. There's so much inspiration. So many things to do, so little time. A propaganda ship. Yeah, that, or like poking fun. This is a very, very, very early design of yours, if I recall. Oh, not that odd. That means you designed it for fun. Just a fun ship. Almost. Yep, I do think you can make yourself a very seasick if you decide to yaw or to pitch using this thing. Going full throttle. single railgun, very nasty. What weight does it have? Yeah, that makes it a very, very unpleasant opponent. Nice. You could have used this one for the 3v3 tournament. It probably would have been a very good choice. Yeah, I agree. I saw many 4 railgun light ships. Ooh. Now this is a ship that you will find very difficult to disarm. Or like we like to say during the fights, to turn into a civilian ship, which is when you disable all of the armaments. So if your weapons are that much into the ship, that's quite light. If your weapons are that much into the ship, you'll be protecting them from many shots. Thank you. What don't you like with it? Top down? Or from the front? Yeah, top down doesn't surprise me at all. Sides does surprise me a little bit more. Yeah, that's probably where you've got ammo generators, batteries, and whatnot. As a matter of fact... No, I can't see. And those are 144 432 plates. It looks good. It's a bummer that it's underwhelming.
Hello, Happy Trigger.
Hello.
You've been, are you at the, EagleCon, or what is it?
EOS Con.
Oh, okay. You're over there?
Yes, I'm also, this Discord that you've joined me in is for the EOS Con too.
Oh, okay. Are you guys recording and documenting the ships and stuff like that?
Yes, are you displaying any ships?
Nah, I make ships. I'm not good at YOLO, but I'll make them and then just let people have the BPs and they could decide what they want to do with it. Yeah. I'm not good at YOLO. I always make funky ships and whatnot, but yeah. I'm usually with what is it called? What company is the one I'm always with? I hardly get on anymore, but I'll get on here and there. Icarus project. Yeah. Usually share the blueprints through them.
Okay, and just to warn you, I won't be able to chat much at all as I'm busy interviewing players, and right now I'm currently interviewing Good Praxis on his plot, and then I'm going to be moving to the other plots. If you want to, you can look at me on Twitch. If you click on me in the Discord chat, you'll see what's going on, who I'm talking to, and what's not.
Okay, I'll definitely look at that right now, and you have great interviews.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go look at that. You said through Twitch right now, right?
Yeah, if you click on me on Discord right now, you've got you can actually go directly on Twitch through Discord.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, you have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Sorry for the interruption, Praxis. Just reread the messages, make sure that I'm not missing anything. Decoration parts protecting ammo, but only from the sides. Little bit in front here is battery and props without deco parts, so yeah, but it is quite light. It's quite interesting to have internal... I mean, I suppose you can consider this to be sacrificial armor, except that it's behind the plates rather than in front. Just like as an absolute last measure armor, if all else fails. For sure an interesting concept, but it takes a lot of place, and because of that there's nothing over and under. Oh yeah, I believe you. Which will save your life if you get outnumbered. Yeah. Yeah, I get you on that one. You'd also have a really hard time surviving those new meta ships. The ones with 4 railguns plus. If they get to shoot you on the sides or on the top. Or on the back. Nice. Well, thank you for showing that. That's most definitely very interesting. What's the context behind having heavily armored written like that? I feel like there was... it was you chatted with someone. Oh! Is the context? Why are you laughing at it's the context? His nickname doesn't really make it easy to know what is what. Yeah, 8 lasers, 2 railguns is really nasty. Oh, okay. So yes, there most definitely was context. So this is a 3 kiloton. .2. So the other person fighting with you was 2.5 or 2.8-ish. It most certainly does do the trick. Oof. Well. Yep, not surprised. Nice job. You well within the sufficient range to not be too easy to target. Is this one for sale too, for those that maybe would be interested in buying it? Is a double K a million, or is it so is it 50 million credits? 50 million credits for the blueprint. Coucou Archroma. Alors je vais lui poser la question in-game, mais c'est pour que quand ça explose, et là je pense qu'il a dû... Oh, attends, je vais confirmer. Good Praxis, I've got a viewer that is asking why you have your propellant outside of the ship. Hop, I'll translate, thank you. Donc ouais, ceci n'est pas tout le propellant qu'il y a sur le vaisseau, mais juste une partie. Ça veut dire que quand ça va exploser, le vaisseau n'est pas incapacité par la perte du propellant. Ça va lui permettre de se déplacer plus loin, mais comme il en a à l'intérieur aussi, mais en plus petite quantité, c'est pas la fin du monde s'il le perd. Donc là, il me dit qu'il en a deux plus petits qui sont à l'intérieur. C'est aussi placé d'une façon qui veut dire que quand ça explose, rien n'endommage le ship. Il n'est pas perdant dans l'affaire. Hop, thank you, Praxis. Anything else to show or to add before I move on with Arma mercenaries? Fighters admitted, I need to go big range. Yep. Donc ouais, ce qu'il est en train de dire, c'est que t'as pas besoin de beaucoup de propellant pour ces fighters. Ils vont vraiment se battre tout autour d'une station ou d'un vaisseau capital, et du coup n'ont pas besoin d'aller loin. Donc ce propellant va leur donner un petit coup de boost pour se déplacer. Ben, une fois que la fight a commencé, en fait tu t'en fous si tu perds le propellant en plus. Non, Gustom, les câbles électriques... You're welcome, Praxis. Thanks a lot for showing your plot and your ships. I've shared your Discord and in-game name on Twitch, and they'll be in the description on the YouTube video for those that want to contact you. Pour les câbles que vous voyez longs... I'll say that in English right after. He's asking about the cables. Pour les câbles que vous voyez longs, c'est parce que quand vous tirez sur des adversaires, ça demande au jeu de prendre en compte le fait que le vaisseau est plus grand qu'il en a l'air. Ça réduit les chances que le calcul pour un tir commence à l'intérieur du vaisseau plutôt qu'à l'extérieur. Donc c'est juste un tout petit coup de pouce pour éviter que vous n'ayez un tir qui passe au travers de l'armure. So in English this time, these antenna things that we've actually seen on other ships, and we'll probably be seeing some more on Arma mercenaries plot, is to reduce the amount of chances of shots rendering inside of your ship. It's trying to get the game to say, oh, this ship is quite big, let me start calculating for impact earlier. Non, c'est pas pour fausser, c'est au contraire pour essayer d'obtenir les bonnes valeurs du jeu. Ah, ok. So Praxis is saying this is not for that. Praxis est en train de me reprendre sur le sujet. Dans ce cas précis, ça c'est pour autre chose. Is it for ramming then? Normalement, pour ce que j'ai décrit, on verrait des câbles tout autour et ça ressemble à un porc-épic. Ok, so in his case, ramming purposes. Donc dans son cas, c'est pour réduire l'effet des impacts. Si jamais quelqu'un te rentre dedans avec son propre chip, tu réduis les dégâts pris. Parce que ça, c'est plein de petits segments qui individuellement, du coup, vont calculer leur impact. Praxis, once again, thank you very much, and I'm off to the Arma mercenaries plot. Okay, so also to minimize impacts with, well, ground stations and whatnot. Okay, on to Arma mercenaries, where Scipion should be there anytime. Arma mercenaries is in the complete opposite corner.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Hello, Scipion.
Hello, hello. Ah, c'était cool de voir les ships de Prax.
Ouais. I'll just be doing the interview in English. I know you speak French, but most of the viewers are English speaking.
Yep. No, I'll switch.
But yeah, otherwise I would have done French, no problem.
No, it's all good. Yeah, it's really nice how I think Prax and... Did you end up doing Pandora in the end yet? Or not?
No, not yet. I didn't have... Oh, they are here. No, I didn't I didn't yet see anyone from Pandora's box.
Right.
If
I'm not
you...
sure if we're gonna... I mean, you can always message QR Key or something to see if he'd like to give comments. I think maybe Nick or whatever would also... I mean, I can...
There's also NHR. I haven't seen in-game anyone from NHR. On Discord, yes, but not in-game. But yeah, I'll be... Right now, I'm just hopping from plot to plot, depending on who is... showcasing.
Right.
Oh, thank you very much, Praxis. He just sent me the name.
Yep. I think it's with a K. Oh, they're on actually right now. Wait, give me 1 second.
Nope, it's not written that way. Oh yeah, that. Whoop. QLK. Nope, he's off online. Okay. Let's try with Tim Filia. Tim. Filia. Nope. Tim. Last tries the charm. Timp. This is not English. Yeah. Filia. Nope, he's offline. Okay, bummer. If ever you see anyone that actually does include people from NHR or anyone, if they are online, I'm most definitely interested in an interview. I will be streaming a little bit tomorrow, not much, so I'll really try to catch as many people as possible. This is unusual.
All right. I just went to talk to the Pandora guys. I don't know if they're gonna be interested or not, but I told them that you're free after in like 20 minutes or something. So maybe you'll get a message, maybe not. We'll see.
Space. Praxis is going to ask them for me because he knows where to find them.
Oh, I just did. I just went to their Discord right now. I did the same thing, so... Rex is doing this. He's just... we're peer pressuring them. Let's put it that way.
Well, thanks a lot for your efforts on the matter.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah.
I'm going to be missing people, that is for sure, damn it. Anyway, let's go.
Nice. Alright, so, well, yeah, we can start with this ship. So this is a little creation by Proxymine, called the Lotus. And this is yet another, more of a mix of aesthetics and function. So still has some good functions, but was also primarily made to be a very nice looking ship, and, you know, I like to call them RP, but, you know, that kind of stuff. So one of the first things you might have noticed is that well, it's a plasma thruster ship, but it has a little bit of unusual stuff on the sides with the plasmas. So you can see the side plasma intakes, which you could probably figure are not the intended purposes.
So, wait, give me a second, because as you were speaking, there was... Oh, this is a wacky plasma. Okay, so this ship has got a lot of thrust. A good job with the plating.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of blockage so that intruders don't immediately enter the back of the ship from the plasmas. And if you look at the... oh shit, I forgot there's lights here. You can look at the side plasma and front also. Oh yeah, he's made a really nice decal for the ship.
Yep. It's not my first time seeing really cool decals. When it comes to his designs, I mean.
And he's had some fun here, creating a little fake inlet for the side thruster pod, side plasma pod. Like as if it was a fake turbine or something.
So just to answer my Arpazak on Twitch. So as far as Starbase is concerned, the game, it takes the plasma core, it checks, is your plasma core intact? Yes, okay. Now, how many segments do you have? And by segments, I do mean the quarters. Like this here is a small segment. It computes the entire amount of them that are connected. So these are connected to those and so on, and inside is some of them are flipped inside out to allow more exotic kind of connections. So it calculates all of those that are connected, it divides it by 4, that's your rank count. And the game's like, job done, I won't be doing anymore. Oh yes, it's going to check, do you have 1 nozzle or more? It doesn't count if you have more than 1 nozzle, it just checks, do you have nozzles? Yes, no, yes, okay, you have 1, added 500,000 thrust. That's it. So this is Arkhonus that did like the initial R&D on the topic. I've got a big ship that implements this system a lot. But yeah, it really allows some very exotic shapes on the plasmas.
This one has a laser drill at the front for the mining, so it's an asteroid miners.
How many crates does it have?
I think it's 500, I believe.
Okay, so this is,
I guess
it just really does not want to compromise on speed.
Yeah, I forgot exactly how many plasma rings it has. Well, at least I want to say 15 plus. Should have asked him.
This is not a normal SSC design. This is a capship design.
What do you mean? Oh, like in terms of
length. I know you like foldable stuff. I mean, the Arma logo is one such folded design.
Well, this wasn't done by me. This was done by Proxy, but it might have been done on his capship. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty long. Yes. No, I want to say I think this is printable on the Origins SSC because I think I've seen him work on it. He works a lot at Moon City. I think this should be fitting. It'll be like pretty tight, but
looks like NHR went to bed. Since NHR is in Russia, mostly, that means it's 1 AM for them. So most of them have already went to bed. I didn't see them all day, neither yesterday nor today, and I did multiple checks, sadly. Do you have access to the interior of the ship?
Yes, I'm gonna ask you to come to this side.
Okay, I've also got a viewer that'd like to know if this ship is for sale or not.
It is, yes. The goal is to sell this one. I'm not sure if he started selling it, because there was just a little bit of coding stuff that he was finishing up. But yes, this one is going to be for sale, yep. And if you... Where are you right now?
I'm right behind you. Okay, so I've got a viewer that says that his ships are usually printable anyway. So he may have fitted it diagonally if needed, if at all.
Yep. And you can see this little... it's got a little, like, opening door mechanism.
Seems very inspired by what I've seen at Arkhonus's plot. Oh gee, this is well lit.
Over here. Yep, so there's a little entrance room, and then there's this door here to go into the YOLO room.
Do you have a link to Arma Mercenary that I can share so that people can visit the Discord for the blueprints if they want to buy a ship or a blueprint?
Oh, to be honest, I'm not sure if that's set up yet. I don't think we have like a page yet for this ship. I'd say just message Proxymine directly on Discord for the moment if you're interested in the ship.
If you've got like a Discord that's compatible, or an SSS link, if you've got like an SSS shop, I can give the link to that, and then people can have at least like a way of knowing who to contact to ask.
Yeah. 1 second now. This should work, I guess. I just sent you a link to the Discord, to the Arma Discord.
Thank you. So this is Arma United. What's the difference between Arma United and Arma Mercenaries?
Oh, it's just the same. I think it's just the name of the Discord. Yeah, basically. Because I think the Armored United also had, because it has like it's a bit of a community Discord with we had a lot of other allies that kind of joined up on there, and that we were chatting with. So kind of like Arma United is just a section of the Discord where to talk with other allies, so to speak.
Okay, so I've got Liwin. That's Liwin. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Liwelin B. I suppose.
Llewellyn, we call him Louis. Louis B.
And understandably. Yeah, he says he's from Arma, and he says it's Arma plus allied companies, so it's a little bit more than that.
Yep. But yeah, this is just a little nice little YOLO room to tweak everything here. And then we have, I think we can go downstairs next into the utility room. And then this is where you can go change your fuel rods. And you can also check up on the propellant tanks and then use the resource bridge. It's a nice little, oh, and is it this one? Yeah, you can see the lights above the fuel rods. There's some nice little lighting effects.
Are you the one that's shooting, or is this someone that I can't see that's shooting?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm seeing some like just sparks happen. Maybe it's like Shadow Realm sparks or something. Cause yeah, I don't see anybody. This is weird.
Okay, there's most definitely someone that's on my stream having fun.
There's a ghost that is yeah, messing around. Oh right, I think it's this one. If you look right above you right now, you'll see that there's a light coming out of the plate. That's like illuminating it around. This was like a little lighting trick I think he did, where like there's a light in between the...
Lights in Starbase are really weird.
Yeah, well, so it's like a fake light using a light inside the ceiling, something like that. And then if we take this other little... Oh,
I've got my
I think it has to be inside.
I've got my guess as to who it can maybe be. No, that's not it.
Yeah, if we go up here again, go towards the bridge, and there's a nice little PXP logo at the back, and then you've got a little bit of a viewing area where you can see some of the thrusters. Then a little waiting table over here. If you want to just sit and relax, have some lunch, look outside.
While being shot at.
Yes.
I think I'm wondering if it's a plasma rifle. No. I don't know. Haven't done FPS combat in a long time.
And then this is the bridge.
Oh gee, a lot of work went to this.
I can point to the nice little logo in the center console with another PXP logo as well. And yeah, this was yeah, this is really cool. See the big dash. So on the dash on the right, you've actually got there's a thruster display that shows the thrust for each of the thruster quadrants, so that you can make sure your thrust balance is all good. The center console is just the usual speed, FCU forward, distance for the beams, you know, all the usual info you need. There's also the scanner for the asteroid in the center, so you can see what the shell is, what the core is, all that stuff. Then the mining system, see what is on. I think that turns on when you use them. And then a bunch of options. And the pilot seat's the one on the left, so that's the one that has the aiming cargo beam laser outside.
So doing advanced displays is not difficult. Doing good looking advanced displays, however, is a whole other can of worms. There's
yeah, like, a lot of fun with it.
I've got a lot of experience.
Like one on the right.
We've got a 1 second delay, which is causing us to speak. Just for information, I'm in France and he's in literally the other side of the globe. So there's like this tiny little delay, which is why we talk so much on top of one another. It's not intentional.
There you go ahead.
So yeah, I was saying I've got experience with making advanced displays, and it is so frustrating to do an advanced display system that looks good. I've got one where there's a huge volume of information displayed, but it's not as elegant as what I'm looking at right now. This is really cool. Did Pegram participate in this ship or not?
No, I believe it was just Proximine.
They did a lot of ships together.
Yeah, they did. Pegram hasn't made much. He hasn't been playing much in the past year.
Yeah, he's got his studies.
Yep. But he still pops up every now and then. It's just more like he tries some very outlandish concepts. One thing I like with this one also is like the view. It's like there's a really nice kind of surround view, and you've even got a window above. It's just like it's just a nice space to be in.
I completely agree.
And then here you've got a little, and then behind you you've got a little emergency hatch if you need to exit over here. And then I'm gonna ask you maybe go outside, and then oh yeah. Let's see, yeah, that brings you above. Oh, I don't know if you noticed over here. It's just a nice little detail behind the bridge. It's like a little radio tower thing.
I thought when you said letter, I thought you were talking about the absolute massive Arma panel.
Oh no!
So I guess he's being sarcastic.
And if you want, I think he wanted me to show the mining drill at the front. You just go towards there. I'll see if I can turn it on. He spent a bit of time. He also worked a bit with Darky Shadow for the approach script and Boom, I think. So that's some of the stuff that he was finishing. Have a look on your. Oh, maybe he needs to charge up first. Let's see if this works. It might just be charging. I should have prepared this in advance. Oh, it is? Oh, yeah, it just switched to battle mode.
That's all.
Oh, there we go. I'm hearing something. Hopefully this all works.
Looking at the pattern, that thing can go underground, I suppose, kinda.
I guess it could.
Well, why else would you spread the lasers out so far?
I want to say this was. I'm not sure if this was the first one. It might have been his first laser drill, so it's just his first time experimenting with it.
Because if you're trying to mine an asteroid, you may as well divide the laser count by 2 if you're using that pattern.
I'll make sure to pass on the feedback.
Well, I mean, you can phrase it differently for me.
Yeah, you can. That's the dynamic one, and then you can switch it to I think static, and then it just stays back.
So they are different. Okay, no, then it probably is to go into the ground if you felt like it. There's someone invisible moving.
I think our ghost friend is back here.
That is so weird. So I'm discovering there is a half shadow realm.
That is hilarious. Maybe let me see. I'll see if my list is different than yours. Can you pop up your user list?
Yeah, I just get a game freeze whenever I pop the list out.
Yep. I think I have the same people as you, so we're on the same Shadow Realm, I guess.
Yep.
That's funny. But yeah, that's I think that's about it for this one. Nice little ship. Oh, does it reset? Yeah, it resets back to Echo. Nice. Yeah, it's a really pretty ship. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how much he's gonna sell it for, but that was definitely the goal with this one, and it's really pretty. Up next we have the Stag, which is a ship that I think we showed last EOS Con already, but I think we're just really proud of this one, so I wanted to bring it out again. I think he has been doing a few more polishes to it. I'm not sure if this is necessarily the latest version, but that's good nonetheless. So this is just a...
Do you have even a vague ETA as to when maybe the ship will be released?
For the... Do you mean the Lotus? The one we saw just before? Sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, it's a yes.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I can say within a month, but I mean, I think it's been mostly ready for like a month or two, so it's just about getting those final coding touches ready. So I don't know.
Just, for those interested, like just keep an eye on the Discord.
Yeah, just toss him a message, and like maybe it might even be ready now. I'm not sure. I think he was just adding some extra touches to the front drill, some visual like touches. Just at this EOS Con, for example, but yeah, just toss him a message and you'll see.
Holy crap! This is the most micro gimp I ever saw.
Yes, that's something he does on fighters as well for his for the reticle.
Gosh dang, that's like a micro gap you wouldn't be able to use for a cockpit. I know you would, if you really enjoyed the pain. I actually was able to... Nope. Imagine trying to sit in that in a combat. Damn it, oh, I'm dead. That is really impressive. You can see my micro gaps, but this one I really had to double check to see this one.
Yep. Proxy's got a really high level of just those little tiny finishing touches, and the polish is just next level. But yeah, so the stag, I think it's 1,040 crates or 1,000 crates, something like that. 3 just kind of your, I don't want to say run of the mill, but like 3 large gens, surface manor with 30 lasers. The neat thing about this one though is that it has a plasma running down the center. I think it's something like 18 rings. I forgot exactly. With the average like Elysium load, I think it flies back at about 130 or 135 meter per second when full. So when you compare it to like the usual surface miners that have only regular thrusters, this goes back like at twice the speed if you're going back to your cap ship. So it's a little bit more efficient, and it still has like almost as many crates. It's got stuff. One of the bigger feature.
A more expensive yet also more independent surfacer.
Yeah, but you can view it as like a bit of it's a more premium in a way if you've got the money to spend and you get some more features.
I think the surfacer was the Pathfinder, and since then there are many people that have fine-tuned the ship concept to their very specific needs. But this has got a whole lot more to it. It's also taken combat a little bit into account too.
This one, I mean, I'm not sure if I would necessarily say that, but yeah, it does have a bit of like, well, yeah, it has a bit more survivability in that, like the propellant tanks are external, which means that...
Well, just say as long as no one looks too closely at the Exorium tank, the propellant can be detonated without harming the ship at all.
Yep, definitely, which is something I kind of laugh at. Well, not make fun, but you see. Well, I mean, with these type of ships, there's
it's
always
funny because there's a lot of care that went into the propellant, yet the Exorium fuel tank is squat in the middle of the ship and unprotected. So yes, I see why you'd be amused by the thoughts that went into the propellant, and yet the Exorium liquid tank is not.
Yeah, I will say one thing though, which is that it's even though it's like the layout, for example, there's it's okay, but the one extra thing is like, for example, the Exorium tank is very much at the front, and there is this whole entire row of plasmas that runs down the center. So in terms of like if you are chasing the ship behind, remember that he can just dump the cargo and then the ship is going to go way over 150. And then the Exorium tank is very much at the front, so you're going to have to punch through all of the crates and all of the plasmas, unless you get him at an angle, but even then it
is
can be a
literally
little...
what happened to me with my very first pirate encounter at the gate. Biohazards shot a railgun at me, and it went in my plasma thruster, 17 rings, by the way, and hit the plasma core all at the end.
Oh, Jesus. Yep.
That hasn't happened to me since, and that was when the gate was heavily contested by the first corporations that really wanted to gatekeep it. No, not to tollgate it. That's the word. That wanted to get people to pay a fee if they wanted to use the gate.
Yeah, but the neat thing about this ship though is I think somebody already noticed on the chat is it actually has the mining laser rig on the side, and the main reason with this one was just to try and avoid some of the bugs that we've had in the past where the ship can like fall into the ground as you're mining. So it's so the goal was to try to put the mining rig away from the center of mass of the ship, and so he tried putting it on the side. And with that, you can also do stuff like if you just want to you can very easily line up trenches and so on. So in order to accommodate that, he needed to put a large ballast, which you can see on the other side of the ship, which is where the big stag logo is.
That's why I saw so many heavy plates. I was wondering why it was...
Yep. And if you check, you'll see they're all Lukim.
Gosh.
And it was a nice opportunity to put the logo over there. With there's a really nice little star decal.
This is the only place where you can shoot at it with a railgun and it won't give a damn.
Oh god, what is this? I think our ghost friend is trying to say something.
It's top secret message.
Thank you, Ghost Assistant.
It is so funny that this is the weirdest I have ever seen a Shadow Realm.
Yes.
Normally, Shadow Realms are like 100%. I wouldn't be able to interact, I wouldn't be able to see, and I certainly would not be able to see a flying YOLO chasing after you, Sibyl.
I also like just while we're at the front, I like the little front console that he's got, and like you can easily access the chips and tweak some of the settings there.
No, but this is not an admin. A Sunday night at 23 PM, local time for them is Monday morning, almost 1 AM. I assure you this is not an admin. I would be so surprised if it was one. I think this is just someone that's having fun and that noticed that they're not visible on my stream. I'll take a guess and also say that they can't... He's trying to reload his YOLO. I don't... If he wrote his messages in the chat, I don't even think I'd see it. Well, at the very least, he's having fun.
Yes. Alright, so if we go back to the little mining rig, I was going to show... I personally really like this little pilot pod that he's got on the side here, where you can sit and then look at your lasers, and there's all the settings that you want to adjust here for the auto drive and all that stuff. The rangefinders to see if you're aligned, and tweak the height that you want to be, all that stuff. And with a nice little PXB logo as well there. And the little like step drill thing. I think in the he had a version where he also added another seat just behind the laser that's looking downwards. And I think that extra one was gonna have like no I'm not sure if this seat has pilot controls or not, because sometimes, like, you know, with these seats you might want to not be able to control the ship, just so that you don't like accidentally tweak things and ram the ground by mistake. So it was just a comment on that.
The Surfacer has got the lasers at the back for the same reason, just a very different implementation. Because what you want is that the ship is on the top surface, but in this case it's a different approach. You put everything on the side. I'd actually be really curious to compare the incident statistics and ease of use.
Yeah, I think so far he hasn't had any like falls to the ground with this ship, so it's worked pretty well so far.
Oh gee, this is Jank Plasma ++.
Oh, this one. Yeah. This one is moving on to my ship. So this baby is what I like to call the Omega Tug. And there is a second part which we'll have to go see afterwards, which is the second integral part to this ship. So this is a giant tug. And this thing was made to tow a 10,000 crate. Now, it was designed with a very specific specs in mind, which is it's made to tow 10,000 Zalium, which is the highest money that you can or that you can sell at the NPC vendor. So in theory, this is kind of it was basically made to do a little video that I released just before EOS Con, which was like, what is the biggest payout that I can get, biggest single one payout that I can get at the NPC store, which was something like 190 million, I believe, in one click.
Were you able to complete the video?
Yeah, it's released. It's out there.
If you want to, if you've got the link, I can pop it onto the stream.
Yeah. Just give me a second.
Oh, there's a lot of work to get to 110 millions. It's not me sleeping on a hammock and be like, let me just click there and get to 190 millions.
Oh yeah, it's almost like the part that becomes more annoying is actually farming the 10k, and then you're like, oh god, that takes forever. I just sent you the link if you want to play it on your stream or something.
Yep, I'll also pop it on the. Yep. Do you have any copyright music on it though?
Oh, there might be at the end, so you can play with, I guess.
I'm going to have to mute it. YouTube is fine, but Twitch is super sensitive about it.
Yeah, just to be safe. Yeah.
I'm just noting the link. All of the names, all of the Discord links, then go on to the description of the video. Why is it spinning like that?
Oh.
That is terrifying.
It's because there's a bug. I don't know if it's a bug, but like if you have a tow beam, if you have a tow beam that's not even activated, if it's pointing at an object that is towable, it spins the object. So that's what happened there, where I forgot about it and then spawned the crate, and then it just started getting like spun. And if you notice, it was even moving towards the ship. So it was like, oh god, you don't want that running out of your safe zone towards your tug.
Is that how you land on a moon?
Yeah, yes.
Point downwards and hope for the best.
This was the first time I used it. Yep, I was going 150 ms with 100 KT crate behind me.
Oh boy!
Thank you for the thank you for the main menu trick.
Scipion, we were at the same driving school.
And there you go. This was the moment where it's like, yep, it works. 10,000 Zalium. Actually, to be more specific, the crate actually holds more than 10,000. It holds 10,640.
That is the moment where you do not want to see your lifeline fail.
Yep.
Gosh.
And if you want to have a stroll, you can have a stroll through the little jank piece. Oh, and it has a second tow beam just in case the first one falls off.
How many plasma rings does it have in total?
So the total adds up to about 60 rings with this one, I believe.
160 rings?
No, 60.
Oh, just like mine.
Yep.
Wait, so you're not max voxel volume?
No, it is. There's a few. I'll get into the details in just a sec. Oh, and there you go. This whole thing was done for that one little moment. Ooh, also, I need to AFK just for a minute.
Oh boy, oh boy. So this is quite interesting, like there's a few... There's someone with way too much free time looking at my stream. Oh boy. Anyway. I'm actually quite curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Yeah, 60 rings.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for that.
My Gigatech boat has also got 60 rings, so what did you do that maxes out the voxel volume?
Alright. Now that I love how we have a little like cat face that's following us around. This is fucking hilarious. Yes. Alright, so funny enough, one thing to start with, I did end up adding some plating, so this is all oninum, as large as plate as one layer as large as I could fit around, just for like, I don't know, a little extra in case safety. It's probably wouldn't necessarily you know, fully help,
not
and
a
it
bad
doesn't cover
choice.
everything. But it's I think it's about 10%, so technically this is like I could have made 10% more, so I could have added an extra like 5 rings or something if I wanted. But the main reason is just I want to say the generators. So this has 1,080,000 EPS, so 1.08 million.
How many tier 3 generators are we talking about?
It's I always have to redo the math because I always forget. I think it's 480 tier 3 gens, which are all
you either
tier
have
3
a very good computer or you have crazy input lag.
Yeah, and that means 160 fuel chambers. So, which brings to the second point. So the reason why I went with that setup is because from the test that I did, you know, the regular gens are more voxel efficient and weight efficient than large gens. So I wanted to just try and maximize this as best as I could for speed and power. But the real magic, quote unquote, trick with this was adding network isolation, which this to me has zero input lag whatsoever, despite having all that. And if it didn't have the network isolation, everybody around this ship would be lagging like absolute crazy. So that was the magic touch that helped.
So when you say, I'll take a wild guess and say you didn't just leave all of the generators as one big block. There's multiple blocks and all of them are independent.
Yep. So I think it's, I forgot how, it's either, it might be either by blocks of 4 fuel chambers, something like that. So it's, I guess by blocks of 12 gens and then, or 16 gens, whatever. And then each one of those has their own network isolation thing. So this is like just a whole bunch of modules. Like I said, this is 160 fuel chambers. So if you divide that by 4, it's like 40, so it's like 40 individual blocks all throughout that are all isolated. Something like that. And it's all like efficiently, like it's all spaced out so that the heat is all, you know, there's no heat problems and anything with everything. So it's just a very, very optimized, like modularized generator thing, like all inside this stuff here.
So you really, I mean, I've seen the video and I'm not having any lag. So for you, the ship is like A-OK when it comes to input lag.
Yep, no, there's none whatsoever. Which is, it's just pure black magic.
I'm actually thinking of a design of mine that after almost 100 hours of work, the XS Mark IV, a 30 railgun ship, actually probably my best railgun ship design because of the way it was designed. That one has got a 1 second input lag. Because it has over 300 generators, but the ship is very compatible with adding network isolation. So that also means that you also network isolated the radiators and the heatsinks, because those are big culprits when it comes to network saturation.
Yep. Yeah, it's like I said, just network isolation's just been like, it's one of the more newer things I discovered, and it's magic. For anything that like where you need to have like a ton of power, it allows you to use high gen setups, and it just helps overall with just large ships in general. Like for example, if you need to have like a ton of propellant, if you need to have a ton of batteries, it just helps so much with making those ships usable.
Okay, so Gostom in my chat, like I'll translate in English for the other viewers. He's saying that it reminds him of the lag he was getting with refuel ships. That propellant-induced lag is not the same. So my Explorer ship, which has a ridiculous big amount of ice propellant, will freeze everyone when you load it, and then it's good. That kind of ship will continuously lag you. So not the same effect. Quite annoying too, but not the same.
Interesting.
I think someone's really bored with his little mask.
One thing I liked doing with this ship, so if you look at the front, I personally enjoy, I always want to be, so, I like to move around the ship when I'm flying. So little ghost assistant, if you look, I like to do things like when I get off the seat, I want to be touching a surface so that I stay attached to the ship and I can run around. And also, I like to move fast, so I like to sprint around.
That
so
is
I have
something
this little ramp here that I made.
That is something you copy-pasted from another ship of yours.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I do this on all my ships. But then there's stuff like, for example, what if I want to go and look behind the ship? Well, I added, like, if you notice, I have another little ramp that goes in a straight line onto the thruster. And then I have my little ramp on top of the thruster to run all the way back. And then it's just like, I can kind of like walk all over the ship, and then I can go down, and I can go in the center to the tow beam here, and then just have a nice little view. So if you're bored, you can just run laps around the ship.
No, I won't be doing laps with a ship that is that expensive while it's flying.
Oh, here's another, like the ship is so big that one thing I discovered, so this version of the ship, I had to tweak it a little bit, so wait, how do I put this? The seat used to be just a little bit more in front, and I discovered something. If you are a certain distance away from the plasma thrusters or from any thruster, the sound that you hear is actually slightly different. There is a different sound that is played when you're like just outside of the normal thruster range. And so for example, for plasmas, there's like this very boomy, deep bass sound.
Yep.
But the other one, it actually sounds more like when you're in an airplane. It's like a white noise, soothing sound. And so this one used to, like if I stand on certain spots of the ship, like it sounds totally different, which is very, very neat.
Tell me you were bored on your ship without telling me you were bored on your ship.
when it takes a while, hey, these towing ships, it takes a while to tow around. Yeah, other little details, I guess, I don't know, I put in like a secondary internal pilot seat in case I get shot at. There's like a reconstruction machine. what else? Oh, maybe I can talk about so the reason why I went with the Jank Plasma, this ship did not originally have the Jank Plasma stuff. And I don't know if you recall, a couple of months ago, I messaged you about spawning oversized ships inside cap ships, right? So the original version of this ship, if you look at the Jank portions, those used to extend further back out. They used to be part of the main plasma. So you can imagine that this ship used to be even larger than it is. And I'll even add that the angle that I used to have for the plasmas, you notice that they don't point out directly to the back. They used to be a little bit more splayed out. So this ship used to be even way larger than it used to be. The reason why I ended up tweaking that is quite simply because I was having issues even spawning it in the cap ship. So that previous version used to fit, but when trying to repair and spawn it and all, it would very often get stuck. So I ended up deciding to shrink it down a little bit, and what I ended up doing was using Jank Plasma, and then I was like, well, I can put them behind the engine block so that it's like just an extra little layer of armor just in case it gets shot over there. But basically that's the only reason why it uses this. It wasn't meant to be like this originally.
Nice, yeah. There's different possibilities. You can fold, unfold, but it's really best to have no moving parts at all on ships. It just drastically reduces the amount of possible issues.
Yep. Oh, and the reason why there's this curved part over here in the center of the Jank stuff is, I think I had temporarily removed it, but Proxy suggested adding like a second toe beam just to, because you have an impact and you lose the first one so that you can reconnect the crate. And then it was like, well, I want it on the center and I don't want it to hit a beam, so it's literally just to have a little bit of space so that the toe beam can like...
Why is it bolted that way?
Oh, never mind. That was just temporary. It's not supposed to be. It was just because I originally had the crate parked behind, and I was like, I'll just remove the toe beam just in case. But yeah, it's just pointing like this.
Very cool design.
Oh, thank you. And I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, there's some laser detonators on the side, which I just shortened them so that they don't annoy AHA, but they're put at the very edge of the plasmas, and what's the main use of these is just to so that when you go inside your cap hanger, so that you don't hit the sides. So it's basically if those get clipped, you can make sure that you're aligned to go in perfectly. And the last detail I'll mention is so. Just one last explanation. I had a chat with Freelancer about this whole concept of the big tug and towing large crates, and he suggested that I should try to make sure that the plasma trail doesn't touch the cargo, and that some of the jank issues that you can have when towing large things, like the rubber band and stuff, can be sometimes because if your trails touch the cargo. So the entire reason that the plasmas are at a slight angle is just to try to give even a bit more distance to make sure that the plasma trails...
If a ship is close enough to be within the range of pushback of a plasma, you already have rubber banding at that point. That made no difference.
I'll be honest, in my own experience of using this ship, this has totally not been an issue whatsoever, which means that this was probably entirely unnecessary. But regardless, and you do lose a little bit. I think it's like 3 to 4% thrust loss, unfortunately. But hey, look, it's an extra
I'd still keep it for one major argument, and that is that if you still run into rubber banding, you're protecting a whole lot more of your ship this way.
Yep, true.
And that alone is a very good argument to keep it that way.
Yep. What else was there? I'm trying to think about if there was other details. I can't think of it. But yeah. We've got a rubber ducky flying around. Hold on. Alright, I guess we can maybe move on to this little thing here. Oh, so this is just a fighter I made earlier this year, and I ended up making a nice little decal for it, so that was the primary reason I wanted to bring it.
So you the one that made the cat?
Yeah, well, this is one of those, I totally didn't just find a cool decal on Google Image and totally didn't just rip it off in Starbase, but, you know...
It doesn't matter, you still have to do it with the decal tools. You didn't import a JPEG and be like, yeah, catch. You still had to painfully put the circles, the triangles, the lines and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no, it was a lot of fun making it, just a little fun thing. And otherwise, there's
aha that says that you should see the cube.
Oh yeah, I will afterwards once we're done with it. I'll show you the crate afterwards once we're done with my other ships here. But oh yeah, so this little combat ship, this was started as a few. It was mostly an exercise for using some a new modular building technique that I worked on, but the main important thing was this. Do you remember Good Praxis's lot? Do you remember the little 12 laser that you guys just saw there?
Yeah.
This is basically just a rip-off of that in a way, except I made 16 lasers instead of 12. So it's not exactly the same. Like the building is.
I'll be extremely blunt and to say that the meta ships are cubes that all look like one another. So can you really say it's a rip-off?
True. It's like they're all looking.
I mean, for real, all of them are cubes. Even mine, there's no exceptions on the topic. Even say it doesn't have the same color, it doesn't have the same decals, it doesn't have the same armament, it doesn't even have the same way of armoring the weapons, because praxises are way back into the ship. What here is a rip-off? It's like, it's not the same ship at all.
It's like the... Well, at this stage, I'm just gonna do the meme where I say, it's mine now. There's a lot of the extra details that are, I guess, obviously kind of mine. But yeah, it's just like, it's a 2.2K 16 laser, mostly flat, mostly, the main thing about it is that if you look from the front visual silhouette is roughly, it tries to be as much as only the guns as possible, so that,
Yes.
So the main goal, and like Prax said, like this is just 2 layers of flat plates. So this is a kind of ship that like you get hit if there's anybody that has real guns who's third partying you, you're just gonna explode in one shot. But it's kind of just like a 1v1 toy. So it's a 1v1 toy against other 1v1 ships.
It's a 2 kiloton ship ish.
Yeah, 2.2.
You cannot reasonably do a 2 kiloton ship that has protection on all angles. There are compromises to be made, and I think you already did a compromise with the speed. This thing probably doesn't go max speed.
Yep, no, this goes like 115 or something.
Yeah, there you go. So, when given the compromises, I chose to have bulkier ships. Which is why my latest ship, which you have not yet met on the STU, which should have a fight sometime, does go 149 meters per second, 28 lasers, but it's 5 kilotons, because it's got a lot of thrusters and armor. Like, comes a moment where you do need to pick your fight. I've oftentimes found myself in situations where I got shot at by multiple people at once. The ship reflects that, but to reflect it, I had to put on weight. It also means the ship is not going to be cheap to replace once I need to start using it on the live.
Yep. Well, it's the usual rock, paper, scissors thing in Starbase. Exactly. Like as always, yeah. So like, for example, this one is just like it's more of a glass cannon, you could say. So it's a 1v1 glass cannon is how I'd put it.
Yeah, but there is a place for those ships, the duelists, like I like to call them, in the meta. The Apex is the 30 lasers 3K version, 3 kiloton version of this.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, it's just a fun toy, and it's what I like to use on the STU against just other like heavier ships, and 16 lasers is where you get into the It's a lot of firepower, and it's a lot of, especially before the STU patch, it's a lot of blinding power as well. So if you're good at landing your shots quickly and keeping on target, it's very deadly.
What's really interesting is that the Nova, that's the name of my ship, well, I started designing it with the cockpit all at the front because I wanted a downwards view, because I wanted to be able to fight at Elysium, and the patch heavily advantages my design. Because I'm not getting blinded anymore, and I can still see really downwards.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember now. That's the one. Is that the one you made free on the? Oh no, that was the scythe.
No, that one is actually the scythe has kind of the same mindset. The scythe was the Pathfinder, and the scythe is a free blueprint that anyone can find on the STU. But the Nova, which is the name of that ship, is probably never going to be for sale anytime soon. Maybe in the far future, but not while I'll be using it as a main fighter.
I see. Nice. And this is just a little racer that I made for the races at the moon, which you probably have seen before.
Yes, I may or I may not have one-shotted it.
Yes.
I was absolutely not expecting that outcome. I shot in its general direction, and I think I must have hit... It's not loading for me right now. Something at the back that did not want to be hit got hit. And...
Oh, this is, it's not made to tank any sort of hits, so...
What did I hit though? This is my first time looking at it intact. One laser shot in the back. That's the generators.
Oh, there might be maybe there's a battery somewhere.
I can see
a battery at the back.
Yeah, I can see batteries in the middle.
Because I think I added.
I don't know what those decorative plates are hiding.
No, I think there's nothing. No, it's just I think this doesn't even have a battery now that I think of it. Just
no, there is a battery. I can see. Oh no, that's the main flight computer.
Yep. It might have just been there's a prop tank under, so it might have been just that.
You must have literally, at the worst possible moment, pointed your nose downwards and got hit by the laser shot.
Because the thing about this ship is it's actually, here's a fun tidbit. Do you remember those spiked ball ship that I had last time, last EOS Con?
Yeah.
This is the same racing ship inside, like the exact same. Well, maybe some small.
You had like a whole ball made of beams around that ship.
Yeah. So the original race ship is actually a design that Satomi did, which is called. I think he calls it the Hobo Fly or something like that. So it's a very like ultra minimalistic little ship with just the absolute bare bone minimal that you need to like have a ship flying. And I basically just tweaked a few little things and then made it more T3. And then for this one I just added the plating on top to make it look, because AHA had a little bit of like a visual competition, so for this it's like you'll notice it's a lot of just like floating floor panels, and every one of these was placed manually in the SSC, and then for the there's no mirroring tool, so the other side had to be manually placed to try and match. So if you look from the front, you'll notice that it's not quite symmetrical, but I did my best to try and...
There are tricks that you can use, and that is that you disable mirroring, you take the object, you slide it on the other side, and then you swap the rotation to give it like negative or positive values, like you invert it. And then you push it back slowly. A bit tedious, but it does work.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only if you bother. Otherwise, whatever. Were there 2 small ships in here? Or, wait. 2 or 3 ships?
I brought my scooter, although it's not much it's not really too for display, but there's I made an update to my regular scooter that goes 160.
Where is it? Because I'm not loading it.
Oh, it's just in front. It should be loading. It's just in front of you. So it might just be the LOD, like.
Yep. For now,
LOD
it's
shenanigans.
being a little bit shy, or it got loaded by someone that's shadow around.
Oh, that might be our little friend over there.
Possible.
Let me see if we get on it, if it goes better.
Oh, Dusty's here.
Hey, can you...
Night
Wait.
Squad.
Maybe our little friend is Dusty. Maybe he's using his Invis powers.
I'd be surprised.
Oh,
Dusty. So Dusty. Oh, he just depopped.
Oh, he's spotted. We saw you.
It's like it's 1 a.m. for him, but what's really amusing is the Night Squad.
Oh, that's so strange. You can see me on
Hey.
your... Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was a Shadow Realm hosting issue.
Because I was like, I'm on the ship and I'm rotating left and right, but you're not seeing me rotate.
Oh boy, it just shrank in my view.
Yeah, this thing is nothing special. It's just like a scooter, and I just made it to go because my endo has unfortunately been getting heavier and heavier, and I'm at the stage where I can't even get rid of the extra weight by selling stuff at the terminals. So it's like I'm just stuck weighing way too much, and that means that I couldn't go 150 anymore with my old scooter.
Have you
So I wanted
tried
to
an
make something a little
Exorium
bit-
diet?
Exorium. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I just ended up doing an updated version with more thrusters, and this one has enough to go 160 now.
You've got a nice bonsai you can add to your souvenirs. I already have one, so I'm not going to be taking
pretty.
two. A little
right,
friend
thank you,
bought
yeah.
it, which makes me think this is my maybe Satomi. Sorry, Kenobi. Not Satomi.
Oh. Could be, yeah. Or wait, I thought these were. Oh, is he the one that made the bonsais?
Yep. That I know of.
I think I haven't been to his plot yet for this con, so. Oh, and I think this might not be. I don't know if it was decommissioned or not. Oh, good. Let's see if I can put it on the tug. Almost there. There we go. Oh yeah, no, I think it's just bumping around. But yeah, this was, it's just stuff like my old scooter didn't used to have a heatsink, and for this one I needed to add a heatsink because I needed a little bit more, I needed to boost the power. It needs to run a little bit higher gen, so, and because of that there's a bit more heat. So it's like the previous one, there was something where like it needed only like 40% gens to run stable. Which was enough to not require a heatsink, but now because this one needs to run like let's say 60 gens, and now it starts to accumulate the heat, so now it needs the heatsink. Just little details like that. I'm also starting to run into problems where like it's there's too many maneuvers, so like you start losing too much range, and blah blah blah. But anyway, it's like a little scooter that goes 160, so that's
Nice.
fun.
So what is the cube that Aha has been mentioning?
Well, we can go, if you hop onto this, we can go do a little tour. And I can
Already
bring you
am, but if we go on a little tour, we're going to miss that last shit that you haven't presented.
Wait, which last ship? Oh, wait, well, there's another one, actually, yeah, that's right, there's one at the back. Which should be the last one. I mean, other than the sign. Proxymine just brought his asteroid grabber as well. This is an older design, I think, from like, this must be like 2 years old, but it's just like a cargo lock beam asteroid hauler.
Yep, being a little bit shy right now.
Which, I mean, it's so old that it has a warp core attached to it still, so. But I guess he just wanted to bring it because he likes it as well. I don't really know much about this one, to be honest, but you can do a little tour.
I think I probably have seen it before.
Yeah, it would have been from like maybe like 2 years ago or something like that. Oh, and our friend might be Kenobi because I just got a group invite from him, so.
This really is like a museum piece. How funny.
Yeah. The good old days.
Yeah, which also means that that tripod probably was there knowing full well that there was a real possibility of having to use it.
I'm not sure how much he used this outside of Say Zone though. I personally wouldn't want to try that, but they might. I think they might have brought back like some Imerium roids.
Deathson says that the Kenobi has been invisible for him the entire con.
Alright, Kenobi, if you see this ship and you want to hop on, now's the time.
He already did.
We're about to go somewhere else. Alright, I see him. He's waving, so let's go. Oh, and I guess while we're here, there's I just brought out the old Arma sign because
yes,
since my big thing for this con got so rudely kicked off our lot that I had to bring something else that was really big and massive and attention grabbing. So I brought the Arma sign back.
Oh, you mean you had your giant plasma thing?
Oh no! I had no the cube. The cube was causing everybody to lag around, so I was politely requested to push it away, and somebody rather unpolitely pushed it away whilst I was sleeping. So as a reaction, I ended up just bringing back the Arma sign to, show off a little bit.
The cube.
Which was that was like the unfolding thing from a year and a half ago. But yeah, I put the cube like way off at the other end of the con just so that it doesn't lag out for others. And if you want, we can actually go check something next to it quickly. Although I might need to hop off in a bit. But and there we go. This might take just a little bit of time to load, but bear with us.
Already started loading.
Also, slight warning: this may or may not cause your Starbase to freeze for a small period of time when it either loads or unloads. I find that the unload is the one that's more painful.
Won't be any different from my propellant exploration ships. Not loading for now.
Just give it some time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind waiting 2-3 minutes. Ah, there you go. I'll just hop on
actually,
it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I personally found that this may or may not require main menuing, but I'm like, if we main menu, it increases the risk of either of us shadow realming, which is would be unfortunate.
Well, we finished visiting the plot, so...
Yeah, worst case, it's not the end of the world. Let's see. Oh, it's loaded for me, so if I move away... Maybe if I just move away, it'll force it to load for you.
For now, it just looks like a piece of cheese that saw better days.
No, the LOD is not very representative of what it's supposed to be.
Like most ships.
Oh. Yep. I would also suggest not being too much inside where it could be, because when it loads, you probably don't want to be. So it's bigger than what the LOD suggests. Yeah, so like you're safe there. Yeah, you should be safe there.
Oh, 10,000 crates. That's what it is.
Yep. So this is the thing that I tow with the big tug that you saw. So this is to be more specific.
There's the freeze. Freezes have been really weird with me on this EOS Con. I've had it not freeze when it should have and freeze when it shouldn't, so lots and lots of stuff going on. If it's the usual freeze, it's probably going to freeze for 30 seconds, and I'm completely understanding why you got unceremoniously kicked out of the oh gee. There you go.
Yep. when I saw we were right at the front of the con and next to AHA, I had a good chuckle and started counting the minutes until they would kick me off. But yeah, so this is 22 by 22 by 22 crates, which adds up to 10,648 crates, which is actually larger than what you can store inside either a cap ship or a station.
So this is not storable.
What do you mean?
Oh, no, wait, you can store this at Origin anyway, and still get it out.
Yeah, you can store it at any like cap ship or hangar or Origin or station. So this is what you see in the video that I used to like transfer ores between the moon base and my cap, and then brought it back to like sell.
Enjoy it while it lasts, because this is specifically the kind of ship that Laurie has his eyes on. He calls that the magic inventory stuff, and the cheesing, and he's we should see what's going to happen with Inventory 2.0. My guesstimate is that you're still going to be seeing these things, but they're going to be part of stations and cap ships, not as ships.
Yep. I guess we'll see. It's like, I mean, it's more of a just for the moment toy, and to be honest, like the live update is probably like, you know, I was estimating 6 months back when they announced the patch, and it's already been like 2 or 3 months, and we're nowhere near close. So
me too.
There's still a lot of time to use these and store, but you're right. Like we'll
the
see how
one
it goes.
who's always been very accurate with time estimations in my corporation has been Balf. You give him a time estimation, and he says ×2 or even ×3, and he's usually on the spot.
Yep, pays to be careful. And but yeah,
I'm going to see if I can avoid the. No, someone unloaded the ship. Damn it.
Oh, were you trying to
insurance transfer back to?
Oh, actually, if you just give me a second, there's something next to here we can go check.
The other cubes I'm seeing over there.
Yep, which are so the whole thing that made me start. If you want to hop on, I'm just in front of you. Although you probably might freeze.
You cannot build this in a capital ship at all. This exceeds the voxel volume. This is a 10 billion voxel volume object, or possibly more, due to the crate count. What you do is that you build a 2000 crate object. It can have the beams and whatnot, and then you start adding the stuff. You can add by hand, but you can also have pre-made objects. So let's say in a ship designer, I'm going to be building, I don't know, something like 2x8 crates, pre-made modules, and then I'm going to start adding those. So it can actually go quite fast. Although I suspect that was possibly made by hand.
Yeah, it gets into the also let me know when you're on, because you look frozen on my
on the ship.
My in-game.
Yep, I'm on your ship.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I see you now. Yeah, I'll bring you to the other ones. So I'll say. Oh god, no, I think I might be the one lagging out. Ooh, or not.
Yep, I've had a few of those when navigating the plot.
There we go. So there's a few things I'm going to comment on, but whilst we're here, I'll just add. So these new crates, I believe, were done by Eridor from New Horizon Republic, and I was just going to mention. So this entire project for me actually started from seeing posts done by Eridor. So this kind of started with, I think, I don't know if this was the same for him, but like a year ago, I believe it was potentially either Minorbat or Miho. Like there was another player who posted screenshots of a 20,000 crate inside Origins that had been built by hand, and that was the first time that I really heard about somebody making something that was over voxeled. Now, fast forward another couple months, I didn't really think much of it other than like, this is stupid in my mind. But then I saw Eridor actually posted a video of himself towing a crate that was, I believe, 8,000 crates or something like that. 8 or 10,000.
I'm looking at 6, 8, and 10,000.
Yep. And so that was the first time that I heard that, realized that, hey, you could actually tow these things, and that makes that actually usable. So I have to credit Eridor with kind of coming up with that concept, and that basically just made me go like, I want one of my own. This is genius. So these are his crates. I don't know the history. I don't know like the differences. It's just like, hey, here's another person taking a stab at this concept. I believe his methods are different than mine to assemble these, and I mean, I'd actually be curious.
Yes, they are different because this is very segmented. So what seems to be happening is that these are in fact 4 independent storages acting as one that you can access individually.
Yep, and I mean, the more I thought about it, I think those ducts are also kind of like...
Yeah, you're looking
kind of
at
how he ends up assembling everything together. It's part of the trick for him. But the thing I was going to comment was that for example, so I hadn't seen his crates up close before, seeing them here. But the thing that for me I felt was important with assembling these crates was that I wanted everything to line up perfectly. So if, for example, if you go to the 10K crate, which is a little bit lower, you'll notice that a lot of the parts are actually not really aligned properly. It's a little offset, and I'm going to suspect that he kind of ended up refining his method over time. But basically, it was just to say that I wanted to avoid what he had happened there. I wanted something that was perfectly aligned, perfectly assembled, and looked neat. And that was the quote-unquote trick to figure out with this stuff, to get it all to align. Because... I think it's safe to say, these are done by assembling multiple ship modules.
This one most definitely is. You can still see the gaps. These are plates, I think, keeping everything together neatly.
Yeah. Well, even the other ones, you'll notice there's like a little bit of gap in between everything. So.
Oh, this is more than a little bit.
Yep.
Wait, this is
so like mine, for example,
this is separated.
Mine doesn't have any gaps whatsoever, so it's, I guess that was, which is why I kind of go like, I'm not sure. Maybe he's just doing this just for safety, as an extra little safety precaution, but...
Oh no, he's got something in the center. Okay. It's probably hidden by the logo. I've got Truxit asking if the tow ship is for sale, the one that you were showing earlier. Do you sell it, or is it just your own personal ship?
I have considered selling both the crate and the tow ship. The only thing with the tow ship, the crates I was originally thinking of crafting them myself and selling them as individual crates. But I am starting to consider making a blueprint pack and a little guide and video, so that people can assemble them, because it takes between 30 minutes and an hour to assemble, and quite frankly, I'm just too lazy. I don't have the time to do that for everybody, so I might just sell as a pack and video. The tug I can also sell. It just comes down to like, I haven't really done the full polish, like making sure something is fully polished to, enough to be happy to sell. So there's a few little things that I'm thinking I wanted to add to it over time that I haven't done. And so it's kind of like, okay, do I just sell it as is, or do I wait and try to add those features? But I might have a think. And the last thing I'd mention is one thing about the tug, for example, is the way it is currently set up. It is made to tow 10,000 Zalium. And this means that it's made to tow 200 KT as is. Now the 10,000 crate is about 100 KT weight. So if you add 10,000 Zalium is actually very light. It's one of the lightest ores. So it's made to tow 10,000 of the lightest ore. But if you fill it up with char or other ores, you can only really fill it with maybe like 4K before you hit that 200 KT limit, which is where having these like smaller crates becomes handy. So it's something like you might only be able to tow like 4,000 lithium or char or something, and in that case you wouldn't want to use a 10K crate. You'd want to use a smaller crate. Now that being said, the blueprint pack that I'm talking about, like these things, when you assemble them, because they're modularized, you can just assemble however much you want. So it's like you could make a 2K crate, a 6K crate, an 8K crate, and so on. And that's probably why Eridor has these different ones, because I believe his tug is about the same power as mine, and so we end up kind of having like similar setups. But I guess, yeah, a little shout out. I think Eridor has a similar tug that he sells that already does some of these same features as well. So you could always reach out to him as well if you're interested.
Yep. I'll try and see if they're available tomorrow. I'll have to ping them. Yeah, and see if I can organize the interview for tomorrow. And nice
good,
little freeze, unloading everything.
Yeah, freezing as well.
I think that's a weird difference between those crates and the propellant. Propellant only freezes when you load it. You can unload it whenever you want. But here you get a mini freeze when you load and a mini freeze when you unload. But the propellant freeze is nastier. You get a 30-second freeze.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
That's why
So
that
do you wanna
ship
lift
has
to
only
anyone?
been displayed at the first EOS Con. Yep, back to your plot so I can hop back on my ship.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Alright, on the way. But yeah, that was basically, I think, it for our lot. So thanks for coming by and visiting. Always a pleasure to have you around.
Yep, thank you very much. I think I'll finish with Pandora. Oh no, I'll try and see. I'll do them tomorrow. I'll go and see Nakosy Shipyards. I do not know who they are.
Yeah. Oh, Nakosy, if it's who I think it is, do you remember Okim?
Yes, I very much do. He's one of the ship designers I really enjoy.
Yeah, so basically, Nakosy Shipyard is basically Okim. It's the same people. It's his company. It's they kind of rebranded after I think Okim took an extended leave from the game. But it's basically just a little effort of them to kind of update the previously existing Okim ships to make them working again and updated with heat and everything with the updated version of the game.
That son really enjoyed your ships and trucks. It really is going to be interested in buying that big tugboat of yours.
Sweet as, awesome, yeah.
Thank you very much. Would you have by any chance a link for their Discord? Damn it.
Nakosy?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to say check on the official Discords and or EOS Con Discord. They might have a link somewhere. That's where I learned about this stuff.
Exhibitor contact, Haywire, Duratec, Octans, Spot Crackers, Argent, McFine, Tesseract, Nova. Oh, Nova Imperium. That is most definitely an AI generated one. KSI and there's they're the ones with a gift. That's cool. Pitch link, Xenotech, Lucky. Ah, they do. And there's a Discord link. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much also for that information, Scipio.
Oh, good. My pleasure. Alright, I'll catch you around. See ya.
See ya. Okay, so I need to go all the way up to Ark. That is Ark. They are going to be our neighbors there. Oh boy, I'm going to be spending possibly up to an hour here, looks like. Okay, so this is Nakosy Shipyards, and the Discord link is as follows. So I'm going to be able to put the link down, and I'm also going to write it down for the YouTube video. Nakosy Shipyards. Okay, I'm going to have to check very quickly. Ghost. Damn it, he was on the Discord with us at some point. Ah, So, no coffee. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's almost 1 a.m. CPL ships are going to be in the corner. And as the son said, they've got this absolute huge sign for their ships. If you are talking about the Discord, this is going to be it. So the Discord is called Arma United. Don't read that, son. I also misunderstood. Stations near origin. Do we recruit? Is not a proper word since we have fund or run company with salaries. Consent to assert if you're part of a black group. Sure. Let's join them and see if there's any ship description.
Oh, hey, Happy.
Hello. Hello again. What's up?
Oh, I was like, there was something I thought I forgot to mention. And I just remembered. I mean, it's a small detail, but you know the big tug. There was one more thing I added to it, which I think I heard for the first time that Ace Crystal was doing something like this. And no, you don't need to go walk to there. It's just, but there's just like a gradual speed up thing feature.
Oh
so
yeah.
That when you start moving, so
it.
that. Yeah, well, it's because it's so from chatting with Ace, it sounded like it doesn't need to be. It can be simpler than what I did, but it was basically like there's just an auto increment thing that slowly speeds up the ship. That way you'd never have the rubber band thing to crash into your ship. So mine is just super bare bones, extremely simple, but it seems to be one of those things that people are adding to tow ships nowadays for safety. I don't know if you started adding that to your ships.
Nope, and I may want to do so, because until now, mine was so damn fast and good at acceleration that it never really was an issue. May want to reconsider that if I'm to tow very heavy stuff.
Because yeah, I mean, even with the big one, it's like if you... It's a thing where like if you're moving, I think it's something like if you already have a bit of movement, so like going from let's say 5% speed to 100, if it's already, once it's like locked, and not bouncy, like you're fine. So it's really just that first little bit that you need, and then it's like you can go ham. So it can be pretty quick. Mine was just like a really simple, like a bit slow solution, but hey, it works. Yeah, food for thought. By the way, your Giga Tug, I mean, like you've already got enough power, I think, in there that like you could probably tow like 5k, 6k crates, whatever.
120,000, 120 kilotons is the max rating for the ship.
Yeah, I mean it's like 60% of mine, so like it's like 6k crates or something probably.
No,
depending on the ore. So.
It should be 75% of yours, because I've got over 300 tier 3 generators.
Oh well, you said 120 because mine is 200.
Then that means my own maths were wrong. Because the towing, the electricity per ton has kept fluctuating quite a lot. It was 3, then it was 5, and then it got shuffled around again. I'd have to double check everything.
Oh, speaking of, I forgot on the STU they also changed it again. It's even way more now. So, like I think on the STU we can tow 3 times as heavy stuff, which is
that means for sure. I can guarantee you that means at least 2 or more people keep having a debate on the topic and cannot agree.
Yeah, I just felt like adding that little extra bit. Also, yeah, all good.
Oh, thanks for the info.
Enjoy Nakosy.
So, Okim ships, now Nakosy Shipyard, have got a lot of ships that were the very, very first experience for a lot of new players. Specifically the Marma, which I'm looking at right now, and most definitely should be somewhere on this on one of these 2 plants. I'm not finding the little ship that is there. Oh, Freelancer's there. But they've got a good rep for new players. Simple ships, get the job done, not too complicated, upgradable when given the opportunity. I'm not as much as a fan as I am for Duratec, but Okim very much is in the shipyards. As I said, now Nakosy Shipyards. I'm going to have to get used to pronouncing that. They most definitely are in the ship designers I very, very much enjoy. So I'm seeing a lot. I'm not going to be able to recognize like all of the ships. I do not know if the blueprints are for sale or the ships are, but this is cheap, really cheap. So the Mustang, for example, is 500,000 credits. How do I order a ship? Please use this thread to place orders for ships you wish to buy and the exact amount of ships of each type. Okay, so you don't get the blueprint, you get the ship. We will reach you as soon as possible as the details of order. You can now list your order here. Oh gee, Freelancer bought everything. Right now I have a bit of hard time to play. Yeah, Freelancer. Old Martin no longer exists. Okay, so reading in between the lines, what I'm understanding is that you... Ooh, I recognize this. Reading in between the lines, what you seem to do is you give them the resources and the credits and they give you the ship. So they don't give you the blueprint. It's still very much kinda like when you interacted with the hangars. Same vibe. And I really do hope I'll see them. Oh, there it is. This here was my favorite ship for a long time, the Manta. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've last seen. So now it is Nakosy. Why can't I memorize this? Nakosy Shipyards. I'm going to have to get used to it. Oh gee, that looks fun. Now the Manta is just... I just really like the vibe of this this ship. I think I still own one. I'm not entirely certain. I still do. This is now possibly my second oldest ship, this one being the oldest. It's probably not heat updated, like not at all. Just a ship of which I really enjoy the look and the vibe. Is that Isan or is that... Oh, it's got the... Ooh, this one is really updated. I mean, I should have expected that. This here, I'll visit it right after. I'll leave it for last on this plot. Was, I recall, in an event, one of the very first events on the PTU. One of the first, one of the very first station attacks. Wasn't even a siege. Yeah, all of these just seem to be good old scooters. One place to play. Oh, this is Tier 2. I'll take a wild guess and say this most definitely goes 150, like most of these ships. Ah, you know what? I'll visit it now. One triangles, tripod. So I think it was a battle that involved at least 100 players, if not more. It was on the PTU. And it was the very, very, very first attack of a station. It was a horrible laggy mess and people didn't even know how to use the transponders. I was part of the attackers. There was another team, the defenders. Everyone was shooting absolutely everyone. It was just a huge mess. And this was the flagship of the attackers. I don't think there were plasma tripods at the time at all. Fun. And I don't recall seeing any torpedoes in the tubes. I suppose they really wanted to make sure at least one designator was on target. Just looks gorgeous. Oh, another tripod here. 2, 3, 4, 5 tripods, 6. Torpedo tubes, which I recall are reloadable from the inside. I do not think this is mounted on a hinge. This very much is the oh, no, it's no, it very much. I don't know. I'll give it a double check once I'm inside. Here's another tripod. It's a beautiful design. That is one of the bridges. Here's the access. Another bridge. If I were to try and do that kind of design, I would probably spend 200, 300 hours on it. Like, it would take me a ridiculous amount of time to have it in a sensible amount of time. This is very American destroyer inspired. Oh, so they can rotate and close. But if they close, you can't... You can't... Oh no, can you? No, I suppose you can reload them if they closed. This must have been a teamwork. Otherwise, oh gee. This is really, really cool. Bridge has got one layer of glass. I don't know if reconstruction machines were a thing when this ship first spawned. There was no heat update, and I do not think there were any reconstruction machines. So if we see the ship now, it is probably the updated version. So if I start snooping around, oh, there you go. Yeah, precisely what I was thinking. Okay, so this is not the one I saw. This is the up-to-date. I haven't seen the batteries or the... sorry, batteries I did, the propellant. And that would be like the generator block. Second in a row. Yesterday was 10 hours too. This is only twice a year, so I give it my all when that happens. And after I streamed 26, 27 hours-ish, I was only able to visit roughly half of the plots. And I did not present my own. That's going to be tomorrow. I'm going to have a much shorter stream tomorrow. There's going to be Coffee Incorporated, there's going to be Ouroboros. Someone else, if there's someone else, otherwise I'm just going to have to stop there. Oh, this is Oh, thank you. I honestly really enjoy doing it. I'm not really forcing myself any shape whatsoever. I'm just trying to make sure I get enough rest to ensure that I do it properly. But I get so many opportunities to film these absolutely amazing creations, these ideas. It also allows me to make sure that the whole presentation of the ships gets saved for the very long run. Snap! Oh, you meant to add cargo crates. Thank you, much appreciated. Oh, plasma thruster. I didn't. Oh, that's why I can't access the back of the ship. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you. I don't think this would do any speed records, but it is most definitely no slouch. Oh, that's so cool. So these ships, I remember seeing a lot of them in the... so this is probably no crates with crates. This is probably the same ship. Oh man, just look at those shapes. A lot of these ships would have been in the Okim hangars. These are the up-to-date versions. So these have the heat sinks, the up-to-date generators, reconstruction machines, if any. No professional YOLOL to ensure that there's no Xalium that gets used where it's not where it is not needed. I really hope they get to update their ships on the live. Same thing, you just add your crates, although I don't see where you're supposed to cable and pipe them. Oh, here, there you go. Oh, that was easy. Oh, you can even put your own cargo log frame here. Okay, my cat is very affectionate. That means he's finished his bowl. Give me just 10 seconds. I'll go and feed him. So I can distraction-free finish the... Here's the face of an absolutely starving kitty as I haven't fed him in the past 30 minutes. Give me a second. There you go. The beast has been fed. I can now resume my tour of the ships. The plating just looks so natural. You know what? I think I'll resume being a fanboy. I really enjoy the Okim ships too. I'm curious to see if the Marmot is on the other plot, because that for a long time was the reference for people that wanted to upgrade from the Labora. Oh, tripod. Ooh, weapons. Ooh. Now that is a good tripod cover design. They could have used Corrodium on that one. Especially if they have tier 3 nozzles. Oh, this is a very modern ship. As in, this is not an upgraded version of any existing ship. This is a new one. Let me try and find it on their Discord. I really would like to have more information on that one. Mining Shemosh. Shemosh? Shemosh? Okay, I did not know they were allies. So if I see any unusual colored ships, it's maybe Shimosh, Galactico and Starbase Russia. I'm getting off tracked. So no, not in mining. Probably not in cargo. Nope. Exploration. Nope. Passenger? Nope. Marmot. Nope. Catalog? Oh, there you go, yeah. Sold here as printed products, not as blueprints. In which we can potentially offer for sale. Most ships are sold are my old designs, refreshed and rebranded. Okay, plan B. Let's go back here. Flyer. It is Xenocow. Damn it. Nakosy Shipyards. Yips. Kiosks. Exhibit all lists. And no, they're not on there. Damn it. Another name, maybe? Nope. Bummer. Okay, so not possible to have more information on this ship. This is really a pity, because I would have really... Hello? Nope, this is not some kind of Morse code being flashed or anything. This is just the game doping. You still get a very decent view out of the ship without the being shot at back part. I most definitely prefer being a gunner inside than a gunner outside. That's something I'd really love, is if the tripods could be part of a blueprint. Now that is a very interesting take on a cockpit. I do not recall ever seeing that anywhere else. Visibility would not be good, but it does increase survivability for sure. Alert, gate, turtle, crease, hover. It's a very straightforward ship. Flight computer, secondary up, armor. Oh dang, that was really cool. Ship is there. I'm just going to use my ship to the other plot. Ooh. Oh, hello there. Gee. Okima and the hangars had much smaller ships. Like that kind of ship. Oh, wow. A big generator for 4 lasers seems completely overkill for me though. Is it just one big generator? Yeah, oh, plasma thruster. Okay, then the ship is hollow, and that means it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ish. Plus minus quite a lot. Ah, no, this is for... Okay, let me read you the calculations. That is probably closer to the real crate count. So 34 crate segments and roughly 4 times 8 crates per segment. Plus minus whatever error I did. And I only just noted it's like semi-boltless. Or should I say bolted with intent? Ooh, landing platform. Something I should add on my next cruising ship. Mono versus quad Isan. So multi-role, I guess. Now this, whoops, this is an iconic design. This used to be considered one of the very big ships at the time. Is it on display? It's not that one specifically. So this is one of the manatees. So 120 crates, and it was upgraded to go much faster. Like 140 meters per second with its current setup. Okay, so no, not this one. I'm looking at the mining version. Oh, I am so not surprised that they exploded very easily, but these were... The credit I'll give these ships is that they were, I think, possibly the Magnus. That is Magnus, indeed. 80 meters per second max, 416 cranes. So, by their own words, it is a relic. So yeah, obviously it's going to go bang when you shoot at it, but for the time it was absolutely crazy. An important thing to note is that when you place bolts in Starbase, right now it's no problem. You only get a freeze when you do a Control Z, when you cancel. That freeze used to be when you placed each and every single bolt on a big ship. That's why I recall some kind of there was a speculative bubble around the 1000 crate ships. This one probably had that kind of freeze too. So this literally was one of the very first big ships, and it was free. Which also means that people misused it completely and probably went with it where they shouldn't have. Hence, Scipion saying that it exploded very well. Those go very much hand to hand together. And this was upgraded. Ooh, gee. That's a tier 1 nozzle. That is a tier 1 nozzle. So remember, Okim and, well, now Nakosy Shipyards, what they really liked to do is have ships that were affordable for new players. So no exotic resources, like avoided as much as possible. This one specifically is the Manatee, and the Manatee only has resources that you find in the safe zone. There's no resources that you don't find outside of safe zone. Aegisium, Azotit, Bastium, Carodium, Exorium, Arsena, Icer, Nergite, and Vocarium. So many players would have been using these ships with just pickaxes and just use it as an oversized Labrador that, well, wasn't super slow and had a very decent cargo volume. Oh, this is a miner now. Yeah, you used to pickaxe using it. Everything is nice and accessible. I don't think you needed access to the propellant, but yeah, rod access was extremely important. This used to be the way you'd make a whole lot of money in Starbase really early in the days. And this here is a module that we're going to be seeing on quite a few of the ships. This one is a new one too. Oh man, this is candy for someone like me, just checking out all of these old ships. And now they are no longer old, they've been remade. How do you enter that? Oh, okay, that whole thing would open in press. Okay, fair. So this is a new ship, not part of the previous lineups at all. I suppose you can lock up to 2 tier 10s with it. Any more would be really difficult. Very unusual design. There's lots and lots and lots of other upgradability in mind with their ships. So that's like presumably a mono ISAN that you can then upgrade to a quad ISAN if you feel like it. Ah, this is another old design. I don't know. I'm literally rediscovering as it is. Haven't seen the memento, but there's like new ships all over the place. Old faces I'm recognizing from almost 3 years ago. So super curious to see what is up, what is going on. Fun. But there is where is it? Oh, they don't have it anymore. Oh, the marmot. There you go. I should be seeing a few marmots. As a matter of fact, they've got new designs. It seems like. So this is like the marmot that I know about because I've used it and recommended it quite a lot. And this marmot has modules that were visible on the Manatee. But there also seems to be other new marmots I'm not aware of at all. A freighter, a refueler, and also a passenger version. Actually, oh, there it is. This is the passenger version right in front of me. Which is like never seen variants of the marmot. You can crawl, no, because I could see the fuel chambers, but you could crawl inside of some of these ships. So this is the propellant version. Same thing, small propellants. Oh no, this is a big one. Possibly the fuel of the ship and then the fuel to be shared. There it is. This is the ship that I got recommended and used a lot before going into the ship designer. Well, before I knew how to use a ship designer in the first place. So many memories. This feels like going back to the school you were in some years ago, when we knew absolutely nothing about Starbase. You used to be able to crawl in, but this seems to have been updated. So this is not quite the version that I'd find in the hangar. I think this one has got way beefier generators, thrusters. 145 meters per second empty. That is most definitely not the one I had a few years ago. Which I think I crashed like so many other players. Damn, well that was like a very fun path down memory lane. I think I'm just going to be visiting Pandora's box, and then I'm going to be calling it a day. I am going to be streaming tomorrow, double exception day, but I do not know who I'm going to be visiting for sure. I'm going to be visiting Ouroboros, my own plot, and I'm going to be visiting Coffee Incorporated if Rukia is available. Maybe 1 or 2 plots, and then I'm going to have to call it quits. As well, I'm going to have to do other things than Starbase. I am here. I want to reverse and go right. I am not where. Okay, this is Horizon, and this should be Pandora. Who's that? That is more on the Horizon Republic. If I can, I'll get an interview with New Horizon Republic tomorrow. I do recognize some designs that I've seen at previous EOS Cons. But I'm going to have to ask and organize it. They've got a lot of ships. Yeah, sadly I'm not going to be able to see everyone. Okay, let's see Pandora's box. Stop! This ship is not responding, seriously. Up. Oh, that was Praxis' stuff. Wait. Whoa, I'm getting hit by lag one. Okay, this is Praxis. This is Pandora's box. Okay, so this was a pure empty plot. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me see if I can grab some information on exhibitor. Close this. Pandora. Oh wait, even better.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Did you say you're gonna do Pandora?
Yes, right now.
Oh, okay. Didn't you say you were gonna wait for tomorrow, or was that just for NHR?
I mean, if you think they're going to be there tomorrow, I can wait for tomorrow. I'd much rather have them. I'll have to probably send them messages and everything though.
I don't know. No, just Prax came. Prax said something about. Look, I don't know if they're gonna. Knowing them, I don't know if they're gonna care enough. But
I don't mind waiting just in case.
If you're gonna tour now, I can say some comments about some stuff potentially.
Or I can do it tomorrow and visit someone else in the meantime. I've got just enough energy for one plot, and then I'm going to absolutely go to bed. I've been streaming for the past. Where's the timer? Almost 11 hours.
That's dedication, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think there's a chance that they'll be there tomorrow?
I want to say no, but yeah, it depends how much Prax kicks them in the butt, I guess, or something.
Okay, I'll give it a chance to visit tomorrow. I can see these guys. I have seen them connected thrice. Royal Industries, Coffee Incorporated, Haywire, Dynamic, Nova, Mindbad.
Have you gotten in touch with NHR yet? Like anybody from them?
Yes, I have to unban them from my Discord.
That's off to a good start.
Yeah, that's what happened. Was the drama at the start of the first day of the EOS Con, where they started shitposting and trash talking on on the EOS Con Discord because they were upset at the current situation of not being on the S tier. They had to invest resources they were not having. NTPS rage quit all of the Starbase Discords. This includes my own, the official one, all of them, and got me really angry. So I kicked all of them off my Discord. Praxis then started to trash talk on Twitch. He got kicked from my Twitch. So kicked is a 10-minute timeout. He then, after 10 minutes, came back and shitposted again. This time I banned him of both Twitch and my Discord. He almost got banned from my Discord, from my Twitch today. But his message was, hello, I'm your anger management person. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to put that on hold.
You know what? I almost feel like saying you should maybe just, because I can give you some, like, because depending on if you want to do, you're gonna do this plot much earlier tomorrow. I can give you some comments about these ones. So maybe while I'm here, it might be safer.
I'm not going to be streaming earlier tomorrow. I've got, well, first of all, work to do. So it's going to be a much shorter stream, and it's going to be short. I mean, it's probably going to be like a 5 or 6 hour stream, but it's not going to be the 11 hours I'm doing right now.
Right. Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe I can, because I can give you comments right now for these ones, so it might be.
You know what? I actually think I'm going to be visiting Pandora now for the very simple reason that I just need to get going with visiting the ships. There's going to be ships to visit tomorrow, and I don't think I'm going to be able to visit everyone.
Yep. That's all good. So, for a bit of history, Pandora used to be... Sorry.
There's the delay again. We're going to be talking over one another. I'm going to be opening the... Okay, they do ganking, piracy, roleplay, raids, plundering, mercenary, arms smuggling, and shipbuilding. That's one hell of a menu. Is there a link to the Discord? Okay, so you need to ping QA. Okay, give me just 1 second. I need to copy that onto my notepad. It is Pandora's box. And it's going to be QA. Or LQ Discord. Or Discord tag. Okay, just going to see if they have a, no, they don't have a Discord link or anything.
I think they have on the official Starbase in the recruitment channel. I think I've seen them do ads. There might be a link to their Discords there somewhere.
Well, they don't have one on the. They don't have one on the EOS Con, so I'm not going to go any further than the information that they provide.
All right.
Which is already. Oh, there you go. There's all of the ships.
I put a link to it. 1 sec.
Well, I mean, that's how he seems to want to be contacted. How do you make these halls? What the heck?
There, I sent you a link just in case.
I don't think I'll upload it because if they didn't
it's fine.
Yeah, if they didn't put like the link on the EOS Con, I'm not going to do it. This here is the Stumbler. Who's not in the list of ships. I won't point any fingers, my ships are horribly out of date on the list. Can you tell me a little bit about the Pandora box as a corporation? I genuinely do not know much about them at all, except that they're Russian, because, well, there's quite a lot of Russian on their page, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so they're an about 2 years ago, they used to be in Chimosh, to put it simply. So about 2 years ago,
used to be giants. They used to be huge.
Yeah, I think I want to say almost like the majority of like the Russian.
Yeah. NHR, I recall, used to be in them too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Well, it's a bit complicated. I think what I heard was that NHR was technically people that came. It was a few people that came from another game or or something like that. Like they came from somewhere else, but they joined the game later. So while during live and so on after early access. And what kind of happened is that there was a bit of drama, it sounds like, within Chimosh. I want to say around the time that the capital ship patch happened, so like a little bit before the capital ship patch, and a couple of groups and people splintered off from Chimosh, and one of those groups was Pandora's box. So Pandora is mostly it was mostly 2 pilots, which were QL Key and Tomb Boost. Caboose has renamed his character to Tymphilia, which you can see on one of the ponders around. But it's largely been the 2 of them and then the occasional other players. But they used to be one of the, I guess, 2 big pilots in Chimosh. I think Good Praxis also used to be in Chimosh as an example. There's another company called EOS Tech, which was, I think, Zickler, that also used to be Chimosh. And then a bunch of some other members also ended up going to NHR around that time because NHR was kind of up and coming, and more members have left over time to join up with NHR, which means that NHR is currently one of the larger, if not the largest, most active Russian group at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. I've seen like the bioassets have talked about battles involving 20 players plus on the live. Possibly more, because there must have been some Shadow Realm without anyone noticing that it was there. Yep. So yeah, I think they're quite big and indeed very active. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Russians are the 2nd biggest community in Starbase.
Potentially, I think what Lori or somebody else at Frozenbyte said was that technically, I think they've sold more copies. Like the US is the biggest by sales, but I think by activity, like the EU is the largest, most active part in player base in the game. And I want to say personally, from my own experience, I feel like the Russians, if we had to say like one specific quote-unquote country, the Russians are probably the biggest group in Starbase in some form.
Are you putting like, quote-unquote around Russia?
No. I mean that in terms of the... Because Russia is a very big country, right? Like, it's a lot of time zones and so on. So it's like, if you say, like, the Swiss... Like, the German community versus the Russian community, like, Russia's a large... Maybe not in population, I forgot, but, like... You see what I mean? It gets a little complicated when you talk about, like, the size of a community.
They've got a ship called the Somali boat.
I think the Somali is technically it's a scooter that they have further down the line. This one's like a little, this is their version of they have 2 kamikazes and this is one of them. So I guess there's a little bit of history. There's unfortunately a few of their ships got yeeted above. I mean, we can potentially go try to look at them, but the tumbler that you were looking at was an updated version of one of their older ships, and specifically it's what they made after Faraway popularized the railings. So this was like, I want to say, their first attempt at making a ship defended with railings, and so that's why it's kind of covered with all of that. But if you were to remove the railings, like this used to be like a different type of fighter that they used to use at the time, which are unfortunately like yeeted above us, but we can go see later.
I'm not seeing any ships above, so...
Oh, it's like, they're like a kilometer, so like you have to just fly around. You know how sometimes ships get yeeted away?
Yeah, I know,
in
but
EOS Con,
I'll
'cause there's too much
apologize, but no, I won't go up to see it.
It's all good, it's all good. I think you can see on the list somewhere, it's like the Combine, that's what it looked, that's one of them. If you look at the ship list.
A 12 laser heavy interceptor.
Like that's what their like earlier ships used to look like when they split off from Chemosh. So as you can see, there's no railings on that one. It's just large triangles. So it was yeah. So that's why I was pointing out the tumbler is kind of like a slightly later version of this one with railings added everywhere.
I think Ouroboros are the odd ones with their own internal definition of heavy, because 3 kilotons is medium. 5 kilotons, you barely getting into the heavy class.
Yep.
True heavy, 7 kilotons plus. And then you've got the Giga heavies, and then we're in 15 and 30 kiloton combat ship territory.
Yep. Everybody has their own.
Oh no, I know. Fun fact, very fun fact, I'm going to be doing a video at one point on what is a meta in general in Starbase, like what does it mean? And one thing that's really amusing is to draw the parallels between tank designing during the First and Second World War and ship designing in Starbase. And the main issue, same thing with shipbuilding by the way, even today, did not stop, is that it is almost impossible to have a classification of ships and of tanks on which people agree for the weight. At the early of the Second World War, 20 tons was a heavy tank, and by the end of the Second World War, 60 tons was a heavy tank, and 20 tons was a light tank. So depending on who you were asking, and when you were asking them, you'd get a different answer. Same is going on inside of the game. What the heck is a light ship, a medium ship, a heavy ship, an interceptor, a destroyer, a glass cannon? What the heck are those? A Panther was 30 to 40 tons, if I'm not mistaken. The first versions, at least. And the Russians called it a heavy. I'm so not surprised. The Americans probably called it a heavy too, considering that was their heaviest was roughly 40 tons at the time.
But one thing I'll mention about Pandora though, so and one of the reasons I'm really happy that they kind of showed up to this con. I think this is the first time they're publicly showcasing their ships at an EOS Con. Same for Praxis, But yep. Pandora is, by the way, we are kind of allied. They're one of our allies. We're very friendly with them. But they are, so they're mostly, they are very much pirates, right? And PvPers. But one nice thing about them as a company is, if you think about the quote-unquote definitions of what you could call meta in Starbase, Pandora are very much they're one of the groups that are very much at the forefront. And when you look at a lot of their designs here, you'll notice that it's a lot of how do I put it, stuff that you could use for live, and also. So for example, there's like a mining ship that they have behind us somewhere, and it has armor and it has guns and it is made to be survivable, and it has even killed people recently. So it's just to put in that kind of stuff where like a lot of their stuff is made. It's a bit like if you think of like Bentley's ships, it's like very utilitarian, made to be used and survive on the live environment, because they're pirates themselves, and so they know what they need to defend themselves as well. So it's some of that stuff that makes it fun. Like for example, this is like a very tiny speed hauler with just a few crates. So for like crate events, if you want to like just steal a few ores, so like a very tiny salvager, for example, just to be stealthy and fast.
Yep, we didn't have any of those, and their absence made themselves known.
This is the Somali boat you were talking about. It's just like a stealth scooter, like a similar thing to the one that I had, that I showed earlier on my lot. This is like their own version of that kind of stuff.
So they specifically call it a boarding tour. So this is intended to try and get, hence the name Somali boat. this is really intended, I presume, to get you on a ship.
Yeah, and there's like you can easily walk on top of it. So if you need to like, you can set cruise and take pot shots, throw rockets at people, move around a bit.
That's something you enjoy doing.
Very much. Oh, this is so. This is an example. For example, I think this is probably the latest thing that they've made. One of them. There was another one next to it. So this is a 4-rail. So you could say this is their own take on the 4-rail.
The 2 kiloton 4-rail meta.
Yep, with they started doing like us. They've got a roll cage, cable spikes to help with the collision damage. It has 4-rail. It has an attempt at forward-facing anti-rail / voxel armor with decoratives. It has the overlapping thrusters at the back for extra speed, and it has external prop tanks at the back, external solar batteries to get a little bit more battery as well. So this is the kind of ship that has like some of the latest bells and whistles in the meta.
Oh, more like almost all of them.
Yep.
Like there's they even painted the cables, but you've got the cables sticking out. You've got the sacrificial or ablative, depending on how you want to call them, railings. There's a lot going on inside of this ship.
Yep.
The Quadra, is that the ship that I'm looking at?
I think Quadrat is a different one. This one,
that looks like a different one indeed, with more traditional rating.
Yep.
So Truxid, this seems to be Pandora, and what I'm looking at on the page is don't contact me unless you want to join the pirate crew. And since they are Russian speaking, I think joining them is going to be a bit difficult.
They did recruit an English person recently, so just FYI, they can be open to other members.
Yeah, but I think they're going to be like DICE, Biohazard, and that they just do not sell their ships at all. So it's really nice to see them be showcased. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to ask if you take a shot at it and they answer positively, you got yourself a blueprint. If they answered well, at least you know.
Oh, and like little things like if you look at the thruster pack, so like the overlapping one. So if you look like in between, you'll notice they rotated the hard point so that it doesn't collide with the bottom one, and so that they could have two different groups. Just small little details like that.
Yep. If the hard points touch, it's considered one group.
No, it's just if the hard point was the normal orientation, it'd be like at 45 degree and like pointing down, which like you would have to space these two things more than they are right now, right? Just like a 12 centimeter gap between the top and bottom, it would have to be like a 24 centimeter gap between the two. But this allows them to like fit and have only one beam in between like the top and bottom thruster group. It was just that. It's just a small little detail you might not notice at first.
Yep, that is something. I don't do it quite that way. I wouldn't have bothered separating them, but since the ship is so compact, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, it's especially with because you want to have the. So you see the thruster at the back, right? So the square one. So the top and bottom are like two different thruster groups, right? So one of the issue with these overlapping thrusters is that if you had made these center ones be together, that it can cause confusion with the FCU, because it starts being like, oh, you've got top, bottom, and center. Whereas in this case, I believe like so these split overlapping ones have the same naming respectively at the one on top and bottom. So if you think about it, it's just like a top right group and a bottom right group, instead of having top right, bottom right, and then center right, right?
If you've
So
got
it's just to
availabilities,
help,
we should be fighting on the STU sometime, whenever you want, because you'll find it really amusing to see just what is at the back of my latest ship. It's been on stream, it's not a secret. It's like overlapping triangle thrusters, 3 layers, 2 or 3 layers deep. And on top of that, you've got maneuver thrusters to fill in all of the gaps. Which is why, with 5 kilotons and still being really compact, the ship goes 149 meters per second.
Nice, yeah. I think I saw you working on a version of it a while ago, which made me laugh because I sold a blueprint to Baruf a year ago that had that concept with the maneuvers. Although it was a bit, I'm curious, yeah, I guess I'm curious to see how you name them because it gets a little, one thing that started happening was like when you...
That ship is going to have full flight computers to work as intended.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah.
But normally it would have just had 2, because there's like weird thrusters. But it's going to have double the amount because the maneuver thrusters are going to be usable independently of the normal thrusters for a stealth mode. To creep up on people.
Yep.
I'm quite involved with DICE, with quite a few other people too, and I was given like all of this list of things to fulfill if I wanted to be able to sell the ship internally.
But yeah, they also had a 2-rail that was it was basically just a 2-rail version of this 4-rail that you see, which was done first. So they did the 2-rail and then they did the 4-rail. But unfortunately, it looks like it got yeeted. But it's about like the same. It's the same ship almost. So you didn't miss much there. So you can keep going on. I think this one here, it's loading for me, the QL key. This was a tournament ship that they did for the second tournament. So it's a 3 kiloton, I believe. With this is the one that they fought you guys against, I believe. And it was a very you guys weren't very happy with the outcome of that fight, I believe.
No, if it's the thing no, it wasn't them. Are you thinking about a 1 player with a 5 kiloton ship? That won because he abused the rolls.
Okay.
No, I don't remember.
But anyway, regardless, it was a bit unfortunate because they didn't get to really participate much in that one. Because I think like Toon Boost ended up being busy during the weekend and wasn't able to participate. So, which was very unfortunate because this was looking to be a very, very well designed ship at the time, and very cool with like the little Among Us. I think it's a 8 plasma 2 rail.
Yeah, which is a very unusual combination.
Yeah, well, at the time we were using, like in the first tournament, plasmas were decently popular, but I think we quickly realized that railings kind of were too good against plasmas, so this might have been a little, not as good. But this ship has a lot of other little features, like it's actually very tanky against rails. There's like internal anti-rail armor that you can't really see, which was kind of hidden. But
I think I'm going to be closing the Pandora's box EOS Con fly because it's just, you get the most useless pictures ever and 2 words, heavy fighter. That's it. I don't even get a picture of the ship, I get a picture of the Among Us, which by the way is quite cool, I'll give them that. At the front of the ship, which doesn't even seem to match the one on the picture, so I'm maybe looking at another one. Okay, you know what, this is a waste of time, let me just close that.
Yeah, it would have been fun to get to fight it. It's got some interesting stuff. And then we can check I guess we can check this one. Yeah, this is like a combat miner, I guess. I think it must only have like 100 crates. Like this is probably very small. But if you look at all the plating, like it's like large char plates everywhere. It's got, I think, 8 autocannons.
Nope.
No,
10.
even more.
10.
2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah.
Tripod and place.
12 actually. 12 all ACs.
Oh,
and
right.
There is
2 pairs.
Yeah, and like extra thrusters around, all that stuff. And there's even a clip of a biohazard guy getting shot down by this last week. So this works.
Just to remind everyone, because it's the Biohazards, Arma mercenaries, New Horizon Republic, Pandora. Some of them are really big corporations, and they've got new players coming in, players coming out. So you also get a lot of beginners. Now, what's a little bit on the interesting side is that those victories then get used for propaganda, and that's usually when you see the clips. So whenever A beats B, that's going to be a video being made, and it's like, oh, those guys are so bad, they're absolutely horrible, who would ever want to join them, complete clowns. And then the other side does the exact same thing, and so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind whenever you see them shitpost one another. Both of them have got videos of one another being shot by the other.
This is where I go. Some sites have more videos of the others dying. But that's just my own shilling. But regardless, but the interesting thing about a ship like this, for example, is that it's just the fact that so much of I like to remind everybody how it's very hard to find people in the game, and how most of the you could say PvE ships have evolved to just be purely utilitarian unarmored vessels. But if the game was to make it easier to find people, if there was a genuine risk of you being under fire a lot, this is probably the kind of ship that people would want to fly with a little bit of armor, a little bit of guns and everything. So that's why I kind of said, if you look at stuff on this plot, this is so much more this is what the more real meta utilitarian ships would look like if
probably will look back, because I'm hoping that the players will eventually come back as the game gets debugged. Yep. And that means there's going to be a whole lot more confrontations.
Yep. I think this one is just a tiny, that's just like a scout RP ship.
Yep, it was
surprisingly out of everything here.
It was hollow. But most of my ships have got at least a pair of autocannons, and I've gotten into so many arguments about keeping the damn guns on my ships. To the point where I was like, stuff it, I'm giving it to you with the guns, and almost everyone removes them. I mean, fair, they're really not useful at the moment, but I've had my fair share of experiences where I got stream sniped. Oh boy, I remember the early days of Starbase. Streaming Starbase was the easiest way of getting yourself killed in the belt. Players would find you so fast, and then snipe you.
Me and Foxy are not very good at that.
Yeah, well, that is most definitely going to happen. I assure you, there's going to be seal clubbing. As a matter of fact, that's the name of a group I know of. Hey, Scipio. The seal clubs, literally. So, yeah, no, I mean, don't rest assured, because that's not what you want, but yeah, that is most definitely going to come. But there's a silver lining to that. You've also got corporations that are going to want to welcome those new players. Actually, mine is very much one of those for French players. But you get many other English-speaking or other language corporations that are going to be taking in those new players. So what I hope is going to happen is that those players are going to have a bad experience. The ones that want to stick to the game, the ones that get frustrated by that are going to leave, but they would have left anyway. The ones that want to stick out and don't want that experience to happen again are probably going to be heading to big corporations, able of equipping them with ships and escorting them as needed. That's going to be the territories. There's still a lot of balancing and ifs and whatnots and things that haven't been implemented, but that's what I think the game is going to head in. Or at the very least, it seems what the devs are desired to do. Have a good day. Here's a railgun.
Yeah, I think this is a 1 KT 1 rail ship. This was actually made in the. If you remember last year, in between the first and second tournament, we weren't actually quite sure of what the second tournament weights were going to be. So there was it was either before or after. It might have been actually after the second tournament. There was a brief period of time where we knew there was going to be a 1K tournament, and people had already prepared to make ships for it. And there was a brief period of time where everybody was making light one rail ships for fun. I think potentially just to be kind of like, hey, Spice Rub is. It was a lot of like Spice Rub does one rail, and Spice Rub keeps going like, if everybody was flying smaller ships, I'd be so good. So we all started making one rails for fun, and this was Pandora's version of it.
They kept forgetting that Spice Rub had some kind of built-in aimbot in his arm, brain, whatever you want. And then when they tried to imitate Spice Rub, that's when they were like, this is really hard.
One thing I quite like about this little one rail, for example, is that it has these side box thrusters. And at first you would be like, oh my god, why would they do this? Like they're not very armored, blah blah blah. But you have to remember, if you look at the silhouette of it, like if they lose these side boxes, like the core ship still has a lot of thrust in the center and can still maneuver. So this is like, they can lose these and it doesn't matter. It's just to like add a little bit of extra thrust to it. And when you can try to shoot at them, and it'll be like, it's like, he doesn't care because the rest of the ship will still live.
I'm also a veteran, it's been quite some time since I've last played, but a veteran player of War Thunder. And one thing that those players loved saying was, no armor is best armor.
Yep.
Well, arguably because they had to deal with stuff exploding after going through your armor, which Starbase thankfully doesn't have to deal with, because that would wreak havoc on so many ships. But yeah, if you had no armor, those things would just whiz right through your tank and leave you mostly unharmed. Unless there was a very unlucky crewman that happened to be on the trajectory of that high caliber bullet.
Yep. So this is the Quadrat that you're referring to. This was their tournament ship for the first tournament, the 2K one. So it was 6 AC, 1 rail, and they did quite well with it actually overall.
I did not have a good ship for the 2K tournament. It was my very first attempt at a meta ship. I still successfully fitted the 4 railguns into my 2 kiloton ship. But the pilot seat was incredibly poorly placed. Right at the front of the ship, behind the glass.
One thing I'd mention... Oh, you go ahead.
I think I still scored a few solid hits, and I don't think we were last, but we were on the bottom of the food chain, that's for sure.
One thing, one history tidbit I'd mention, which was, again, I don't know how much... This is my interpretation of things, but it's the kind of stuff that I find interesting with the quote-unquote metas, for example. So unfortunately, like I was saying earlier, there was a couple of ships that got yeeted up. I would have pointed out that those ships were a little bit bulkier. They're a bit more like triangular, like taller, and the ship was a bit more like a pyramid, which on one hand was because they were using large triangle plates, which are very tanky, and a lot of voxel tank. But when you build ships like this, it gives you a much larger surface area.
Yep.
So there was those ships were around when the cap ship patch happened. Now a couple of months after that, there was a little ship that came out that you might recognize called the Bowtie, made by Pegrin in our company, which was notorious for being a very flat ship, and that's kind of started to popularize flat ships because they were very the flatter you are, the less your silhouette is from the front. Which means you are harder to hit in the end during turn fights. And so there was a little bit of a push towards people liking to fly very flat ships. So you would have noticed the difference between how those earlier ships were a little bit thicker, but this one, they actually went with a flatter ship design, again, to be harder to hit from the front. Now, in retrospect, what actually ended up happening, and I'm I'm not 100% sure if that's what happened to them, but these types of design, because they are flatter, you end up with a lot less armor from the top, which makes you more vulnerable to railguns. And so I'm not sure who took them out, but it might have been Ace Tech or something like that. So they ended up like getting taken out and even like most people got taken out. I think Far Away and Pinku won with their 2 rail designs. But that's when we started seeing like, oh shit, railguns are very powerful during these tournaments. So there was a bit of like round, that's how kind of the meta gradually evolved over the tournaments and stuff.
No, it really is a fascinating topic. I really like to go in depth on it. For the last tournament, we got beaten by you, but we got second place, and that was with my ultra flat ship called the Spear, which was much flatter than the bow tie. 4 lasers, 1 railgun, a very potent ship, but in the meantime you had developed techniques to better get on top or under your opponents. I mean, if a duelist comes to you, why follow the duel if you can try and get a better angle? And the Spear happened to be really vulnerable to railguns top-bottom. And we got obliterated, but damn, was it fun. I really enjoyed those matches.
Yep, it was a ton of fun. And yeah, it's just the whole, like, again, because the player base is so much smaller, it's harder to get these types of engagements. So you get, it's how I view, like, everybody is just so used to and designs for 1v1s on the PTU, but in practice, if we were back to like larger engagements with 5, 10 plus people, it would end up being a completely different thing, and that's what we were thinking about with the
That's what I'm designing with my current combat ship, which has a version that is 7 kilotons heavy.
Oh, by the way, there's 2 ships here, 2 more if you want to see.
Oh, I've not seen them.
Just smaller things. One of them is yeah.
No, that one we did. Those 2. Okay.
Yeah, the little red one is quite interesting. It's not very armored, but the interesting thing you'll notice is that it has a lot of forward-facing box thrusters. So this is actually a ship that's made to fight in both directions. So what they do is, they'll joust towards you, but then they'll turn 180 and then thrust away from you at max speed still. So it's very tricky. It's very wonky to fight against.
While continuing to shoot you.
Yeah. There's not many people that have made designs like this.
I've seen one where the chair would rotate and the guns would flip 180, but I only saw one of those.
Yeah. And then the next one next to it, 2 laser, I think that's an old... I thought I had seen this one back in Chimash, so like this might have been a design when they were still part of Chimash. Because at the time, even Chimash had some of these designs with like, well, we were all using like triangles, but this is a bit more like what those other ships that I was trying to talk about look like. So if you think about it, it's like this is quite tanky for 2 laser, although, it's very old, like it's got the center cockpit and that kind of stuff, but it's a bit of like a history trip,
Oh, and it's got no glass in front.
Oh, I think this rotates. Oh, that's right. That's what it
does.
So this bottom part flips, yeah. So it's actually like a big triangle like this in front.
But you still have no glass in front.
Yeah.
Mr. Vector, we're looking in any direction. So I'm trying to design more fighters, but always fair. It is super difficult. It is super difficult to have fighters that go in many directions. That's the topic I've literally. I looked at the topic and I was like, nah, I'm not doing it. It looks too difficult to do. So I'm literally not even going to bother doing it.
So yeah, that about wraps up the Pandora lot.
Yep, thanks a lot for the presentation. Always more fun to have a little bit of context, of little extras going on. What I'll try to do is I'll ping New Horizon Republic to see if they're available tomorrow. The answer may be no, so I've got no idea. I'll be visiting. So I'm going to be putting the purple squares. I'll be visiting Ouroboros, New Horizon Republic, and I'll try also to see if I can get some coffee incorporated. I'll apologize in advance for the people that I was not able to visit. There's been like an overwhelmingly big amount of people, and it's amazing. I really love to see so many people. I've done my best. I think everyone can tell that. This has been, let me tell you how many hours I've been streaming already. This totals 26 hours of streaming in 3 days, and there's going to be more tomorrow. So I did my best. I just hope that you were able to all have like satisfaction at the EOS Con. Okay, so as I said, smaller stream tomorrow, double exceptional. That said, if there is someone among those plots that you know that hasn't been interviewed, please do ping me. I will do my best to visit them nonetheless. That said, I wish you all a very good night and a happy Monday, which has started for me 2 hours ago. I really need to go to bed. Thanks again for the chat, Scipion, and yep, bye bye.
Cheers. See you later.
Oh, see you guys.
Tiens, si tu veux, d'ailleurs, pour NHR,